Buongiorno a tutti, benvenuti all'Autodromo Nazionale di Monza. That's as far as my Italian will stretch. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Monza. Welcome to Italy's Cathedral of Speed on a scorchio Sunday lunchtime. And oh my goodness, fans are back here. After 2 years of tumbleweed, the paddock, the pit lane, the grandstands are full of fans, and what a brilliant sight that is. And down on the grid as well, mingling with the cars, a chance to get up close and personal with the action. This is something that you just don't get in other World Championships. Well, there's Porsche driver Kevin Escht with his young son and his wife. Son celebrated his second birthday a couple of days ago. Escht will be part of Porsche's Hypercar program. Much more of that to come in future races, and probably we'll talk about that during the course of this one as well. It is round 4 of the 2022 FIA World Endurance Championship, the 10th season of WEC in its current iteration. 6 hours of Monza will be followed by 6 hours in Fuji in Japan, and then 8 hours in Bahrain to round out the title battles. And they are beautifully poised. After Le Mans gives a bumper bundle of points to the winners, it has changed the look of all of our championships. But Graeme Goodwin, still lots to play for all of the teams and drivers here on the grid. Ah, chef's kiss, that's what we like from the Corvette racing guys. On the far right, by the way, Laura Wontrop-Klauser, the head of GM's global racing program. She's going to be hugely important to us in the future because she brings Corvette GT3s in the future, but more imminently, Cadillac's Hypercar, LMDH car.
Well, that's where we are in more ways than one, and we're looking down from, as you can see from the shadow, the Goodyear blimp is here for the new, above the newly renamed Curva Alboreto for this fabulous 5.8-kilometre circuit. It is the Temple of Speed. It's mightily quick, but actually technical through those 2 chicanes as well, Martin, and plenty of places we've seen already this weekend where mistakes can be made under braking, as we're hearing in yesterday's broadcast from, and Davidson will be joining us presently. It's all about just grabbing back those tenths, and there's so few places you can do that. It has to be done under braking. There she is.
Yep.
You've not been on that, have you?
Airship. We'll move on. 41 degrees of track temperature, 28 degrees of air temperature. It will be hotter by 6 p.m. when we finish. Track temperatures during the day we expect to see in the 60s as we did yesterday. So air temperature will be north of 30 degrees Celsius. So wherever you are, if you are at the circuit listening online, slip slops up. There's Pierre Fillon, the head of the ACO, president of the ACO. To his left was the former boss of the Audi Sport team, Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich, here as an advisor, as he has been for several years, for the championship, because if you don't take the advice of the man who ran the Audi program, then what do you do?
On the right there, Linda Richards, the British CEO of Peugeot. Very impressive lady, and she's one of a huge array of really significant figures in the automotive industry. That's his Frederic Leclerc talking to Laura Wontrop-Klauser, and smiles again. Good to see that after the disasters.
Well, there are CEOs from Ferrari, from Peugeot, Stellantis Group as well, from Lamborghini, from there you are, GM. You know, a weekend at the races in sunny Italy. But we're gonna that was a tough call.
But we're going to have to get used to this, because there's more and more and more coming. This week already we've had significant news, and we'll get through that as we get deeper into
it. Well, we're looking at the significant story, aren't we?
This is the story. And it's the difference between us seeing what the cars look like, us hearing what the cars look like, and the videos on the internet and the images on the internet, and actually seeing how they race.
Well, until it turns up at a racetrack, kind of, it doesn't exist, you know, and we know that they do, and we've seen pictures of the Ferrari testing, and we've seen pictures of the Cadillac, we've seen pictures of the BMW, we've seen these cars, but until they're on a racetrack, they don't exist as race cars. They are just a program, they are just a project, and you know, Peugeot bringing the cars here, as they said in the pre-event press conference, we're just a test team. These are just test cars. This is the weekend we try and become a race team with race cars.
Right. Need to talk about the 3 cars at the back of the grid, because there are 2 LMP2 cars and a hypercar at the back of the grid for a variety of reasons. The 38 car here from Jota, And this car...
Well, this is the car that won last time out at Le Mans. I mean, really significant.
By the way, gentleman on the right-hand side there, David Clark. Kudos to David Clark, one of the partners in Jota Sports, for the deal that he has pulled together that will bring them into Hypercar next season with Hertz Team Jota. Yes, that hurts. A 3-year deal with a privateer Porsche. But the Jota 38 car was penalised for an unsafe release during the qualifying session yesterday. All the times that were therefore deleted there at the back. Also at the back is the number 23 United Autosports car, having failed to set a time in qualifying yesterday. And also at the back, 36th position, is the 93 Peugeot, which will be started in the hands of Mikkel Jensen, and that's because we believe, not confirmed, believe a clutch issue for that car, stranded the car out on track, brought up the red flag, containing the end of that session. As a result of that, they too will start from the back. There is a 4th car in trouble. We've not seen that car yet. That is the 56 Team Project 1 Porsche. That car will start from pit lane after...
now, I know what the trouble is. The trouble is he binned it in the gravel trap at the Roger on the way to the grid, and so came back into the pits to get the gravel removed.
By which time the pit lane is closed.
Pit lane was closed.
So Brendan Reed will start from pit lane.
So we're looking at our top 3 here in GTM. Dempsey Proton's everlasting, evergreen Christian Reed will start the car in his 143rd race in the World Endurance Championship. However many races we've had, he's been at every one. He is the constant. Ben Keating, a series of blistering laps in the 33 TF Sport Aston Martin, put him on pole, on pole, on pole, on pole again. The points leaders, though, did not grab pole. For the first time ever in an FIA World Championship of any kind, a woman is on pole position. A female driver has pole in the GTE AM class, courtesy of several blinding laps from Sarah Bovey. It was a real highlight of the GT qualifying, the ding-dong battle between Ben Keating's Aston and Sarah Bovey in the Iron Dames Ferrari. So this is real history. They're not just in there swinging. She has outpaced every other car in the field. That Ferrari is on pole position. This is a track that, for whatever reason, has always worked well with Ferraris. They always work well here. Maybe it just allows, the long straights allow them not to overheat the tyres as they would have done in somewhere like Spa, but whatever. They start from pole position, and that is a little bit of history. The first woman, first female driver ever to claim pole position in an FIA World Championship. So congratulations to Sarah, but of course that is just the start of the deal. There's an awful lot of hot traffic to deal with in 6 hours. The get well soon message, by the way, is for Richard Leeds. Richie has not been able to race here. He was here last weekend racing in the European Le Mans Series, but tested positive for COVID early this week, and so he's been subbed by Fred Makovici, who is hardly a poor substitute, was in the car at Le Mans and is equally as capable of peddling this as anybody else in a Porsche suit.
Zero doubt Richie's listening and watching to the broadcast. Richie, we miss you. Come back for Fuji. 55 race streak in the FIA World Endurance Championship, broken by the blasted virus.
Well, you know, and it is a factor of modern life, and you know, we know what it's done to the world in the last couple of years, and hopefully he will be feeling considerably better. And although frustrated, you know, it's always nice to sit and watch the race with your feet up, but not quite as nice as being able to race the race. Ferdinand Habsburg, a little bit of pre-race joshing. He's obviously not starting. He's there in civvies. Anybody who is starting the race, and this is Romain Dumas walking away from us, trying to get a little bit of shade from the pit wall.
I mean, excellent qualifying result from them. Fastest car in a straight line, fastest car around the lap, and the now sky blue Glickenhaus. If you haven't seen it, it does look spectacular. It's going to look great in the sunshine, in the hands of the double Le Mans winner. Absolutely amazing stuff. The 52 car here, third in the GTE Pro grid, and it is Antonio Fuoco that will start the race in the third-placed car. The Ferraris very much in the mix this weekend.
Yeah, they weren't in free practice. They didn't top the timesheets in any of the free practice sessions. But once it got into qualifying, it did look as though we might end up with a Ferrari 1-2. They end up being split by the Corvette. Sky blue? Well, I don't know. Somebody who lives near Coventry, maybe that's not quite sky blue. Is it duck egg green? I don't know. I'm going to have to go back to my Airfix making days of youth to try and figure out what kind of blue that is. There's obviously a correct Pantone reference for it, but that doesn't normally help, does it?
Olivier Plat there.
Yeah.
Down the rear end, the unmistakable rear end of the number 64 Corvette C8R. What a great addition this has been to the season.
And after seasons where Corvette's been in sort of silver and black and so on racing in the US, I'm really glad they brought the yellow livery that we know and love. You know, if it's not in yellow, to me,
is it really a Corvette?
Is it a factory Corvette?
Yes.
You know, it could be a private Corvette, not in yellow, but yeah, I'm glad to see the factory cars in there. Apart from anything else, it makes them very easy to use as a reference.
Oh yes.
Da-da-da, he's just behind that yellow Corvette. You know, it's an easy marker.
Well, it was the Corvette, of course, that split the two Ferraris right at the death with Nick Tandy with a banzai lap, but it is going to be the 51 Ferrari, the world champions in GTE. Of course, and Alessandro Pierguidi it will be. What a week he's had, shaking down the new Ferrari LMH Hypercar. More of that during the broadcast, and now on pole position here for the 6 Hours of Monza.
Just saw Philippe Albuquerque and Loic Duval conferring, and lots of fans in the grandstands.
Should say, by the way, not every grandstand is open here. There's some refurbishment going on.
The main grandstand that dates back to 1930, I think, when this track was very, very young, is under full refurbishment. That's normally where the F1 TV commentary positions are. So that one is closed, but there are grandstands open at Ascari, at the Parabolica, I mean, everywhere. And you can, it's such a beautiful place to walk around. Everybody says, you know, it's set in the Royal Park in Monza. It absolutely is. But this place is as verdant and as green as somewhere like Brands Hatch or Alton Park. It's a lovely place to be. It's a beautiful place to come and watch racing. And I cannot commend it highly enough to you. Whatever you come and watch here, whenever you come and watch, with the banking here and all the old buildings that date back now a century, there is always the ghosts of the past, kind of in the early morning and the late evening, but it's just a brilliant place to come and watch racing. And the drivers tell us, a brilliant place to race.
11th on the grid, this is the Prema Orland team. It'll be Louis Delatraz to start the race. That's an interesting choice, one of very few. I think there's just the 9 and the number 1 car starting the higher ranked drivers in LMP2. That's a gamble in a race that does seem to attract incidents in the very early stages. So Louis Delatraz will start the number 9 car from 6th on the grid in LMP2, and a couple of places back, 3 places back in fact, Charles Malaysia will start the Richard Mille Racing Team car from 9th in LMP2.
Well now, are they assuming that there will be a safety car after lap 1, in which case you're still burning some of your lower ranked driver time in a neutralised situation?
Well, I think that's the risk. The risk is that you do get it neutralised and you're burning your better driver time. Whereas at the moment, more or less everybody else is putting the bronze or silver ranked drivers out into the race.
Well, we saw at Le Mans though, Graeme, on the other side of that coin, United Autosport started Will Owen in the number 22 car. That did not go well.
It did not go well.
You know, at some stage, the young drivers have to be in at the start with all the other crazy fast-moving metal. And it's down to the team to judge when that is. Francois Perraudot, gentleman driver in this AF Corsa car, multiple champion in the GTE AM category.
And leads that Pro-Am battle at the moment. What is the future for Pro-Am LMP2 in the FIA World Endurance Championship? That's open to question right now. That is a current debate. Bumped into Francois in the paddock. He's in fine form and looking forward to this race. Real team by WRT, 3rd on this LMP2 grid, and it will be Rui Andrade, the Portuguese Angolan, to start this car.
Again, you know, interesting choice. Real team by WRT on the podium at Le Mans.
So a new driver for the Richard Mille Racing Team post Le Mans, with Paul-Luc Chatin, who absolutely starred last weekend in the European Le Mans Series. He joins for Sébastien Ogier. 44 ARC Bratislava car. Wow, what a qualifying effort it was from Matthias Besch in this. Almost a pole position for the Slovakian team. It will be the boss, though, Miro Konopka, who's going to start at the front of this grid. Not quite the front, though, because that went right at the death of the session to a blinding effort. Philippe Albuquerque, Will Owen, the American driver, will start the number 23 car.
Well, it has to be said, actually, that for Matthias Besch, with ARC Bratislava to effectively take pole position until Philippe Albuquerque went to the special draw of qualifying laps that only he has access to.
Yes, brave trousers.
That was an exceptional job by ARC Bratislava and by Matthias Besch. And again, Matthias was racing here last week in an LMP2 car in European Le Mans Series. That can't hurt.
This is the number 94 car, the Peugeot 9X8, fifth on the grid. Loic Duval will start the spectacular-looking new hypercar. And it does feel, doesn't it, and with absolutely no disrespect to Toyota or to Glickenhaus or to Alpine, with this car, the hypercar era really begins.
Well, I said early in the week, this is the first tremor. There is a tsunami of new machinery coming, and this is, you know, Peugeot are like, you know, they are the bridgehead. As you say, you know, Toyota created their cars to stay in the top tier. Alpine have been allowed to bring their car in. Jim Glickenhaus saw the opportunity in the rule set and built a car, but all of the other teams that then announced they were going to come are sort of racked up like bowling balls, and they are coming towards us. Peugeot is the first cab off the rank. And of course, it's a team that has got great history in 3 different eras of top flight sports car racing at Le Mans, with victories at Le Mans in all 3 eras. So, you know, again, they are a team very much to be reckoned with. We know that Porsche are coming imminently, may even race before the end of the season. The paddock rumour has it. Whether that happens or not is yet to be declared.
Excellent.
The national anthem of motor racing. I know the French like to think that they run everything, and I know like the British like to think that we invented motor racing, but that anthem is just, particularly here, something very special indeed. Congratulations to our singers, and
great to hear it sung, rather than played.
I was just saying, as we were listening to that, you know, I don't think I've ever heard the words of the Italian national anthem. I've heard the tune so many times for so many Ferrari wins in various different types of racing and Italian racing drivers, but look at that, red, white and green.
It is. I've only just realised that's what was being done there. It is indeed the Italian.
Done.
That's excellently done.
There's that cracking green on those Peugeots
there
we were looking at in the parking lot. Yeah, very nice.
Indeed.
So going through in our hypercar field, the 94 Peugeot qualified in 5th. Number 7 Toyota, the winners last year on this track, qualifying in 4th place. There was a Toyota in the top 3. And by the way, we have had 3 different winners in hypercar this year. 3 different manufacturers winning in hypercar this year. Alpine have won. Toyota, no, 2 different manufacturers. Toyota number 8 and Toyota number 7 have both won this year. Glickenhaus yet to win, but
a second pole position
for
them.
Could it be? If there was anywhere better for Jim Glickenhaus's team to win than this, it might only be Sebring.
Yeah.
American team, but so much of what he's done, he talked about this yesterday actually after qualifying, the the special relationship that he has with Italy comes from his inauguration. There's Michel Gatti from the Iron Dames. Comes from his inauguration into motorsport, which was courtesy of Luigi Chinetti, the New York domiciled Italian who was Ferrari's US importer for decades and created the North American racing team.
There's Linda Richards in the passenger seats. The CEO of Peugeot is the...
Well, there you are. That's all cars engineered by Peugeot Sport. That's a new sort of sub-brand they've got. So you've got the red, white and green, and the fourth car, French blue.
Yes.
No, French blue. That's exactly what it was.
There is the 36 Alpine, second on the grid, front row for the 36.
Third on the grid.
Third, apologies. Yep. It will be started by Mathieu Vazevière. And this, Martin, this is another of those moments. It is the final time we will see an LMP1 designed car start a race in Europe, as it is for the GTE Pro teams here. The last time we'll see GTE Pro in Europe for this race. Second on the grid, the number 8 Tota. Sebastian Buemi will start that car. Number 8 Tota. We've been looking to see what they can do about the car that we're about to see in pole position on this grid.
Well, the critical thing for the number 8 Toyota team is they've got to keep that performance going, haven't they? They don't lead the standings at the moment. That is still, after 3 races, by just 3 points. The Alpine trio, with Brendan Hartley, Rio Hirakawa and Sebastian Buemi, have overhauled their teammates, and that is critical for them in their chase of the championship. But on pole position, for the second time in history, an American team has outright pole in the World Endurance Championship. They did it at Spa, they did it here. A very similar circuit, lots of long, fast sequences and very few twisty, twiddly bits. This is definitely not Portimao.
And did it by a distance as well here.
9/10 of a second.
Well, as our friend Alex Harrison, the WC Data Twitterer, said, 0.919 of a second. And the last time Romain Dumas was on pole in top class was in a Porsche
919, yes. I had to read that twice to figure out what the coincidence was that he mentioned. And 0.9 of a second is a big margin.
It is. And here's the thing, if he gets clear here, the others have got trouble.
Even if he doesn't, we know that the car's got pace in free practice, so it has got pace. It's not, you know, it's not a turn up the turbo qualifying special. None of that exists in the hypercar class. Every car, whatever its motive power and however you generate it, with pure internal combustion, with hybrid, with electric, with witchcraft and oofle dust, there is a maximum power output for every car you cannot exceed. So you can't just whack the boost up and give it everything.
3-minute board is up. But the best news of all for me for the World Endurance Championship, with that pole position and with the form that we've seen from Glickenhaus this season, is it shows what can be done if you're a small boutique organisation and manufacturer. And we know there are others looking. We know there's another in build. Right now.
They're the small team who dared and can, you know, and that's absolutely what the class was created to bring.
And hasn't that always been part, the really special part of sports car racing? That's the grid, Martin.
Right. Here is the grid. Romain Dumas starts on pole from Sebastian Buemi, with Mathieu Vazevière, meaning 3 different hypercars in the top 3. The second Toyota starts 4th. The best of the Peugeots starts in 5th, ahead of Will Owen in our LMP2 pole-sitting United Autosports car. Behind them, and narrowly, ARC Bratislava and Real Team by WRT. Real Team were 3rd at Le Mans. AF Course's Francois Perrono and Algarve Pro's Stephen Thomas are on row 5 of the grid. On row 6, Louis Delatraz and Ryan Cullen. On row 7 of the grid, WRT's Sean Gillel and Richard Mills, Charles Milesi. Row 8 of the grid, Jakub Śmiechowski starts for Inter Europol, Francois Heriot for Ultimate. And on row 9 of the grid is our pole sitter in GTE, Alessandro Pierguidi. Nick Tandy and Antonio Fuoco start second and third in the GTE field. And behind them, Jimmy Bruni and Kevin Escher. Porsche quick in practice, not so quick in qualifying. The first ever female pole sitter in any FIA World Championship is Sarah Bovey. She starts ahead of Ben Keating, Christian Ried, Christoph Ulrich. Then Thomas Floor and Paul Dallalana. Brendan Neri will start from the pit lane in the Team Project 156 car. Mike Wainwright alone then on his row of the grid, ahead of Tomonobu Fuji and Nick Leutwiler. Behind them, Frank De Soto for Spirit of Race and Fred Pordad in the bright yellow and blue Dempsey Proton car. Claudio Schiavone in the 60 Iron Lynx car that didn't win here a week ago, ahead of the 3 cars at the back of the field. Mikkel Jensen in the Peugeot, Alex Lynn in the 23 United Autosports car, and Jota's Will Stevens will be the Lanterne Rouge at the back of the field.
It's going to be interesting to see, isn't it, just what progress they can make and quickly. Spotting, by the way, as we scan down with the 30-second board up, the 777 car in the hands of Tomonobu Fuji. They've often done this at the start of the race, put the silver driver in, and again, going to be interesting to see what kind of progress he can make up the grid.
There is a lot of that in the GT AM class. Ben Keating is in, Christian Ried is in, Christoph Ulrich is in, Thomas Floor is in, Paul Dallalana is in, Brendan Neri, Mike Wainwright. There's not a pro driver starting in the GT AM field. And they all went out and qualified because that's what they want to do, and they are all going to start the race as well. Linda Jackson from Peugeot, their CEO, waves the field away. Great to see so many big hitters from the industry here as this hyperclass really gains momentum. And what we haven't talked about yet is the gorilla in the room. Yes, Porsche are coming, yes, Cadillac are coming, yes, yes, yes to all these different manufacturers. The one that is going to turn audience recognition of the World Endurance Championship on its head will be the arrival of a car that's testing today in Maranello. Ferrari are coming to the top class to try and win Le Mans. And when you've got Ferrari, you've got attention. So this is the last time we race at Monza without a Ferrari in the top class on the grid. Ooh. And that is something that is going to be very keenly anticipated next year.
By the way, as we pass Linda Richards with that green flag, thank you, Linda Richards, and by the way to all the other automotive OEM CEOs. It's not easy to get these programs through a funding cycle, and I don't think I've ever been at a sports car race with more senior people from more brands here. It's quite spectacular. You keep bumping into Carlos Tavares, Stefan Winkelmann. You know, it's just it's nuts.
But only the Peugeot and Stellantis group have actually got a car on the grid.
Absolutely.
All the others have got a program in development.
Absolutely.
And they're here already.
It's great to see it. It's great that there's that level of engagement corporately, and don't underestimate how important that is. How important it is that the very senior people are here and clearly in conversation about what it is they're going to bring here, other than just the car and a team. It's more than that.
Absolutely.
It's about the way in which you, listening and watching out there, can follow this race moving forward. It's about the activation. It's about the significance of this championship on a truly global stage. It's fantastic.
Safety car leads the field. There will be a single formation lap, and it will be the Glickenhaus of Romain Dumas who leads them across the line. Martin Haven, Graeme Goodwin, and joined hot from the grid by Anthony Davidson. And just saying, this is the last time we'll race here in Monza without Ferrari in the top class, but when we come back next year, oh my word, it's going to take you half an hour just to grid walk the hypercars.
One step at a time, but it's
know,
good news for it. Let's focus on this race today. It's going to be good enough as it is with Peugeot's arrival, but yeah, like you say, very exciting. And these fans watching this race today, I'm sure, will be having in the back of their minds next year, if I come and watch this race, I'll be watching 2 very pretty red cars out there as well.
Well, and for the Tifosi here, who try and cram in for the Italian Grand Prix, it's a double opportunity, isn't it? And for Peugeot, a test program that is now finally within a minute of going into race mode.
So the reason why,
sorry
Martin, the reason why you see this sort of segregation, this gapping of the other cars, is because the LMP2s don't want to trip over the hypercars, and the GTs don't want to trip over the LMP2. So they have this kind of like gap built in before they hit the accelerator pedal, coming out of this corner right now.
Well, in the driver's briefing, all 4 starting drivers on pole were told to keep the gaps minimal. Those don't look entirely minimal. On board the 94 Toyota. By the way, if you are watching online, Peugeot are streaming onboards from both of their cars throughout the race. Red lights are on. We are ready to go racing for the 6 Hours of Monza. We go green in Monza. It is the bright blue Glickenhaus that leads. Toyota, number 8 in second place. The Alpine in third down the inside into the Rettifilio. And the second Toyota also trying to come the long way round. It is Romain Dumas who leads. The Alpine is going to get shuffled out by both Toyotas. No, squeezes back in. And the Peugeot makes it through. But LMP2 and GT cars are right there. And the bright pink of Sarah Bovey, all trouble, and that is the GR Racing car.
The 38 car just avoided that as well. That was very close for them.
Alpine up to third, up the inside of the number 7 Toyota.
Trying to keep himself in there, and look at the Peugeot snapping around the heels of that second Toyota as it got slowed a little. Loic Duval in that Peugeot, starting his first race for this manufacturer's programme.
Looks like the tyre warm-up's a little bit better on that Peugeot than the Toyota he's behind, and seriously putting him under pressure now on the run-up towards Ascari.
LMP2 already split a little. United Autosports leading from Real Team by WRT. Where's the yellow car, Miro Konopka? That's gone backwards. The RC of Bratislava car, it's there on the right-hand side as we stream under the old banking. Looking back at the 51 Ferrari from the Porsche.
So the Corvette dropped back behind the 52, so back into third place. Sarah Bovey going well in the lead there. The 2 LMP2 cars and the Peugeot looking to make their way back up the order and making it quickly.
Look at the gap that Romain Dumas has opened up over Sebastian Buemi, and again it looks as though that bright blue Glickenhaus has got heat into its tyres more effectively. The Alpine looking to go through as well, and at pit exit, joining already a lap down, will be Brendan Aribe in the Team Project 1 Porsche that went off into the gravel at the Rogier on the way to the pit lane. You don't join at the end of the starting lap, you join a lap behind.
That was a move for third position. The Vector Sport car of Ryan Cullen going ahead of Stephen Thomas and Yalgar Pro 45. And already up to 5th position is the Premier Orland car of Louis Delatraz. Charles Malaysia is with this group as well, or will be very soon. There he is in the dark red car behind. Another position gained there by Delatraz as he pushes to go to the front.
Don't forget we had cars out of position up and down the grid because of that very late red flag that we had in qualifying. And there we go, Charles Malaysia down the inside as well of Lesmo 1. Good move there.
We're going to see the Peugeot soon emerging through the front of the GTE Pro field as well. The 93 car that started at the tail of the field, Mikkel Jensen, making very good progress on the opening lap.
He's 18 seconds off the lead at the moment, having made his way through the entire GT field. The Alpine,
well, that was a bad run for Buemi through the Ascari chicane, and that gives an opportunity to the Alpine behind to have a go down. Vaxivier down the inside, maybe no. The Toyota looks like he's just got the legs on it on the straights, but the Alpine's got a bit more agility around corners like this we're looking at now.
Ferrari 1-2 in GTE Pro. The Peugeot's already cleared this group then, so looking back from the leader to the second place Ferrari, then Corvette and the 2 Porsches. You just saw the Peugeot making the move into the LMP2 traffic. The Alpine, he's not going to get him, is he?
Well, he will on the brakes. The car's good on the brakes, and down the inside he goes. A good move there by Vaxivier. He's got to get on the power nice and early here to maximise that traction, which he does. But now the Toyota's on the hunt for the second chicane. We know it's got the straight line speed. We just go to the fight in LMP2 here. Looks like Prema's made another gap, another move.
Up to third. Yeah, remember that's Alpine, about 100 kilos lighter than the Toyota. He's got him back again.
There we go. It's that straight line speed. So these are the differences we talk about quite frequently in the hypercar category. Is the strengths and weaknesses of the different design philosophies of the cars. And what a great race these are going to have. I mean, this should go on race long, and it's just ducking and diving into Lesmo 2. Not going to get a move done there.
And if you're in the Glickenhaus, fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Keep at it, guys, because he's on his own Ramonduma, just rowing along nicely out front, keeping his line tidy.
And gives him the opportunity to nurse those brakes. We know they're a little bit vulnerable on those front brakes, as I said on the grid.
Well.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of black carbon dust coming out of the brakes on that Glickenhaus. And this was the move from Vaxivière on Buemi. Nicely done. Late on the brakes there, just after the 100-meter board, they'll be braking into this corner. And that's the repass. Nothing that Vaxivière could do to defend himself. He had the inside line, and Buemi just sails by in the straight.
Philippe Signo there. Another man like Jim Glickenhaus, who has just kept on producing race cars in this championship for so many years and decided that they would continue with this grandfathered LMP1 car in Hypercar despite all the new machinery that's arriving. And it is, we understand, going to be rewarded with a new Alpine Hypercar program coming on stream as well.
Yeah, LDH in 2024 for Alpine, LMP2 next year, we believe, for this team. Back to the glory days of the team before they take that step up. Struggling to get onto terms here with that Toyota. Straight line speed. He couldn't do it on the braking this time, man.
No, he had a look, but yeah, Buemi had the inside line covered that time around, so he's going to have to rethink. And you quite often get into this situation as a driver where you learn those strengths and weaknesses of the car and the driver that you're fighting against at the time. And if you don't get the move done straight away, it becomes a bit of a stalemate situation, and that's what Vaxivière has got to avoid right now. He's kind of shown his hand too early. Buemi got him back straight away, and now they're both going to have to reassess the situation. But it looks at this stage that Buemi might just have the upper hand, but this is where the car is weaker. Around this one, you can see the Alpine catch up is visibly faster through that part. So now he gets the run into Parabolica. Can he do anything here? Probably not, because we've seen that before. And Buemi knows he's not even having to defend there. And the Alpine had a good run around this corner last time around. So he's got to tuck in early like that, get out the dirty air. It's exactly what he did last time, but he's almost doing it too early. So he's not benefiting from the toe. And now he's going to have to duck in to attach himself to the toe.
And then too late.
And now the Toyota starts coming into its own in straight line speed, but he's closer than he was last time. He's going to have to go for it, and he does. Come on, late on the brakes. No! Buemi's gone that little bit deeper. And this is what I'm talking about. It's that ebb and flow of learning each other's strengths.
When he knows the move's coming,
yeah.
And so he's being extra late on the brakes.
Already 5.7 seconds clear is Ramonduma. With this battle going on behind him, already we've got the Glickenhaus pulling away here. These three cars, but are beginning to drop the first of the Peugeots. The second of the Peugeots, by the way, are up into 11th position overall. Now 22 seconds off the lead car.
For the Peugeots, getting through the GT cars is less of a problem than getting through the LMP2 cars, because the LMP2 cars are faster everywhere than the GT cars are. They carry more minimum corner speed and so on. So each one of these overtakes is going to take him a little longer, but the good news for that Peugeot and for Mikkel Jensen, who's driving it, is that the cars are spreading out in that class, so there are more gaps to duck into.
Yeah, he's catching now the #1 Richard Mille Racing team car, Charles Malaysia, who, by the way, Ryan Cullen ahead of him, having a good start to this race. He's fended off Charles Malaysia for a couple of laps now. And Malaysia, you would expect to be the quicker of those two, but the Peugeot are about to encounter that battle. Quick shot there of the two leading GTE Pro.
So this is interesting. He's given himself a bit more of a gap this. I don't know if he's given himself or he's just now trying to hang on to the Toyota, but it's a bit of a different scenario to what it was last time around. But I feel like he's dropping back ever so slightly.
In ambience like this, how soon does his car start to overheat? Do his brakes start to overheat? Do the radiators not work? And does the team go, OK, Mathieu, you just need to drop back a little fraction? Maybe that's all part of the equation. Prema on board with the #9 car.
Battle for second now. Ruandrad is ahead in the blue car. The red car behind is the Prema car. Great shot from the Goodyear blimp.
And Delachaz in the Prema car, the red and white car that you see on screen, he's having a much better start to this race than I feel like his total performance was in Le Mans. I feel like he didn't look the same driver to me in Le Mans, but he's he's definitely got the bit between the teeth now.
Peugeot catching these two, by the way, that recovering number 93 car.
Yeah, there it is in the back of the shot. The all-grey livery may not be the world's most dynamic colour, but it certainly separates them from anybody else in the field.
Unmistakable, that car, and will remain so.
I like it. I like everything about it.
Absolutely right.
Colour scheme, the shape of it, the sound of it, it's just great. Great that they're here, and I love the fact that we're talking about Peugeot back in top-line sports car racing, and up there in, you know, taking the fight to Toyota, Glickenhaus and Alpine.
Quick shot there in the garage at Peugeot. Carlos Tavares, the CEO of the Stellantis Group, 14 major automotive brands that he looks after, and a massive race fan himself. At 41 years, by the way, a race driver, and was on the podium last week at Le Mans.
No way.
Classic Le Mans.
Always makes a difference.
Racing a Chevron.
Well, and it's interesting because he was having a chat with the drivers in the garage, and it was not like, oh, isn't it warm, and how's the car and everything else. He was interested to find, okay, so if you put the softer sidewall on, then what happens? You get more of this, more of that. I mean, a proper engineering debrief, really interesting. And to have somebody, as the Peugeot breezes by these LMP2 cars, he'll get them both, to have somebody pushing the financial buttons that's that imbued with motorsport is a really good news deal for us and for Peugeot.
I think the point is, isn't it, when the brands bring those projects to him, he understands. Yeah. He understands where the technical benefits are. He understands where the opportunities are in these championships commercially. So he goes round the outside of the number 41 car.
He's going to have to be careful not to pull back in like he's just done on the racing line there, because the LMP2 cars are surprisingly good in straight-line braking conditions, and that's been a bit of an Achilles heel for the Peugeot so far this weekend, but they both get away with it.
In the background, the green Jota car, one of the two green Jota cars, passing Ultimate Motorsport. That's how I can identify that that is Will Stevens from the back of the grid. He started last, so down there, 38 car starting to make its way up now into the LMP2 field.
Yeah, with the 23 car ahead, and also leapfrogging. They've got double yellows, and it's the 54 car off the track. Thomas Fleur.
It's Parabolica, isn't it?
And what happened here?
Oh, has there been contact? Probably has. Oh, a bit of a late move.
Oh dear.
Day late and $1 short there.
Dall'Anna on
Aston
the
Martin
inside, and I assume Floor had got by him earlier, because was he on ahead of him on the grid?
But Paul Dall'Anna, I fear we're going to see afters for that.
Yeah, it's
Full
a difficult...
course yellow is coming, by the way, in about 30 seconds.
Always a difficult overtaking spot, trying to get the job done into Parabolica. It's a fast corner, very fast entry, and I tend to agree with you there, Graeme.
Well, we look at the 54 car, by the way. Quick moment as we've got the two.
Here we go.
This is second and third.
20 seconds to full course yellow.
Made the move before the full course yellow came out. So Louis Delatraz up into second place in LMP2. Will Owen, a big gap, by the way,
10,
at this stage.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow. We are under full course yellow. I have a car to recover with a Manitou at T11.
Manitou being the big four-wheel drive trucks that they use to crane things out of the way. The voice of our race director, Eduardo Freitas. And you can see there the bright pink car of Sarah Bovey.
The top two in the pits.
Yeah, top two in GTE AM, very easily distinguishable. Some of the most spectacular colour schemes. Now then, we heard from our Porsche GT team that this is due to be a 6-stop race. The shortest stint will be maybe 6 or 7 laps short of a full stint. So they were saying, expect to see very little action during first course yellows. What the Ferrari is doing here is topping off, giving themselves the best option of a change of strategy in the final hour, Anthony, and that's kind of an American, that there's two in American racing, either track position or top off. And
exactly, look, I mean, as the cars circulate very slowly, you effectively get a free pit stop, and they've probably realised they've burnt off enough fuel to make enough of a difference. And, and that's why they've put it, that's why, so 7 laps they've done, so there's enough fuel burnt off there to make a bit of a difference perhaps later in the race. And you never know if there's going to be... Yeah, it gives you options, but it's always good to get at least a bit of fuel into the car, I guess, and when it's a free pit stop.
And they have to be very confident about the speed they've got at this stage, because it's so close, always in GT Pro.
I'm told by Corvette that they're coming in next lap for fuel only as well. Louise Beckett, it's early, busy, 7 laps in, and teams are ready.
It is early. The only LMP2 car seen is the #1 Richard, but the Ferrari is coming in right now, coming past me just as I speak, and it looks like they're doing exactly the same. Fuel only.
Yeah, I think everybody will be fuel only. Louise breaking up there, so we might.
It's a very low deck circuit, very low deck circuit for the tyres, so you can stay out there for the tyres' sake. But an incident involving cars 54 and 98, turn 11 under investigation.
That was those two.
Should mention the one message that we saw on screen we didn't relay to the viewers is that the incident involving the 86 is under investigation for contact with the number 71. So the Mike Wainwright incident in the first chicane, that is being investigated after what is believed to be contact with the 71.
So it may not have jumped, may have been pushed.
Indeed.
Yeah, they tend to be a little bit more lenient quite often for the lap 1, first couple of corners of the race.
Little banner there at the pit entry to remind us it is Monza's centenary. This track built in 1922 between May and July. In 1922. Can you imagine building this place with its 10-kilometre track, the flat track we're on, and the bank circuit, which were raced all as one long track? Can you imagine that being built in 3 months in 2022, never mind 1922? An astonishing fact. Here you can see Algarve Pro with the darker blue of United. You also saw the race leader just about to get into GTE AM traffic. Full course yellow in the 6 Hours of Monza. The car that was in the gravel has been recovered. The gravel may not have been, though. That was possibly going to keep our full course yellow going just a little bit longer. The deal here is everybody is on the speed limiter, maximum speed of 80 kilometers an hour to allow track workers to work safely without the need for a safety car. And what it means is, if you're 100th of a second behind the car in front, you remain 100th of a second behind the car in front. You don't get closed right up. It was Thomas Floor who was nudged into the gravel at the Parabolica. Louise Beckett down in the pit lane.
Yes, Thomas Floor in the 54 Ferrari came in screeching to his pit stop. Doesn't look like there was any damage or anything to the car. Fuel only and back out again.
Yeah, it was just a little nudge on the way into Curva Alboreto, as we will eventually learn, I think, to call the Parabolica. It's been a Parabolica since 1922. You'll have to forgive us not adjusting to that immediately.
Yeah, amongst the other pit stoppers, by the way, the number 31 WRT car, Sean Galale, is aboard the car. The Air Force 83 we've just seen screeching out. The 38 Jota, which was the car that started from the back of the grid, has come in for fuel. We saw the 51 Ferrari, 71 Ferrari in the hands of Frank Deserteur. That car came in. Corvette have just pitted, as have both the factory Porsches. The 52 Ferrari has not. And the 56 Team Project 1 car, the car that started a lap down.
Only one hypercar did, and that's Toyota number 7. Number 8 has not been into the pits, according to our screens. According to Louise, it has, but according to our screens, it hasn't.
Yeah, it's still P2 on circuit, the car 8.
So,
Glickenhaus leading the race.
Toyota splitting there, and I wonder if that was the choice of the number 7 team. They need to make something happen. They can't just follow number 8. They've got to be ahead of them if they want to win the championship. Of course, they have to be ahead of Glickenhaus, but most importantly, they have to be ahead of their teammate. Let's hear from the 94 Peugeot team. Neither of their cars stopped either.
At the restart, remember to preload turbos during 4 seconds.
Yes, copy, understood.
Preload the turbos for 4 seconds. Get the
funny.
boost wound up.
Yeah, we used to do this back in my 908 days as well. That you would preload the turbo on the exit of the pit lane and safety cars. It's funny, isn't it, how you carry on these traditions.
All right, so how do you do that?
There's just a button on the steering wheel that you just hold down.
Oh, wow.
And you'd hear the turbo going, all funny noises. It is building pressure. And as soon as you release the full course yellow button, you'd release the same button on the that you've been pressing for the turbo that's been wound up to maximum pressure, and then you'd have instant torque from the turbo. Very clever that they do that. And maybe other teams have just heard that and gone, that's not a bad
in the turbo Formula 1 era, of course, famously, to keep the turbo spinning, Senna used to be constantly pumping the throttle. Number 8 Toyota is coming in. So this is a longer full course yellow than I would have expected. The car that created it has been into the pit lane and left, so it is still for clear-up operation.
I guess they've got to get, you know, the tractor back in position, all of the marshals back in position as well.
And get some gravel out of the way, because when we saw it being lifted up in the air, there was a lot of gravel being dropped. So in comes the number 8 car. So it is clearly being communicated to the teams relative length of the full course yellow.
So it's interesting that Glickenhaus has decided to stay out there. So it means that at some stage in the race, those 7 laps worth of fuel that you've just put into the car for a free pit stop, someone else like the Glickenhaus is going to have to do that, or the Alpine. They're going to have to do that at full racing speed.
Not
so they'll be, well, if we don't have any more safety cars or full course yellows, therefore for the end of the race. Imagine if we don't. You have just given yourself the chance to have 7 laps worth of fuel in the car for free.
Yeah. However, Glickenhaus have track position. Glickenhaus lead, Alpine in second, and the Peugeot 94 car in 3rd place. So both Toyotas have stopped a little, but they have lost track position. And there they are now. Who's ahead of whom? 8 is just ahead of 7. Okay, that's what we've been seeing. Now here's a replay of the start.
Really bad getaway from the Peugeot, wasn't it? Like Duval underestimated how quickly they were going to pull away there.
Good start from Miro Konopka in the yellow car and ahead of LMP2 until they got into the braking area, and then was out-braked, but smoking into the first turn, Romain Dumas holding the lead. And
very close between the 2 Toyotas as well, wasn't it? That was near contact. This would have looked like on board with Vaxivier and the Alpine. Eased his way around the outside.
Rettifilio is so tight, isn't it? Inside, outside, there's no safe way through. There's the Corvette getting jumped on the inside by the Ferrari. That's for second, looking back from the pole sitter. And from the 91 Porsche, dropping in behind the 92 car.
Full course yellow will be removed at 12:21:45.
Okay,
full course yellow will be removed at 12:21:45.
That's 30 seconds from now.
Which means there will not be time for Ferrari to pit.
Oh, look, it was, you know what, it was unfortunate because the Ferrari went over the orange curb, couldn't slow the car down, and ended up T-boning the Porsche, sending it round. So it wasn't like he barged it out of the way. It was unfortunate. He was on that massive orange sausage curb, launched the car into the air. Yes, it was, you know, it's still their mistake, but it wasn't intentional.
Green, 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 and never mind the preload of the turbo. Mathieu Vaxivier getting away ahead of Loïc Duval.
On the 2 Toyotas, fighting it out as well. Is that still car 8 in front of the 7? But the 7 had a much faster pit stop or in-lap or whatever, braking for the... you still have to slow the car down, don't forget, coming into the pits after a full course yellow, which is 80 kph. The pit lane speed limit is 60 kph. So there's a little bit of time to be won and lost there in the pits. Looks like 7 just had a better... Oh, no, the slow Peugeot.
93.
94.
94.
Apologies.
Hard to tell.
I can't tell the difference even with the numbers.
No. It's like Jota, they are absolutely identical. Mikkel Jensen with problems. Now, has he got up to speed at all? No. Has it not come off the limiter, or is this a repeat of what we understand was a clutch problem in qualifying? Let's listen.
Reset on the console, top left.
Reset console, top left.
71 Ferrari will get a 5-second penalty added to its next pit stop. That was for the contact with Mike Wainwright right at the beginning. Is that the Christoph Ulrich car, Simon Mann, Christoph Ulrich?
So no, that's Frank Zezzato.
Frank Zezzato, yes it was. Too many red Ferraris. Wash my mouth out with soap, how dare I say that.
Shame for the 93 Peugeot.
Well, listen, it's all about, it's still all about developing a brand new car they've never raced. They've tested and tested and tested, what, 15,000 kilometers of testing. Testing schmesting, you've got to race it.
And look, what happened to the leading Toyota in Spa after a full course yellow or safety car period?
Yeah.
Exactly the same thing, reset the car. And maybe
that's 2 years into its life.
Exactly.
As
well,
a race car.
not just this exact car we're looking at now, but they've been doing this for 10 years with a hybrid system of in some shape or form.
Their hybrid system in this car, though, is very, very different from what was in LMP1. Yes, it's a hybrid system, but this is a road-based system. The LMP1 one was a pure racing developed system, so it's a
and
very
those
different
systems,
kettle of fish.
unlike in the past, in the LMP1, you talk about the hybrid boost coming in on top of the ICE power. It'd literally just be an additional 500 horsepower back then. Today, it's all integrated. So you keep the same power, but whether it's coming from the hybrid or the combustion engine, and they hand over at around where it's 190 kilometers an hour for the Toyota and 150 kilometers an hour for the Peugeot.
Yeah.
And that kind of technology is very hard to understand. It's like magic, I'm sure.
And actually, somebody asked, why is it different? Why can the Toyota bring in its hybrid power at a lower speed? And the answer is tyres.
Oh, higher speed. The Toyota brings in at 190.
No. All right.
The kill is still on. I cannot start. It dies immediately. Starter goes, but no power.
Oh dear. Again, you know, it's got all its wheels. It's not on fire. It's electronics. That's modern cars, and it's the electronic magic that allows the Toyota and the Peugeot to blend that power, backing off the output of the ICE and bringing in the hybrid.
Exactly.
And again, as I said about tyres, the Peugeot comes in at a higher speed than the Toyota comes in at a higher speed than the Peugeot, because Toyota has different sized, narrower front tyres and wider rear tyres, whereas the Peugeot has the same width tyres all the way around. The maximum tyre patch over all four wheels has to be exactly the same, but if you have predominantly rear drive, you can have bigger rear tyres and smaller fronts.
3, 2, 1. We are under full course yellow. We are under full course yellow. We are under full course yellow.
Ladies and gentlemen, and Eduardo, that right there is Sod's Law. We go full course yellow for a car that resolutely refuses to move, and then it moves. Well, it just means that he can now wait and see, allow it to come back to the pit lane. If it makes it, great. If it doesn't, we're already safe to go and pick it up. Replay in LMP2, that's your leader. Oh my goodness, Will Owen putting it in the gravel, and did the Jota car get through?
Yeah, would have done. Lost the
It's
lead.
actually not the leader. Vector Sport currently
Oh no,
in the race.
Vector have got
because of the
through.
pit stop.
Because the pit stop.
Those top two cars, Ryan Cullen and Oliver Rasmussen in the 28 car, have not pitted under a full course.
Did Rasmussen start 28?
Yes, he has. Unless they've managed to do a driver change without actually stopping the car.
No, he did. He was on the grid. No, it
the
just
93
looked
looked to me
by.
to be stopping again. I don't think that car was still under power.
Right, so
team are hoping he's going to make it in.
Maybe now Glickenhaus should pit, because then they have the advantage. They got the speed on track.
They've got a lot of. The Jota's coming in.
You can overtake it. You can overtake it.
Yeah.
If a car's in trouble, it'll be fine to overtake.
come on. He's sitting there going, come on.
He's got to get over the line. Not that line.
No,
it's the next line, and then he can get outside assistance from his team.
It's not there. It's going to stop. It's going to stop.
On. He's been really good. He's trying to keep it as far out of the way as possible. I mean, this is a horrendous position for Mikkel Jensen to be in with a car that just won't run. Anybody who owns old cars will know exactly what that feels like.
Impressively calm, it's got to be said in these circumstances.
Well, I think
that's because we're not hearing him going effity.
Well, no, I think it's because there's nothing to lose for this team. We expected these kind of teething troubles. The drivers expected it as well, and we can hear from him now. Actually,
More power on MGU.
Okay, more power, enable power on MGU. So that's the motor generator unit, which is the hybrid power system, effectively. MGU, motor generator. So an electric motor and an alternator are basically the same thing. If it spins in one direction, effectively, it's using power or using electricity to produce power, to produce torque. If it's going in the other direction, although it's not spinning in the other direction, but the power can go the other way through to generate power back into the batteries. So that's what an MGU is.
With the latest batch, by the way, of pit stops, that puts United Autosport's 22 car back into the lead of LMP2 because all the cars that had not pitted under the first full course yellow in LMP2 have now done so. We're still waiting to see what the decision will be from the 708 Glickenhaus. Currently coming down to Curva Alboreto, the 36 Alpine and the 94 Peugeot are the 3 hypercars that have not pitted. In GTE Pro, everybody's been in, and also I think none of the top 4 or 5 in GTE Am have been.
In the pit lane, Louise Beckett, who's there?
I can see Glickenhaus are ready to come in, and so are Alpine 36, because of course they haven't been in either, and they've got shorter laps, haven't they? Less laps.
Fewer is the word you were striving for.
There we go, yeah. Thank you very much.
Correct.
Yeah, it's exactly what I was thinking. Now is the right time for the Glickenhaus to come in. They've seen the others do it. They've got the fastest car out there. They can overtake others if they do lose track position. And it's a pretty easy circuit if you're fast in the straight line like they are to reclaim track position. It's just falling into their hands at the moment. They've done the right thing. They had track position in the first place. Now after the next safety car, or full course yellow, it was the time to come in and beat the others at their own game.
That's going to need more person power, I'm afraid. What a shame.
So the car is clearly safe to touch. We haven't seen a front of the car to the safety lights.
We have no more battery, so we can't use the MGU. So stand by.
Was that coming back just on battery number to that point?
I don't think they can do that anymore.
Because
it's all in unison, it works together. That's why the Toyota these days pulls away with the ICE running as well, instead of on the battery.
Glickenhaus retain the lead there, by the way. They're in and out of the pits, 44 seconds on pit road. Now the Alpine, and they are out and into turn 1 before the Toyotas have passed the pits.
Well, look, this person needs a medal.
Doesn't he just?
That's slightly uphill there as well. And that's over 1,000 kilos, isn't it, that car? Over a ton.
That right there is an Italian stallion. 36 coming out, so too is the 94. There are the 2 Toyotas, so they move forward into 2nd and 3rd place with these moves in pit lane. Just see the Peugeot leaving pit lane in the background now.
And people wondering, so here's the other Peugeot coming out as well, people wondering, oh, how does it work with the different manufacturers, different cars, with the fuel stop times? They're actually all the same.
Right.
The fuel stop time, the time they spend with the fuel nozzle on the car is the same. The fuel flow is different because they all have different size fuel tanks, but to keep it fair game under the BOP, they all take the same length of time to fill.
35 seconds, I think, it was the figure that we were told. So, yeah, if you only need 35 litres, you still have to stay there for 35 seconds. Well, the lights are flashing on the Peugeot. You will see that when they're in the pit lane, those claws, if you like, of the Lions claws, there you go, there's the other car with green LEDs, they're white on track.
For us, the car is on the track. If the driver can make it and move it out of there alone and unaided, then you're allowed to help him.
Yeah, so that's the team are allowed to move the car if he gets out
I think
of that area and into the pit lane.
From what I understand, he said if he can get that car either by himself or the power of the vehicle across that line, then the team can help him. So it's time to roll his sleeves up and push that car over the line.
This is where in the old days, cranking on the starter motor would maybe have got you that sort of 100 metres. It is fractionally uphill, and as you say, these things are not light.
He even did the key action as well, cranking it on the. He used his hand to mimic the action of turning a key. It's not the olden days anymore, mate.
He's a heritage sort of guy.
Just because you drive cars that you wave your finger in the air for somebody to start it for.
Yeah. Control, delete. Come on.
So, yeah, it's not yet at the second control line, is he?
No. And you know.
So the reason why
that is heartbreak for the team.
We need to explain why they've pushed him that far and no further. It's now in a place of relative safety.
It is off the racing track. Yeah.
Car 777, by the way, Tomonobu Fuji, with actually Satoshi Yoshino's now bought that car, reported to the stewards for speeding in the pit lane.
Dear, oh dear. Sean Gelael with Oliver Rasmussen is for 6th place in LMP2. Look how close they are. This is where you see 2 cars, 2 trucks on the motorway, fractionally different speed here, both governed to the same maximum speed, but some of the teams here will have just backed it off a fraction to give themselves that tiny extra leeway to make sure they don't get pinged for speeding. Down in the pit lane is Louise Beckett. Louise, it's lovely and quiet there, isn't it, without those pesky, noisy racing cars?
It is quiet at the moment, isn't it, Ben Barker from the 86? Now, we've just seen Mike Wainwright come in and take fuel. We saw the incident at the beginning. The 71 has been penalised. Thank you, Eduardo. So we've seen the penalty. Do you think that's the right thing? It's a bit of a racing incident in the first lap.
Yeah, I mean, 5 seconds obviously isn't.
Full course yellow.
Yeah, 5 seconds penalty isn't enough for us because we fell back considerably. So it's frustrating because Mike's doing a really good job and qualified 8th. He's best ever qualified. So the pace was there. The pace still is there now, but we're just far back now. So it's a real shame, but I think we'll fight back. There's still a long way to go. And there's full course yellows. There's been 2 already. So
thank you.
Well, lots of opportunities for Mike Wainwright and the GR Racing crew to improve their performance. You saw the GTM leader there, Sarah Bovey, on her own as we go back to green, because Ben Keating has peeled into the pits in the TF Sport Aston. And again, the Toyota's nose to tail, this time for 2nd place.
We also saw, by the way, the 93 car made its way to the pit box. So the 93 car did make its way to the pit box. So there is an opportunity, at least, for that car to come back in. This is the number 10 car, the number 1 car, contesting 4th place in LMP2 as everybody gets the rubber back up to working temperature.
Some good dicing here with Charles Milesi and the Vector Sport car before turn 1, ducking and diving left to right. Finally decided on the inside line and got the job done. But now it looks like he's under attack for the next braking zone. This is what I love about Monza. The layout here is perfect because it allows you to re-attack if you've been overtaken.
To correct you, by the way, Martin, TF Sport did not pit, so it is still leading the 33 car, 10 seconds ahead of Sarah Bovey.
Sorry, we saw her on her own.
That's right.
So she did pit, so Iron Dames did pit.
Iron Dames have indeed pitted.
Yeah, because otherwise they'd still be ahead.
Correct,
Ben
Keating has not.
Right, yes. To explain, the timing screen is far away from me and my eyes are feeble. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking with it. And of course, a lead. But Ant Davidson in GT Pro, Corvette did well out of that, didn't they? Using track position and using an early first full course yellow fuel stop to get that splash in, but also move up to 2nd.
Yeah, and they were hovering, weren't they? When before any of the full course yellows came out, they were hovering behind the 2 Ferraris. They looked like they were starting to gain a little bit on those 2. And now it's all the balls have been thrown up in the air and back down. It looks like they've benefited from that. But yeah, car 52. I think that they were the first ones to stop in GT Pro, so that's why they're at the back of that group now. And they've definitely got the speed to make their way through again.
Yesterday, by the way, was the 90th anniversary of the first time the Prancing Horse logo was used for Scuderia Ferrari. And in celebration of that, both these cars and the 2 Formula 1 cars in Austria this weekend are carrying the original logo.
It's not a massive difference, is it? A little bit of extra white dashing here and there I saw on the horse itself, but
they've not dashed out to design it to the West End of London to spend 15 million on getting it revamped lately.
No, it hasn't been modernised that much.
To rebrand themselves as Integra or something, yeah, indeed. So, Team Project 1 still, TF Sport leading in GTM from Iron Dames, and Christoph Ulrich for AF Corsa in 3rd place, but there is the Glickenhaus, the race leader, up behind this 5-car train in GTE Pro. He'll find his way through relatively quickly.
So at this stage in the race, that Glickenhaus got more fuel on board. They put more fuel in the car later on in the race. So, you know, it's going their way at the moment.
They are jotering themselves into an advantage. They were 7 seconds clear at the full first course yellow. What's the gap now, Ant?
15.3 is the gap.
15.3, yeah.
That is really good news. And that's what Jota did. I mean, Sam Hignett said it aged him about a decade, leading 93% or whatever of Le Mans, but they really rode every single full course yellow superbly, and Glickenhaus so far have judged both of those to perfection.
They were lucky that the second full course yellow came out. I think Dan is completely right. Had they not,
got to be lucky.
You've got to be lucky, but they only have to be lucky once. And I think in this instance, that's a lucky break for them, and it's given them a further 7-8 seconds of lead in this race at this point, with just 40 minutes gone. And hopefully now some solid green flag running ahead of us.
So Will Owen still leading the in the car 22 United Autosports car, leading the race in LMP2, and has pitted as well. So now all of the LMP2s have had at least one pit stop because of those 2 full course yellows.
Looking there at the battle for Pro-Am honours in LMP2. Ultimate
and he's got through.
Oh,
the Ferrari's done him.
Ferrari has gone by.
So that's one picked off. I wonder where that move happened, because it didn't look like he had much of a straight line speed advance. When you saw the heli shot, it didn't look like the Ferrari was gaining at all, like you'd expect.
A Roger there, unless he dived to the inside of the first Lesmo. With Ferrari out-qualified Porsche, but Porsche outran Ferrari on longer runs in free practice. So does the Ferrari just bring its tyre in quicker? You know, we heard that Porsche in practice were trying using different types of tyre on either side of the car. The left side, and particularly the left rear, does a lot of work here, does most of the heavy lifting. So they were using a harder tyre on the left and a softer on the right. It's Lesmo 1, isn't it?
No, it's a run up to Ascari.
Ascari, yes it is.
Wow, he's just been late on the brakes into Ascari. That is a good move. Really daring. Uses the curb on the inside.
He was starting the overlap under the banking, wasn't he? And at that stage, the driver in the Porsche knows he can't just turn in.
Yeah, he was given racing room there.
Yeah.
But beautifully clean pass by Antonio Fuoco.
Again, Fuoco, I think, is just really starting to build a big name for himself.
Speaking of good moves, no, not going to happen. You're going to have to give the place back out, come on, do the right thing, otherwise you're going to get a penalty. Yes, that is how you do it. So it was a brave move to go around the outside. Was he pushed out a little bit? I don't know, because I need to see a different angle, but definitely did the right thing there, Louis Delatraz, to give it back and then carry on the fight later on. Yeah. It's not worth getting a penalty, well, at any time in the race. Oh, and that's the point you're looking for. Another mistake in that second chicane from Will Owen opens up another opportunity.
Well, we saw Will Owen give away the lead once already by bouncing out wide there into the gravel, and the Jota car went by, which has now since stopped and dropped back. But that's going to happen potentially again. And the more he's under pressure from Louis Delatraz, the more likely he is to make a mistake. Drive through for the 777 car for speeding in the pit lane.
One of the driver changed, by the way. It's not going to be significant for some considerable time in position in the race. But that last pit stop did see Brendan Reeve climbing out of the 5016 Project 1. And Ben Barnicoat's now aboard that car and going very, very quickly indeed. See this again?
Yeah, I think he got a little bit spooked, but the visibility is so bad in these cars. It'll be interesting to see from this angle. Yeah, he was just unsure as to where that car was. He didn't want to take the risk. Yeah, he knows he's there.
But it's on the passenger side.
Exactly,
He can't turn his head. He can't see through because there's no real window there. So he knows he's there. I'm not turning in that hard,
And I think maybe Owen was just running out wide as well. He was on the limit of adhesion with his braking and was running out a bit wide. Milesi, another move down the inside into one. He's liking this part of the track today, isn't he? Brilliant move.
Only just hangs on, though, ahead of Rui Andrade in that blue Real Team by WRT car. The Real Team car had a really good run at him out of the Parabolica.
Milesi was flying. Do you remember last year's race here in LMP2? Milesi was absolutely flying it, albeit in the WRT car then, and he's doing the same thing, it looks like, now in the Richard Mille #1 car.
Other change, by the way, the second Jota car, the 38 car, now in the hands of Roberto Gonzalez from that pit stop. Will Stevens had to start the race as a condition of the penalty. But they've got Roberto Gonzalez in that car now. So in amongst the pack, the two Jota cars. Gradual recovery as there's a bit of leapfrogging going on here.
16.5 seconds for the Glickenhaus over Sebastian Buemi. You can see down the graphics at the bottom of your screen. And further 2.2 seconds behind for Jose Maria Lopez.
The 8 car is pulling away from the 7 at this stage of the race too. They were nose to tail, remember, under the full course yellow. Not anymore. 45 car, Algarve Racing. This is in the hands of the American driver Stephen Thomas. Third in LMP2.
Oh, and there's some smoke coming out the back of that car.
Oh, yes, there is.
There been some contact. Yeah, I think it might be left rear tyre, and I think he's got some damage to the diffuser as well. They're going to need to box that car, unfortunately, I think, before it does any further damage or even gets a puncture.
Smoke has stopped, so it's only in...
But there's a bit of car hanging down as well, so he's been in the wars. I don't know. Yeah, it's when he's cornering right. He's putting, you know, the bodywork's leaning on that left rear tyre. There is Jose Maria Lopez.
Yeah, still no luck for Jose Maria Lopez. He can't get onto terms with Sebastian Buemi. Maybe Buemi is just using the traffic to keep Pichito behind, but it's not helping the number 7 car, which over the last 2 or 3 seasons has been predominantly the quicker of the two. May not always have had the results that back that up. Boy, they get through these GT cars at some speed on the long straights, don't they?
You know, and remember, not as we used to see back in LMP1 days with that hybrid boost in the by, as Ant was saying earlier in the race, it's a contribution to the overall maximum power, not a boost, an overboost, if you like. This is the number 10 Vector Sport car. Ryan Cullen with Oliver Rasmussen. Fantastic run Oliver had at Le Mans. And there's Ben Keating, by the way, the leading car in the GTM. Is being caught by Sarah Bovey. That was 10 seconds when we went back to green. It's now under 9. So she's clawing back 10th by 10th on Ben Keating.
Well, he's yet to stop, though, isn't he, Keating? So, yeah, so Bovey can see they've got one pit stop for Sarah Bovey and no stops for Ben Keating.
And neither is there a stop for Christoph Ulrich in third.
What's happened here? Corvette ahead of Ferrari. The Ferrari on the move. Look at this.
Corvette.
Oh, it's not, no.
Ferrari versus Ferrari.
It's a yellow 60
That's
Ferrari.
60.
Okay, that's what confused a simple man.
It's okay.
So hang a minute, how has he got in that close? It's not. It's the AM class number 60 Ferrari of Claudio Schiavone.
Yeah. Schiavone a little way down the field, 11th at the moment. So Sarah Bovey's in a very...
But this is how the Ferrari got the other Porsche into turn 1. Great on the braking. I did suspect that the Ferrari is strong on the brakes and
hang on a minute, when have they got past the Corvette?
No, they haven't. I think that's a graphic problem. I could see the Corvette further up the road. When they went through Lesmo 1, I could see the Corvette further up the road, so maybe...
On our timing screen, it's Ferrari, Corvette, Ferrari. On your screen, it's Ferrari, Ferrari, Corvette. Is that predictive text there? Predictive timing screens. This is how it will finish.
Maybe they saw the yellow Ferrari as well and thought that was the Corvette, so you're not alone.
The electronic timing has gone, oh, yellow car, Corvette, oh dear.
For clarity. And there you go, it's corrected itself. Well done, guys. It is still Alessandro.
See the power we have? Look, we can just change. Who do we want to lead now? Oh, I think the number 91's actually in the lead, but then...
Trouble, by the way, for the WRT number 31 car. They will be getting 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for an unsafe release. So that's going to cost them the number 7th car in LMP2. Let's go down, though, to Louise, who's got Will Stevens, who started the Jota car number 38 in pit lane now.
Will Stevens, the 38 Jota, obviously starting at the back of the grid. So how was that start for you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously coming from the back, which we felt from a pretty harsh penalty for yesterday, getting the unsafe release in qualifying. So, yeah, coming from the back, we needed to just get through the first 2 or 3 laps cleanly, which we did, and managed to get to the back of the P2s quite quickly. So then the full course yellow came, and we try and get Roberto in as quick as we could. So it went good. You know, the yellow came at a reasonably good time for us. So we're now back in the mix, and we'll try and fight our way back through.
Tactically, you couldn't have asked for better, actually, could you?
Say that again, sorry?
You couldn't have asked for better tactically.
No, I mean, that was the goal. You know, as soon as we get to the back of the P2s, we can then try and fight our way through, and I think we've got good pace. Roberto's done a good job out there in the moment, so the gap to the leader isn't getting too big. So as long as we can keep that in a sensible distance, hopefully a safety car a little bit later on would be nice for us. But yeah, we're in the mix and we'll try and come back through.
What's the plan for how long Roberto should be in the car, or are you going to see how the race unfolds?
I mean, for us, we're going to have to be very flexible because we'd have to try and do some different bits and things with strategy. But Normally Roberto should be in for a double now, and then I'll go back in again after him.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Part of that will come down to what the temperatures in the cockpit are feeling like for Roberto Gonzalez, and that goes also equally for all of the other AM drivers in the LMP2s and in the GT cars, because, well, there is Alessandro Pierguidi and Nick Tandy, because cockpit temperature is going to have a massive effect on degrading driver's speed, because as your body starts to have to fight that heat, there is less mental power available to fight the track and fight the opposition.
Exactly. I mean, luckily, this circuit is not the most physical of tracks. It is very hot today, but don't forget you do have the luxury of having a bit of air conditioning in the LMP2 cars as well. I think that some GT cars have it as, and also the Peugeot. So the cars that don't have it yet, then fitness really comes into play. Yeah. But yeah, for the LMP2 cars, I think they'll be okay today around this track. Go somewhere like Portimao or somewhere like that. A lot more cornering, yeah, and that's the thing that wears you down.
The real problem is if Roberto says, yeah, I'm good for another stint, and halfway through his body gives up, then your strategy goes right out the window. 31 degrees of air temperature, 46 degrees of track temperature on this beautiful July Sunday afternoon in Monza. It is race 4 of the 2022 FIA World Endurance Championship. 6 Hours of Monza is just about an hour in, and in our 4 classes, Glickenhaus, the pole sitters, lead. Hypercar by now nearly 20 seconds from a pair of Toyotas. One of the 2 Peugeots has already fallen by the wayside very early. In LMP2, United Autosports, Prema and Real Team Racing by WRT are the top 3. In GT Pro, AF Corsa first and third, split by the Corvette as they were in qualifying. TF Sport lead in GT AM from Iron Dames, and the AF Corsa Ferrari, car number 21, in third place. Looking here at the battle for what is now 5th place between the number 10 Vector Sport car and the 28 car. Timing screens tell us from Toyota, and that is Ryan Cullen and Oliver Rasmussen. So
yeah, Rasmussen's he's putting under pressure.
Yeah.
As you can see, he's just trying to assess where he's faster, where he can find that speed, but looked like it was a little bit quicker through Parabolica that lap, and slowly trying to wear him down. I feel like he's going to need a little bit of traffic though to help him out.
But he's already got by the Vector Sport car once and now has been repassed. So Ryan Cullen, we saw immediately, didn't we, that he was passed into the first chicane and immediately came straight back and tried to attack at the next chicane. We didn't see the pass, but it has happened. Martin Haven, Anthony Davidson, you just heard, in the pit lane, Louise Beckett, and in the booth with us, Graeme Goodwin. And Graeme, nearly an hour in, and so far, we've had 2 full course yellows for very minor incidents, but entertaining race shaping up.
It is. Talking about Ryan Cullen, he's looking very racy today, certainly looking as if he's got a lot of purpose about him. GT AM, rather, a couple of things to point out going on at the moment. You'll see on the screen just a short while ago, drive-through penalty for Portalana for that contact with Thomas Fleur earlier. That's the 8 car.
Now then, this will be a wave through from Toyota, with Pachito Lopez having closed in on Sebastian Buemi, going, I'm quicker, let me through. And the rules of engagement, Anthony, that Toyota told us, you get 2 laps to escape. If you don't, back you come.
But let's hear from him.
Or that's the other issue.
Copy that.
I thought it was a little bit late.
Yeah. Stop on the side for fire cycle. Continue, and do left. Continue.
Don't forget
yeah, but the pedal is a bit shit off. Yeah, confirmed. Stay out.
Lead battle in LMP2, United Autosports, the blue car, Prema number 9, the red, white and green car. Prema were briefly in the lead. Louis Delatraz got ahead of Will Owen. Owen fought back, and into the Lesmos. Through comes the Prema car. Fantastic racing at the head of LMP2 as the number 8 Toyota hits trouble.
Great battle here between these 2 leading cars. Will Owen has fended off Louis Delatraz, but finally had to give best.
Yeah, Will Owen was really putting up a good fight there, and I thought he was going to remain ahead.
Let's go down, though, to a word with Jean-Marc Finot from Peugeot with Louise.
Jean-Marc Finot, we can see the 93 and the whole team working hard. We saw the incident yesterday in qualifying and obviously on track now. Tell us the situation with the 93 Peugeot.
Okay, so of course it's not the situation we would have wished, but we are conscious that we have many things to run and we are still getting experience by racing. So for the time being, it seems that the issue we have is on the boost pressure. So the mechanics are working on the car, and as soon we will have the diagnosis, we'll check if it will be possible to restart to continue to get more and more experience in endurance.
Of course, you've done so much testing already, so how is it to be here, because obviously the 94 is still on track and doing well, how is it to be here finally in the field with all the competition?
Yeah, of course, it's a great pleasure. You have been working hard, all the team has been working hard for 2.5 years to be ready. So to start and to put the Lion on the track, it's a great pleasure for all of us. We know we still have a lot of to do, a lot of to learn. We are quite confident in the design of the car. Yesterday we had a good pace, but we still have many things to learn and to understand in endurance racing before being very competitive.
We're looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Jean-Marc, at time with him at the reveal of the car in Portimao, very open with objectives, very open about the challenges. And the brake car is in trouble.
Well, yeah, we'll get back to racing in a second. We're excited to have these new teams here. It's so great to see that the people responsible for pressing the buttons are just as excited as the fans. Number 8 car back up to speed-ish.
No, not really. He's lost a position of 36 and he's struggling here.
But listen, he's doing a lot of lift and coast as well. So when we rode on board just then into the second chicane, he lifted way too early.
Right, how many laps until they're due to pit?
And I think this is why he got overtaken here as well. He's just lifting and coasting so early.
Yeah.
I think it's a HV problem, the hybrid issue. So
state of charge is his issue, is it? So he's not charging the battery. Is that the issue, that they're not charging the battery and the hybrid's got nothing left to draw on now? I mean, he went into, it was almost like Spa, you know, he went into that Control-Alt-Delete mode, slowing, and then it's sort of come back up to speed, yeah.
That was just car shutting down.
Yeah.
This is something, it's either not recovering enough or it's recovering too much and saturating the battery, so he's having to lift and coast so he doesn't overheat the brakes. There's something like that going on. You can see that he's off the throttle graphic on the right-hand side and barely, no brakes into there on the ground. I can't believe that, but
basically changing down.
If we can stay on board with this and see what he does into the first chicane, so you're definitely going to need to hit the brake pedal at some point into there.
So his internal combustion engine works.
Let's listen to this.
Cannot check. The page is red. I cannot check. I have only ECB alarm. Okay, do lifts. We need to do lifts. Stay out, do lifts, keep the brake temperature down, use charge button to bring up the soft, use charge button to bring up the soft, use charge button to bring up the soft.
Okay, now this is something he'll be familiar with from Formula E, where they have a regen lever, so he's having to do that. Normally, when they brake, the MGU, the motor generator unit, stops putting power into the wheels and starts to harness power. It's turned by the wheels, it becomes an alternator, it charges the battery. It's not charging the battery. The alarm is a no-charge alarm. It's like your alternator light coming on your car. We are not generating electricity, so they've obviously got a manual button when you're on the brakes to force it to charge the battery. So that's SOC, state of charge.
So he's lifting coasting, like I said, like I thought, to not overheat the actual brakes of the car, because the electric motor isn't slowing the car down in conjunction with the manual brakes at this stage. So that's why he's lifting and coasting, to slow the car down before he gets to the braking zone. So he's doing less work, therefore, for the manual brakes on the car, the mechanical brakes. Doesn't want to set them on fire and overheat them. He's then been told to charge. You see, Rittenhouse is walloping that curve. There's no need for that when you're so far in the lead. He then needs to charge the battery, the SOC, the state of charge, by changing a different mode on the steering wheel. That's what you heard his engineer telling him. Go to a different mode, so the actual engine, you can use petrol then to charge the battery, the state of charge, bring it back up. So there's clearly a problem in that it's not charging itself under braking. The kinetic energy isn't charging the battery, so it needs the engine to recharge it instead.
Now, with the LMP1 car, that would have been a much bigger issue because the hybrid added on to the total power of the internal combustion engine.
Yes.
But in these hypercar rules, a hybrid is just a different way of producing the maximum power. And as the hybrid comes in, then the internal combustion engine power is reduced. So the internal combustion engine actually can produce maximum power. But as you said, it totally screws up the brakes because they are used to being worked harder at the front by the MGU.
And of course, it's not as big a problem, but it's also using a load more petrol to be doing that job that the hybrid would usually be taken at the brunt of.
Well, that's a problem for Toyota. There's a looming problem for Peugeot as well. I've just seen messages on the screen as now we've got a battle on the way between the 10 and the 28. This is for 5th place LMP2. Ryan Cullen now in a battle with Oliver Rasmussen. So we've had two groups of two, the 93 car and the 777 car. Are under investigation, or rather reported to the stewards for a full course yellow infringement, the first full course yellow.
Here we go. Bit of a dive down the inside. No, thought better of it, but this is a great battle between these two. Sorry, Graeme.
That's all right. And the second full course yellow, it's the other Peugeot, the 94 and the 44, been reported to the stewards for a full course yellow infringement under that one. So that looks like a looming penalty for 3 currently running cars and the currently stationary Peugeot number 93.
This is lap 29 of the race for the leaders. Ryan Cullen's tyres showed they were 17 laps old, so he had a full set in a full course yellow top-up. The car behind him, the green Jota car of Oliver Rasmussen, his tyres are 31 years old, so that 31 laps old.
That must be one hard compound.
Well, it will be after 31 years for sure. 31 laps old, so those are tyres that did 1 run in qualifying and are on the car for the start of the race. So those are the tyres they qualified on. You don't have to start on the tyres on which you qualified because we don't have qualifying tyres, we just have tyres.
Yeah, gone are the days of different compounds in LMP2s. It's just the one compound now. You still got that luxury in the top category and in GT Pro and AM as well.
But that does mean that Ryan Cullen in the red, white and black, or white, red and black strictly, Vector Sport car has a stint fresher tyres effectively than the man who's challenging right now. The leader right with them, there's that bright blue, duck egg blue, sky blue, one of those. Glickenhaus blue. It now actually at least matches their team T-shirts. All the T-shirts are that pale blue.
And the badge, the SCG, Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus.
Yep.
And that's in deference to Meg Cameron, who is the wife of Jim Glickenhaus, of course.
Who we saw in the pits a little bit earlier with the boss.
See these blackened wheels at the front of the Glickenhaus. So this is the thing that I'm
worried about. Here comes Rasmussen looking around in the Lesmos. So often, Ant, and you can relate to this directly as being an LMP2 driver as recently as last year, when you're in LMP2 or in the GTs, so often it's a quicker car that actually interrupts the battle and either it hinders you or gives you an advantage on the car you're chasing.
Well, it really hindered. You saw that Glickenhaus decided to overtake on the run into the second chicane on the brakes. That compromised the braking for Ryan Cullen in the Vector Sport car, and that allowed the 28 to have a run towards Lesmo 1, but couldn't do anything there. By the time they get to Lesmo 2, the dirty air starts to come into effect, and again through the Ascari chicane. So it's status quo right now, but he's under pressure.
And it's no longer going to be a 2-car battle for long, because the red and white car is closing in from behind. That's Sean Galel for WRT.
I don't know, but the noise of the electric motor is a bit strange before the braking. Copy.
This is where we need the calm Seb T-shirts again, isn't it? There's never a race goes by. And, you know, this car, they won Le Mans, big hatful of points. They struggled and stopped and didn't finish in Spa, lost a big bunch of points to their teammates. Here, they're in potentially danger of losing to the points leaders, Alpine, to the number 7 car, which is in second place, and potentially being overhauled by the Glickenhaus team, which leads this race. So this could be going very badly for the season for the number 8 car.
We're getting into a pit stop cycle for LMP2 again. With
in fact, for just about everybody, surely.
Yeah. 44, by the way, reported to the stewards a second time, this time for some infringement at the very start of the race. So whether or not he started ahead of the pole sitter, to 94 through.
He's only 5 seconds behind Buemi at this stage.
Yeah. Who's 44?
44 is ARC Bratislava.
Okay, so he was ahead when they got to the line.
That's
Miro
what's
Konopka. No, he jumped the start.
The other thing that's happening here is Mathieu Vazevier is closing on the second place Toyota. No doubt about that now. So Jose Maria Lopez beginning to become under pressure from the 36 Alpine. Glickenhaus, 7 Toyota, and there is the battle for second position. It's not 0.9 of a second anymore, is it?
No.
Looking for a way by now.
And in traffic, that makes the job of Lopez and Vazevier much tougher. And as always, and when you're the car in front, it just seems like the traffic hinders you more. I'm sure it doesn't always work that way, but it must always seem.
Look at that!
Either side of the Inception Porsche.
He's up the inside here. Has he got the room?
Got it done.
He's good on the brakes, but Jose turns in. He's got him on the exit.
Got him. Too late by Lopez. Through goes Vazevier up to second.
Toyota, we start in 6 laps. 6 laps.
Okay, Toyota will stop in 6 laps, or we stop in 6 laps?
Where do you put your car here, guys? Where do you put your car? You've got 2 cars in front of you. The Toyota's going to try and go around the outside and have the inside. No, he gets squeezed out, has to think better of it. But he's got the power, don't forget, to have a proper run through Curva Grande into the second chicane.
But he's had a bad run out of the first chicane, and he's going to be. He's not going to get by with the cars too wide there.
I think Vazevier is safe.
Vazevier left room there for the Toyota. He was not going to get turned around the nose of Lopez.
But he's not going to do it here, look. No, he has to sit behind the 34 car in the second chicane.
It's going to slow up Vazevier. He's behind that Inter-Europol car. That is going to be slower off the corner. Jakub Śmiechowski, their bronze-rated driver.
He's still behind him in Lesmo 1, so that allows the Toyota that's not quite as agile through here. Oh, and that might not be great, because it's compromised design. It's always tempting to overtake into Lesmo 2, but it really compromises your exit. But I think he might just hold on to this before it's got, yeah, he's got enough of a gap. And I feel now, finally, the Alpine can have the run it needs through Ascari to get a bit of a gap on the faster car in a straight line of the Toyota to send him down to a Parabolica. Yes, he's gapped him now. Job done.
Great lap from Mathieu Vazevier. Car 64. The Corvette, and into the pits for the number 9 Premier Orland car, and car 91 from Porsche, both also reported to the stewards for starting procedures. So there are lots of penalties coming here, gentlemen, and this is going to really put this race on its head in GTE Pro. Number 9, number 22, Will Owen, after a sparkling start, I think, for Will.
Is he going to send one down the inside? No, there's a GT car in the way, so only one can get through. Always risky to go overtake 2 cars to stream through, but that's really putting us out. That was never going to work.
Staying out of the way as much as she possibly could.
Yeah, but she did well there to know what was going on. That was, honestly, that was really daft to go around the outside, and that corner, too much risk. I'm amazed they got away with that, and without the awareness of Sarah Bovey there, that car could have ended up in the barrier instead of just a kiss of the gravel.
Watch it again.
Yeah, if she'd gone out to the exit curb here, as was her right,
you were never gonna. I mean, where did you expect the Ferrari to go? So,
but again, he's lucky that he's on the driver's side. She's got the awareness in her periphery that he's there.
The more I watch that, shaking their head because the teammate knows. He knows.
Well, clearly just about to get aboard as well. So,
that was, I mean, lucky that no damage was done there. That's all I'll say.
Quick point, because we have an opportunity to do it, because we saw Sarah Bovey there. She's dropped back pretty dramatically from the TF Sport leading car. 22 seconds to the good now. That's cost her a further couple of seconds, that moment through the chicane.
Speaking of distances, Graeme, have you seen where your favourite car is compared to the Alpine?
Which one? Oh, it's for 31 seconds
31 seconds ahead. No chance, eh?
Dumas has just got his foot in here. You look for fairy tale stories, don't you? And what a fairy tale story the Glickenhaus racing season has been so far. A podium at Le Mans. I was talking to Jim Glickenhaus at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. It is, you know, 96 hours of racing at Le Mans with 10 minutes in the garage for one car.
Yeah.
And leading with an hour done in this race.
Beautiful July Sunday weather as the crews congregated before the start of the 6 Hours of Monza, race 4 of the 2022 FIA World Endurance Championship, celebrating not just the centenary of Monza, but also the arrival, or the return, let's say, of Peugeot to top-flight sports car racing after some long hiatus. Race getting underway, jump start from the yellow car Miro Konopka at the head of LMP2. The Glickenhaus of Romain Dumas from pole, though, making his escape as the Toyotas battled with the Alpine into turn 1. Mathieu Vazivière trying to remain where they had qualified in third between the two red and white Japanese cars. LMP2 pole sitters held the lead, number 22 United Autosports car, but in GTE Pro, it was all arms and elbows as the Corvette got shuffled out to a Ferrari 1-2. At the back of the field, the Peugeot that had started at the tail avoided the spinning car of Mike Wainwright and then started to move up the order. Prema also a little out of position after qualifying, moving through, as did Charmelaise in number 1 at Richard Mille Racing Team car. The Peugeot of Mikkel Jensen, fast, working its way through the GTE field. In GTE AM, a little contact between Paul Dall'Anna and Thomas Floor, who shared the same row of the grid, saw Floor in the gravel and a full course yellow. Dall'Anna would pick up a penalty for that. Ferrari making the unusual decision to stop after just half a dozen laps, as did the number 7 Toyota. A couple of cars topping off for fuel. A get out of jail car play there by the 22 United car, and then what seems as though it may be the end of the road for the 93 Peugeot, stopping just outside of the pit lane. It has made it back into the garage, and the team will hope to get it back out. Alpine moving up to second place ahead of the number 7 Toyota as number 8 struck problems. Glickenhaus out front so far from start to finish. 2 full course yellows in the first hour, lots of cars topping off with fuel. And we are getting ready for our second round of fuel stops for LMP2. The 33 TF Sport Aston Martin leading at the end of the first hour as the pit stops start for GTE as well. AF Corsa leading in the GTE Pro class. But it is the Glickenhaus that leads by half a minute, 1 hour into the 6 Hours of Monza. Well, the second round of pit stops is starting, the first full round of pit stops, but an hour in, Glickenhaus, Alpine, and then the 2 Toyotas ahead of the healthy 94 Peugeot. Prema lead in LMP2 from the Richard Mille Racing Team and United's 22 car that started on pole, but that class is having wholesale pit stops. AF Corsa Ferrari pair split by the Corvette, still in GTE Pro, they're yet to stop. And the Iron Dames Ferrari is now at the top in GTE AM, the car that started on pole, as the 33 Aston has pitted a lap earlier than its rivals for fuel. It's now down in 31st place, and that car had not stopped earlier on in the full course yellows, which is what gave them track position and why they've had to stop earlier. So maybe 4 or 5 laps before the rest of the GTE AM field come in. Louise Beckett will be in the pit lane and keep us up to speed with that. In your commentary booth, Martin Haven, that's me, Ant Davidson, that's him, and Graeme Goodwin, that's him on the end, still with a mouthful of sandwich. So, Ant, entertaining first hour of the race, couple of little glitches, and Peugeot new car problems for the 93 car, but they're determined, they told us, to try and get it sorted and get it out there. The bigger worry, perhaps, for our established teams is Sebastian Buemi's number 8 Toyota with a bit of a problem going on. United Autosports, Philip Albuquerque in the number 22 car that Will Owen started, which frees him up for interview duties with Louise.
Will Owen bringing the 22 United Autosport back in and handing it over. How was that first hour for you? Because it looked like tough work. The Prema wasn't giving up on you.
Yeah, it was tough work, but I gotta say thanks to Philippe and United for preparing a great car, and the pole lap. It was awesome to start from the pole. It's always a joy to be on the front row, and after Le Mans, it was good to have a clean start and a good, just first couple stints to get that out of my head. And yeah, I had that one small mistake where I dropped a tire, and then after that, I just had the Prema behind me, and actually my pace was okay to just keep him right there. And I was pulling away a little bit until I had a couple laps of traffic that lost me a little bit of time, and then I just couldn't quite get back up to him. So it was a fun battle.
We were just saying, is that everyone's been talking about temperatures. It's not been that bad, actually, has it, considering?
No, it wasn't as bad as I thought. Practice Friday, I was like, wow, it's going to be a tough race, super hot. But it hasn't gotten too hot yet. It seems like the temperature peaks at like 6 p.m., so it's going to get worse throughout the day, but so far it's been manageable.
All right, so far your Monza trip's been a nice one for you.
Say that again?
How are you enjoying Monza?
I love it. This is really one of my favorite tracks, and the racing's always good. Yeah, I feel good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Graeme Goodwin, obviously Will's completely forgotten the fact that he was 4 wheels across the gravel. He's been here before several times, hasn't he? Because he's been racing in the FIA Series, in Le Mans Cup and European Le Mans Series.
He has,
so
and
knows
actually,
the track well.
Aside from that mistake, actually a pretty impressive run from him. Pretty impressive run as well from Ryan Cullen. 2 silver rank drivers, remember, duking it out there with a couple of the gold rated guys. Louis Delatraz leads the race now from Charles Malatey, but remember those 2 teams have burned some of their senior driver time. But the problem for them now is some of the big dogs have joined them out on track. Felipe Albuquerque now in 3rd position, 12 seconds back from Delatraz and Malatey, but those 2 drivers have already done an hour of their allotted time.
Nick Tandy in the yellow Corvette with Antonio Fuoco right behind him. Tandy, one of 2 GTE Pro cars being examined by the stewards for start procedures. He's in 2nd. The 91 Porsche, which is also being examined, is in 5th position. If they both receive penalties, then suddenly Ferrari's afternoon becomes a little easier.
Well, team managers have now been called to the race control for those 2 cars.
I feel like, I don't know why, I just feel like that's not going to be good news. You called both teams up to see the race director to explain yourselves what happened at the start. We saw penalties in Spa as well, didn't we? I can't remember which Porsche it was. I think it was 92 that got in trouble there. Sorry, no, it wasn't Spa, it was Sebring.
Yes.
One of the Porsches in Sebring got done for pretty much the same thing, and just on top of that, car 64 Tandy, a warning flag just come in now for abusing track limits. So he is pushing for all it's worth to try and keep Fuoco behind him. And in the meantime, Pierre Guidi continues to just edge out a bit of a gap now, around a second he's got over Nick Tandy.
Pit stops going on in the GT Am class, so that is all changed. But in Hypercar, as we see the number 8 Toyota Sebastian Buemi trying to juggle and balance the regen of the car, which is no longer automatic, with
What's
actually getting
here?
it around this track.
Is this going to be a can it job, or fix it, or
no,
what's going on here?
Fix it and go.
Have to try and fix it.
Keep fixing it. Got to keep fixing it, because you never know. We might have all sorts of carnage, incidents, accidents, rain. Who knows? Anything could happen.
So 94 moves up a place.
There's 4th place now for the untroubled Peugeot.
And that shows how close it is. The number 8 Toyota's only just gone down pit lane, and the Peugeot's already whizzed by. It's not like they were out of the frame. And in free practice, I wonder whether they were pleasantly surprised at how close it was.
Speaking of close, the lead, Corvette's the lead.
That's where Nick Tandy is being penalised, running out wide, I'm sure, in the Parabolica. This is for 2nd place, Antonio Fuoco on the inside. And he's got the overlap, but Tandy appears to have longer legs.
It's going to be all about this braking into turn 1. Fuoco's the one that's got it. The Ferrari's been strong on the brakes the whole way through this weekend. And that's another position gained after that early pit stop as well. Don't forget, under the full course yellow. The original full course yellow.
Yeah, they all splashed, didn't they? So honours even in GT Pro. Tandy coming on the inside, hoping that Miro Konopka will hold the Ferrari offline. It doesn't happen. The Glickenhaus is trying to come through as well. Louise Beckett is in the pit lane.
I'm in the pit lane at the number 8 Toyota, and they changed is scrubbed on the right, new on the left, but he long to leave the pit lane once the lollipop guy lifted up. So that wasn't an easy takeoff for them.
So battle under braking, yeah, of course, the car of Antonio Fuoco. Anthony Davidson with the overlap, he was just sitting there into the braking area. The Corvette had to produce something fantastic to try and hang on around the outside, didn't it?
Yeah, it's always a bit of a lost cause, that one, trying to stick it around the outside and retain track position. But yeah, as we know, the Ferrari is super strong on that part of the track. And a reason, I think, why traditionally the Ferrari's always been pretty strong around this circuit. They've been struggling all season long in the dry. We saw a great performance by Pierre Guidi and James Collado in Spa in the rain. The car looked like it had some good pace there, but since then we haven't seen it until now. So, oh, and what's this just popped up on our screen? Team manager of car 51 to race director as well.
Well, meanwhile, let's document that the Peugeot is in third. This is their highest position in a race so far.
I'm guessing this is about the defence of the 64 and the 91 to whatever happened at the race start. It's a guess, but there were race start implications for the 64 and the 91. 51 now being called to race director. My guess is that's to do with what the other two teams are saying happened.
The only thing I can think is that a car overtook another one before the line.
Yeah, jumping the start.
Jumping the start, yeah. Because you're not allowed to overtake before the cars cross the line. Tandy's on the attack again.
Alpine, by the way, into the pits, but the 94 car with the 7 car now on its way out. At the moment, Peugeot up into third place.
Second place now as the Alpine heads into the pits. They will be, unless they pit this lap, but Glickenhaus still leads and still stays out. So the Alpine is in, and 94 is coming in as well.
So apparently James Rossiter getting ready to jump in the car on 94, Peugeot, that runs in third place. Here we are in the pit lane with it, riding on board. Now their first full pit stop, driver change as well, down at Peugeot.
And don't forget, Peugeot will be streaming the cameras from both cars live all the way through the race on their YouTube site, so you can set that up on a separate device, watch the action, and then watch the viewpoint from inside the cars. Obviously, at the moment, 93, basically just the garage opening, you'll see, but 94, see there in the pit lane. And into pits comes the race leader. So Romain Dumas stops from the lead. Second and third are already on the pit lane, so he will come back out in front unless there is drama in the pits. Mathieu Vazivière brought the 36 Alpine into the pits for his first full stint stop. Andre Negrão heads back out. Driver change as well as Romain Dumas slips out of the driving seat of the race-leading Glickenhaus. Number 708, the last of the top 3 to come in, which shows how close he was to being, well over half a lap ahead of the chasing pack. James Rossiter in the 94 car. Sebastian Buemi remained in the number 8 Toyota. Jose Maria Lopez remained in the number 7. And here comes the Peugeot. It's going to stay in front. This is for position. And that is the number 8 car. Yep. It is of Buemi. Rossiter fresh out of the pits. Buemi knows the car well, knows the tyres are up to temperature. Rossiter is going to have to hang on the inside.
Toyota's got the speed in the straight and obviously warm tyres as well. I know it's a very hot day, but this circuit rewards tyres being up to temperature, and Rossiter, that fresh driver in as well. You're a little bit raw when you first jump in, and combined with that, you know, full tanks of fuel and cold tyres. I know they've been in the ovens, but relative to what they'll be doing out on track, because Duval, that you can see the work he's been putting in, sweating away. Yeah, there was really nothing that Rossiter could do there to stop Buemi coming past. The extra traction that Toyota had exiting the second corner, and the straight line speed it's got. It's not quite as fast as the Glickenhaus here in the straight line, but I would say it's easily the second fastest in the hypercar category on that part of the track.
Race
here is the Glickenhaus. See those shiny gold wheels back on? It's really burning through those brakes. So I'm keeping an eye on that this race.
It's not Romain Dumas aboard that car.
No, it's not.
Well, the reason Graeme is saying that is that on the timing screens it still says it is, but we visibly saw that there was a driver change, and this again is Toyota versus United.
So that's Ed Jones past Josh Pearson in the car 23 United.
That's still the battle for 5th place, isn't it? Just ahead of Vector Sport WRT.
And they're quick. The car 28's been fast all the way through this weekend. A good qualifying session yesterday, and this is a good pass down the inside of Pearson. The young 16, is he still 16? Has it been his birthday?
Yes.
Yes.
He was 16 in February.
Only just been 16.
Okay,
Yeah.
only just 16.
So he was
Unbelievable.
16 between the 2 racing weekends and the Age Le Mans Series at the start of this season, which meant he couldn't race in Dubai, but did race and won twice in Abu Dhabi.
Well, welcome to Monza.
Happy birthday,
LMP2.
Pipo Durrani, by the way, is the race leader for Glickenhaus. So Ed Jones, Josh Pearson, and the Vector Sport car, there it is with the predominantly white livery. Nico Muller took over that car at the stop, all over the back of Pearson. Ed Jones, based in the Emirates, he's based in Dubai. And so this heat won't be worrying him too much, but look at the way he is scampering away, absolutely clearing off. He had to pass the United car at the beginning of this lap, and here, up the inside, the Vector car can't quite close that gap there, but Nico Muller does get through. Mistake by Josh Pearson.
Yeah,
he
just off the rear end mid-corner.
Hasn't settled out of the pits yet, has he? You know, coming out immediately into that battle with Ed Jones.
It's a very tough circuit, this one. Don't underestimate that, how hard it is to get yourself into the groove. There aren't many corners, but they're all, you have to get the car moving around. You're on low downforce here. I know the LMP2's on the same downforce everywhere. They're on the Le Mans package all the time now, wherever they go. But there's something about this track where the car feels just really nervous, on edge the whole time, and there's a second to find almost sometimes when you jump in the car on that first lap. You somehow can't quite put it there where it needs to be.
Going around the Porsches, our battle for the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am. The Chrome car, the AF Corsa number 83 car, you can see it down there in 11th place overall in LMP2. There's the Ultimate, the family crewed Ultimate team, which are the drivers is aboard. Jean-Baptiste Lahaye, the younger of the two brothers.
Indeed, second in LMP2 Pro-Am.
Yep, it's a good little battle between them.
Looks like a good lap time at the moment. Pace being set by Albuquerque is a 1:40.5. Nobody else in the 40s in that category at the moment. They're all 41.5, so that seems to be the pace. Just to put that in perspective, the last lap of the Peugeot for James Roster was also a 1:40 dead, so really goes to show the speed that Albuquerque's got at the moment. Ferdinand Hasberg, 40.9 that last lap.
Now we're with René Rast in the WRT car behind the other United Autosport of Josh Pearson. He's down in 7th place, soon to be 8th, I think. Again, the rate of closing of René Rast has been significant. The significance of the Philippe Albuquerque remark is that he's 3rd in LMP2, but the top 3 are all on the straight between the Rettifilo and the Roggia, between the Exeter Curva Grande and the Roggia. So they are very close together, covered by just a couple of seconds, and a big skate down the inside.
They were lucky not to touch there because Pearson just lost the rear end under late braking, downshifting as well. It was locking the rear over the bumps, and I don't think that Rast quite knew how out of control that 22 car was on the turn-in.
Looking at the previous pit stop times, I'm pretty certain that in the group of cars we're just looking at, Josh Pearson is the only one on all the tyres.
Okay, may well be the case. That was a lucky moment there for René Rast. He doesn't know how lucky. Vincent Vost and the team watching on the monitors probably do. Let's hear from Glickenhaus's Romain Dumas.
Romain Dumas, we've still got 4.5 hours left of the race, but your weekend's going well so far, isn't it?
Well, yes, everything is running. I mean, I pushed quite hard the first 5-6 laps to try to have a gap. And after that, yeah, start to manage the brake. You know, it's for sure our biggest fear for the weekend, I mean, for the race. So let's see, we have a good speed, definitely. The car was very, very nice to drive. I think for sure the full course here was helping me a little bit for the brake to manage it. But let's see, a long way, but we enjoy. That's the most important. But yeah, we want, you know, so we see.
It's nice to see you with a smile on your face. How much are you looking at those competitors behind now you've got out the car, or even when you're in it?
Well, you know, for sure it's 70 seconds to Toyota. I'm sure they will play a little bit with the tires. I guess they change earlier than us, so we will see now at the end of the day. They will be strong through the race. We know about it, so let's drive around and wait. 2-3 more hours, and after we see more the picture for the end of the race.
What is it with the brakes that you're concerned about the most?
Well, for sure, you know, we don't have any hybrid system on the car, so we don't regenerate, and braking, that's the biggest difference with all the other car against us, I mean, except Alpine, but Alpine is a lot lighter. And we all use the same diameter of disc, the same disc and the same pads. The problem is our car is for sure not regenerating on braking. For sure, we are the most heavy car too. We are fast on a straight. So nothing is good at this time for the braking performance.
All right, thank you. Cheers.
So that makes a lot of sense. I'd picked it up earlier in the week, the fact that we could see these plumes of carbon dust coming. You can see already, we focus on the front wheels as the car, we just changed camera there, but next time we check that car, the front wheel is already blackening in colour, and that's because of the brake dust coming out, and you see there on the pit stop as well from the Ferraris. It's really interesting what Roman was saying there. Yeah. The heaviest car in those set of 4 parameters that they work to in Hypercar, the weight, the power, the drag, you know, all those things that they're looking into in design of the car. So it's the fastest in the straight, and it's the heaviest, and it doesn't have a hybrid. So it means that those poor brakes are having to do the brunt of the work.
And it can't use bigger brakes than anybody else.
I'd never really thought about that before, that they're all the same design of the brakes, same calipers and disc size.
Great engineering explanation there of the differences between the cars here. They all, you know, they all look different, but actually that's how wildly different they are, and why certain things, we're the quickest in a straight line, may not always be the golden ticket.
Yes,
it's the balance of everything.
You've got the most mass to stop.
Yeah.
And you're the car travelling the fastest. I know, I mean, let me think what's going to happen there.
With no braking parachute or hybrid, exactly.
Wow, okay.
Exactly.
Is there a bit of a car falling off there at the back?
777's in trouble.
I think
and that is the leader. That's the current leader.
Oh dear.
Now, has he not yet stopped?
He has stopped.
Yeah, but they stopped twice.
They've had a drive-through.
So he is out of fuel. He has gone by the window, because all the GTE cars have just done their first full stop. If he's going slowly now and he's only done 2 stops, they did 1 top-up and a driver change. They've served a penalty.
Right now.
Yeah, but they've gone too far. Why else? Or it could be coincidence and something else, but...
This is a great fight.
Yes, it is.
Albuquerque and Habsburg.
92, the last of the GTE Pro cars to go through its pit stop cycle. And there's dramas to come here in this class. 92, Kevin Estre has been warned for track limits. Watch this battle.
So I said that Albuquerque had the speed earlier on, but slowly catching him behind has been...
And the red car in front is Charles Milesi, that's second place, and the Prema car you can just see going into Curva Grande.
No, you can't. No,
the first car.
He's 11 seconds.
Is he that far ahead? Okay.
Yes.
And he's got a big gap. Why has he got a big gap in traffic suddenly, the number 9 Prema car?
He's just had his foot in. It's as simple as that. It's been pace. In fact, that gap has come down for the Prema car.
Yeah, so here's on the bottom left of your screen, you can see that 777D station car limping around. I wonder if that bit of bodywork fell off of that car, whether it's a different problem.
Who's in the car? Still Satoshi Hoshino. And
well,
he took over in the second yellow flag, and they've had a penalty. So that accounts for their 2 stops. So they are due a fuel stop. I think there's probably an alarm on the dash going bing, 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 bing.
Is that exactly how it goes?
That's exactly how it goes. That's in-car audio there I was playing in for you. This is 2nd, 3rd and 4th in LMP2, which as ever is being just as dull as ditch water, isn't it? That is the problem with 4 classes of racing, which they're battering each other senseless in.
This is what I thought we were going to be treated to at Le Mans, but it was far from it.
Well,
let's hear from
for
Loic
second
Duval.
on down, it's exactly what it was. But let's hear from Loic.
Loic Duval bringing in the 94 Peugeot from its first racing laps. How was the stint?
It was okay. I mean, to be honest, for us, it's important to do a lot of laps to get as many information as possible. So we could not go, you know, crazy at the beginning, just to make sure we were safe with the traffic and the other guys. But yeah, I mean, I think ultimate pace, we are still not in the game with the Toyota. I compare ourselves with the other hypercar, but with the tire deck and through the stint, we are not too far away. I mean, I think when I pitted, I was like a few seconds away just from one Toyota, so that's pretty good. Didn't get any problem. Unfortunately, on the sister car, we got some issue, but I think it's part of it, and it's normal that we go through that. But yeah, let's try to have a clean race. We know that we don't optimize everything so far, but if the race is clean, we're going to learn a lot, and we would be better for the next one.
You've been here many times before, and driven a lot. So, do you think it's meeting expectations, or you're trying to manage expectations?
Well, I think, I mean, media and people, they had more expectation than ourselves, I mean, we know that we are in super high level competition. We are coming with a new car. We are still in the development phase. There is a lot to learn, not only with the car, but also as a team, the procedures and everything. And, you don't beat some guys who are here since 10 years, at such a high level. So at the end, for us, we are just learning, everything, the process and everything. And then, yeah, I mean, we are pretty happy, as long as we do kilometers clean and we learn a lot, I think the job is done.
Thank you.
Thanks.
It's a development program. It's but just a smidge under an hour, by the way, in the pits for the number 93 car. It's a long way down, but look at this.
Look at this bubbling up.
With the Alpine trying to make its way through this battle as well, which is going to be interesting too. And
so Milesi has been the one on the attack the whole time into this corner, but he's having to defend a lot this time around. And yeah, we're riding on board now with the Alpine, completely different category, don't forget. They're running in 3rd place overall in this race today, and they're having to try and work their way through this pretty epic fight going on right now with these 3 top-running LMP2 cars. So picks one of them off on the run to the 2nd chicane.
777 is back into the garage. So this is costing the 36th time in this pursuit for Andre Negrão, Jose Maria Lopez. It is 7:08 from 7 and 36. The 1, 2, 3 is debris on the track there, by the way, the inside.
Yeah, that's the one I picked up before. I thought it had come off of the D-station car, but what's going to happen here is Albuquerque pulls out and they run up towards Ascari chicane. I think he's got the inside line. It's job done for him. A good move there, and he got a great run out of Lesmo too. Charles Milesi suffering at this point in the race.
No, he's on older tyres.
Yeah, okay,
looking at the pit stop time last time, he's on older tyres than the United car. Here comes the Alpine.
They've all stopped twice.
Yeah, because of the splash. Everybody, in the 2 early full course yellows, everybody who didn't go in the first one went, oh, all right, here's...
Now, now they're suffering with slightly older tyres, yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
Again, it's not necessarily that they didn't change in either the full course yellows. It may well be that some of the others did, but if you're going in 6 or 7 laps into the race, you're not going to change tyres. Just it doesn't make any sense at all, because you're going to have to use them again later, and then they'll be tired, and somebody else will be on better rubber.
Worth saying as well, though, by the look of things, Louis Delatraz is on older rubber as well. That gap, as we get the completion of the lap we're now on, 777 making it back to the garage.
There is debris.
It clearly was not just tyres, was it?
It's fuel. Not just fuel, no, indeed.
But point here is that he's on older tyres as well. The gap is 12.9 seconds as Albuquerque clears the 2nd place number 1 car. So that's the gap to watch now. What can Felipe Albuquerque on newer rubber do against Louis Delatraz, leading on what we believe to be older Goodyear tyres?
And of course, it was my mistake. Of course, Albuquerque, they did that driver change. He didn't start the race because it was Will Owen, so the new set of tyres goes on when there's a driver change. Charles Milesi started the race, therefore he's still on those older tyres. You only really get the tyre change when you have a driver change at the same time.
What I can't understand, though, is Josh Pearson hasn't taken tyres and getting in the car. That I don't understand.
Maybe he's in only for a single stint and they didn't want to...
Possible. The other change, by the way, with that GT Pro pit stop cycle is Kevin Est is up ahead of Nick Tandy now, and that comes again because the Corvette took tyres and the Porsche didn't.
The other possibility with Josh Pearson, that because your timing screen or our timing screen is only showing the time of their last stop, is that they might have been forced into a tyre change in a full course yellow splash. Yeah, Habsburg. Okay, so Pearson may have got in on tyres that were not brand new. But
that was a nice little move there from Habsburg. He went to go sold him a dummy, went to the outside, and he had that much extra grip and braking potential. He then decided, actually, no, not the outside, because that's being defended. I'll go chop it to the inside. And did it that way around.
One to follow up, by the way, after this race meeting is Ferdy Habsburg is putting forward the prospect of a crowd-funded LMP2 program next year.
Wow.
So a fan-funded LMP2 program.
Did you hear that properly? Crowd-funded or crown-funded?
Very good.
See what I did there?
Yes, indeed.
For those who aren't aware, Ferdy Habsburg is part of the Austrian royal family. Quite a significant part, by the way. So left rear corner, might be worth just trying to see if I could get hold of Tom Ferrier, but he's possibly a little busy at the moment. In fact, is that not him at the moment?
I can see it was
contact.
And that's the bit that fell off on the exit of Lesmo too, and it probably was this moment here.
Who's he been hit by?
That green car.
LMP2 car.
There we go. Yeah, he's just tagged him on the exit there.
Yeah.
And that's the piece falling off. So that's the bit I saw.
Yeah.
So it did coincide with that moment.
Their eyes aren't as bad as they look, are they? Josh Pearson then was the man who did the tagging.
And I wonder if that has damaged Pearson's car as well on the right front.
Quite possibly.
They're very fragile, these noses of the Orekas.
They no longer have the little dive planes
No.
that you can see on the front of the Glickenhaus here, because those have been sort of removed in the last season. But there is our race leader, Glickenhaus number 708, Pipo Derani, or Louis Felipe Derani, or soon-to-be Daddy Derani. I think we need to start calling him an old man now.
Yeah.
He and his wife will have their first child right at the end of the season. That's good timing. In the pit lane is Louise Beckett. Louise,
just speaking to the team at 777 and 777, and they have said that there was a problem with the throttle pedal. That's why the car was coming in, but now obviously they are also repairing what's happened from that contact.
Brilliant, thank you very much indeed. There you go. It's when things aren't going your way, it's so seldom just the one thing. Riding on board with our race leader in GTE Pro. We're in the second hour of the 6 hours of Monza. We're in Italy's Cathedral of Speed. It is a Ferrari 1-2 in the GTE Pro class. The cars were not right on the money. They were there or thereabouts in free practice. They were not right on the money, but in the race itself, Alessandro Pueguidi leads from Antonio Fuoco, with Porsche and Corvette battling for the third spot on the podium. And as the temperature rises, I wonder whether Ferrari's pace will start to fade. And Davidson, they were praying for rain in Spa. What are the chances of getting rain in Spa? They got it, and as a result had a big race win. But these cars have struggled with high temperatures.
Yeah, not through the tyres, it's just the car itself is overheating. And we saw that in, it was FP3 where we interviewed James Collard, and he said, yeah, it's something we're just gonna have to manage through the race. And luckily, they're not under attack from other teams around them. That gives them that luxury to just back off a little bit. Don't know if there's anything that the driver can do to influence that or not, but they're certainly in a very strong position as well at this point. I don't think it's, like I say, it's not performance related, it's more reliability that could catch them out today.
Just looking at our four class leaders, you saw the bright blue car of Ben Keating leading in GTM, the red 51 Ferrari in GT Pro, the Prema team, car number 9 in LMP2, and there is your race leader, the Glickenhaus. Number 1 is in. Charles Milesi has brought in the Richard Mille Racing Team machine.
Finally
doesn't look like a driver change. Real Team by WRT in from 3rd place as well.
Yeah, we're into another cycle for the LMP2s. WRT's 31 had already pitted, dropped all the way back down the order as a result of that, because they're so close together because of those full course yellows and the pit stop cycle we've been through there. But that is a good pit stop from the 41 crew. Ferdy Habsburg in and out in. What was that?
That was just a stall on the
minute and 4 seconds.
Milesi stays in and has fresh tyres, so is this stint 2 of a triple then, or is he going to hand the tyres on to the next driver that takes over? In comes the race leader in LMP2. This is Louis Delatraz.
I remember we said when Albuquerque got through into 2nd place, that gap was 12.9 seconds. Last time around, don't count this one for the moment, it's under 10 seconds now. So Albuquerque was beginning to take chunks out of this lead.
Who's going to jump in here? They're getting ready for a driver change. Yep. So out goes Delatraz. Job well done there. He'll be proud of himself for opening up that gap slowly but surely in the number 9 Prema car.
Yeah, definitely should be.
Albuquerque, by the way, on pit lane behind him here.
This is Colombo.
Yeah, it's Lorenzo Colombo. Third driver is Robert Kubica.
So now their silver driver gets in. Is he silver driver? Yes, he's silver driver. And here, he had a difficult Le Mans as well, actually. He didn't have very good pace at all. Both Delachaz and Colombo were struggling in that car. It was really Kubica that was holding the car in position.
And yet Colombo had a really good race in Spa. Yeah, he was a real standout for Prema. Yep. And maybe it's just lack of familiarity with Le Mans. He said, well, hang on a minute, they've been there all week and they know hours and, you know. But it's not still intimate knowledge.
But it's
of the
ever-changing. It's an ever-changing beast, that track. As you track it through the night into the next morning, and it always changes. The car always feels different every time you're in it there. And I feel like that lack of experience went against him in some ways at Le Mans, but let's see how he gets on here.
Wasn't it? He was coming out into a massive knot of cars.
And he's got that pressure like Gonzalez had. I don't know if this is him coming into,
one of the two Jonesy cars,
I don't know. Well, 28, look at this.
That's the race leader currently.
It's got to be
I've already proved my eyes are good. I spotted that bit of damage of the D station car. So,
but it has to be said, the numbers on the front don't look much, but that angle, the 2 looks like a 3.
I genuinely thought that was 38. Anyway, if it was Gonzalez, that's the thing that impressed me about him at Le Mans, is that he had this lead and he didn't lose his cool. As a silver driver, he kept it under control. Even though he was losing time to the drivers behind catching, he still didn't make mistakes. And that's what we've got to see from Colombo now, that's taken over that car that's in the lead. And here we are.
Double checking the pressure on all those Goodyear tyres as they go onto the car and as they come off as well, to see what the heat of battle has done to tyre pressures. And that's really important. You know, in your road car, it's important to have the right tyre pressure in so that it actually handles properly. But it's not important in a race car. It's super critical. It can make the difference between a nice race car and an absolute dog.
People wondering what that huge shadow that suddenly came over the track was through Ascari chicane. That was a Goodyear blimp.
Yes, absolutely.
Or airship, as you correctly pointed out.
It is a Zeppelin. It is a rigid airship, but they do call it a blimp
for marketing purposes.
Yeah,
because there's always.
Well, it's because they've always.
If they call it a Goodyear blimp, look, it's the Goodyear blimp.
There you go.
And I've been in it. You've been in it, Graeme.
I have.
Louise has
Isn't
been
it fantastic? Louise has been in it. Isn't it fantastic?
It's
what an experience.
I think almost all the camera crew have been in it. Most of the production
You've
staff.
definitely been in it, haven't you, Mark?
It's lovely. It's wonderful.
He's lying.
Grace is
side by side.
Grace from Grace's Amazing Machines has been in it.
That is a change for position with David Pittard going by Claudio Schiavone. And here come the Iron Dames. That's the second place car to put a lap on the sister car. What is the gap between Sarabovi and Ben Keating? The answer is 5.5 seconds.
Now, Sarabovi goes by Claudio Schiavone without having to push the yellow car round to the finish line, which they had to do after the end of the European Le Mans Series race, which cost the 60-car victory.
Well, it's under appeal, but at the moment, you're absolutely right. It did cost them victory.
I have to say, appealing being disqualified for receiving outside assistance when you're being passed by a car, when you're being pushed by a car, well, it wasn't outside assistance, it was within our team. No, doesn't count.
That's proper team orders, isn't it? The leading 2 cars at the moment in LMP2 on pit lane. It's 28 Jones and car in the hand of Ed Jones, Nico Muller, who's another of the drivers for Vector Sport that's had a really good run at this point.
Here comes Philippe Albuquerque in the red, white and blue United car, or blue, red and a bit of white, chasing down Alex Brundle for Inter Europol in that distinctive yellow and green car. This is the battle for the third place spot.
Brundle's pitted.
It was a battle.
Yeah, now we've got the battle for what will be the lead, I think.
Yeah, this is a true fight. The 2 cars you see on the screen at the moment, they're on the same strategy, and so I feel like Habsburg's got the speed here, but he was interrupted momentarily by the fight that he had to get through with Charles Milesi in the #1 car, and now this battle continues, and he's edging his way ever closer once again to Albuquerque's 22 United car.
Yeah, and behind, just under 4 seconds back, you'll see them there just in the background. That's Lorenzo Colombo, now on new tyres in the #9 Prema car. That's your 1, 2, 3, with Ed Jones filtering back out into 4th position. Nico Muller 5th, and Lili Wadu is now aboard the #1 car, and she is in 6th.
while we're watching this battle, Albuquerque in the darker blue car ahead of Habsburg. Habsburg explained the reason that he got a penalty for apparently brake checking some LMP3 cars coming into the pit lane last week. He was not driving a WRT car, he was driving a car sharing a Prema car with Robert Kubica. And Kubica, because of the hand injuries that he suffered in that rally crash a decade or more ago, has various different controls on the steering wheel on the opposite side. So when Ferdy came to the end of his stint, instinctively used his right thumb to hit the pit lane speed limiter. Was not the pit lane speed limiter, it was the kill switch. He killed the engine died instantly, and he then had to declutch, release the kill switch, drop the clutch to bump start the engine to keep it going again, as a result of which 2 cars ran into the back of each other behind him. But it's because those controls are in the wrong place, and so much of, when you're driving the car, so much of, incredible as it is to a punter, of doing nearly 300 kilometers an hour around a place like this is just instinct and it's reflex, and you're not thinking about any of it.
My heart goes out to Habsburg really in that instant, because we all know what it's like, that learned muscle memory. When you're in your road car that you drive, you know where all the controls are. Changing car completely is all right. Imagine someone that changed just a few controls on your road car. That would really confuse you. So that's what happened basically when he jumped in the Prema.
Yeah.
The pit lane speed limit button, because of Robert's damaged right hand, he has to do majority of it on the left.
Yeah.
So they change, which would usually be the pit lane speed limit on the right, to the left-hand side.
And Graham's pointing out that Robert doesn't race in ELMS, and he's absolutely correct.
Yeah, but they use the same controls.
Same car. They don't have a spare steering wheel that's juxtaposed, because the other guys that race the car, of course, also have...
Correct.
Again, you know, if you put Robert's teammates from this race into an ordinary car, they'd be going, that's the pit, oh, I've just killed the engine. Or I haven't, whatever,
I feel for him
press the radio button or something.
I can completely empathise, because I know what it's like when you normally you try and have the same controls. Like when, say, George Russell, when he came from Williams to Mercedes, he wanted the same switches in the same positions.
Well, it's like when you've been on a PlayStation, you change to Xbox, you change your Xbox controller to do what the PlayStation, or vice versa. I mean, the other thing is when you get drivers of a modern car, let's say you're a Lewis Hamilton, and they put you in a 1930s Mercedes Grand Prix car, you spend the entire lap going, centre throttle, right-hand brake, centre throttle, right-hand brake, because otherwise you have a big accident in a priceless machine, because it's not instinct. I can remember John Surtees saying that quite clearly about driving old cars. What did you think? He said, my entire time, 3 laps of Goodwood or whatever it was, centre throttle, right-hand brake, centre throttle, right-hand,
here's someone that didn't get it right. Well, that exit of Lesmo 2.
That's the 21 car. I was about to talk about that. Was Christoph Ulrich having a really good battle.
They're going to have to be very quick here. Sorry to butt in. They're going to have to be very quick here, otherwise it could be an accident.
It's going full course yellow.
What happened? Oh, is a car on the inside, unsighted? No, he just didn't give enough room.
No, of course a car came out.
It's Nick Nielsen. It's the Ferrari factory driver, Nick Nielsen, who earlier this week was testing the new LMH Hypercar. That will not go down well.
Now, in that part of the Lesmos, if you get your wheel in the little rain gutter by the inside curb, it hooks you in. If you come out midway through, you then drift very rapidly out wide, because the banking of the corner disappears. You sort of come over the lip of it.
There's nothing he could have done there, Ulrich, in the 21 Ferrari. Just nothing he could have done. He knew the F Corsa car was on the inside, so he gave him room. He wasn't going to turn in. I just assumed he would have turned in, but surely that's a penalty coming his way.
There's a double
full course yellow coming in 20 seconds.
Mini tragedy there as well. Number one, he was having a cracking battle with Christian Reed, was Christoph Ulrich. Number two is a full course yellow at this point.
Look at it again. So watch the silver car. It just moves across, almost back onto the racing line with no consideration.
He thinks he's clear, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But the other thing is that Christoph Ulrich hasn't pitted the second time yet.
No.
A full course yellow for him at this point would have been absolutely fantastic. Brilliant. Unfortunately, his instance caused it. Full course yellow.
Yeah, no, he was the victim of somebody else's accident. He just happened to be the car that got punted off. Real shame for Christoph Ulrich. Interesting story of how people get into motor racing. He went on a busman's holiday to Le Mans with some friends, thought it was so much fun he'd have a go at racing, started doing a bit of club racing. 3 years later, he was at Le Mans, in Road to Le Mans on the grid. And he's progressed up from Road to Le Mans through European Le Mans Series to World Endurance Championship, just on the off chance of going to Le Mans on a jolly with some friends.
And won a title last year in a GT2 car, KTM Cross Pub. And what a delightful man he is. An absolutely uber enthusiast.
And he's not alone in that, because famously the entire Audi Le Mans programme came because Dr. Ulrich was invited to Le Mans by some Audi guys from the UK and thought, we should be doing this. Full course yellow in the 6 hours of Monza. We are approaching the end of hour 2, and the victim of an unwarranted assault by the 83 AF Corsa LMP2 car was Christoph Ulrich in the AF Corsa Ferrari. And of course, because if you have a Ferrari that's not run by AF Corsa, have you actually got a Ferrari? Into the pits then under full course yellow. We should see probably all of our hypercars.
Well, first the hobbled with a hybrid issue, number 8 car. That's not costing it power, remember, but it is costing it all sorts of other things, and that's going to get worse, not better.
Buemi has adapted to this, hasn't he? He's not actually been passed yet by the healthy number 94 Peugeot, so he is not at 100%, but he's got 90% of it under
the problem
control.
is, you now change the driver.
So they're going to have to relearn. Now, we're not seeing a steering wheel change or any other adjustments being made to the car, so they've obviously sat down very carefully and talked their way through it. There is Christoph Ulrich back out of the gravel trap. Now, the advantage of it being a full course yellow is that he hasn't lost a couple of laps to his rivals, but he has lost half a dozen positions, and that's going to cost. He will come into the pits under full course yellow.
Yeah, very strong run to that point from the 21 car.
Yeah, really good run.
You know, it's great to see Christoph gaining in confidence, getting stuck in there. The 60 Iron Lynx car is on the pit lane and briefly stalls. Getting stuck into our Mr. Ever-Present, Christian Reed.
So Christoph will be handing over, you sort of assume, to Simon Mann probably when he gets into the pit lane. Not sure how much longer of his minimum driving he'll have to do. He'll probably need to do another stint. Tony Vilander will be the third driver of that number 21 car.
We'll add no little pace. Here is the number 94 car.
93 back underway as well, as we saw. It's on an outlap from the pit lane with Paul de Resta at the wheel. The tall Scot. So James Rossiter driving a 94 car. That car currently in 4th place.
The 8 car. Brendan Hartley is now the driver aboard the 8 car. This is the car we saw and heard, in fact, both Peugeots together with one of the Toyotas just behind on track.
That'll be 8, I think, fresh out of the pits. So Glickenhaus leads. The gap was 90 seconds. Goodness me, they have ridden their luck, haven't they?
That's sort of helped here by the fact that we've had pit stops as well, and we're under full course yellow. But it's a big lead for Pipo Derani. I think in the real world it's about 40 seconds.
But look at the way that we kept sort of thinking at some stage in Le Mans, Jota's 38 car are going to fall foul of a full course yellow or a safety car, and they're going to lose a lot of that lead, and they didn't. And you do need that. You do need the brakes to go your way, because every one of these 4 categories is so darn tight that if you don't have the lucky brakes going your way, hello Toyota number 8, you're in all sorts of trouble.
Some bad news if you're a lover of baby blue Aston Martins. Car 33 just into the pit lane and out in the hands of Henrik Chavs has been reported to the stewards for speeding in pit lane. That, therefore, is very good news if you're a fan of an all-female crewed and very pink Iron Dames Ferrari.
Sarah Bovia is currently our GTE AM leader. As you saw, Alessandro Pierguidi is our pro leader. United Autosports, Philip Albuquerque is in LMP2, and in Hypercar it is still Pipo Derani. Alpine from 2nd on the pit lane, and Toyota Gazoo Racing actually from 2nd on the pit lane, Alpine from 3rd on the pit lane. Driver change here, which is just a 51 AF Corsa, so Alessandro Pierguidi after a double stint. Remarkably early. Normally it's like 7 or 8 or 9 stints before he hands over to James Collado in a 6-stint race. Hands over to James Collado. 52, driver change as well. Antonio Cuoco is out. Miguel Molina is in. Handbrake, neutral, mirror, signal, manoeuvre. There you go, you see. proper British School of Motoring pit lane exit.
So for clarity, spinning the pit lane, it's going to be a drive-through.
Yes.
There's no doubt about that. The 33 will definitely be back around at some point. There will be a drive-through levied for that.
That is always the penalty. The entire GTE Pro field is in. Apart from 91 Porsche, has that been in already? 92 is here.
Pit lane as well for the GTM leading car.
Jimmy Bruni is in.
91 has not yet pitted, no.
So full 4 tyre change. So this will be a double stint. Porsche were telling us this morning that they have the option of either doing left sides or rear axle, both of which we have seen here in races previously in Monza, because the left rear takes a real caning, and they may well be just using a slightly softer tyre on the right-hand side than on the left-hand side, because it's the lefts that do most of the work here.
In comes the number 94 Peugeot, the hands of James Roster. He will stay aboard the car. Dramatically different looking thing, isn't it? In every way, that's a good thing.
So down in the pit lane is Louise Beckett.
Yeah, I'm just at the 21 garage, and the mechanics are sweeping up all the gravel that the car's dropped when it's come in. But right next to them in the garage is the 83 AF Corsa LMP2 car that put them in that gravel, and that car's on its way in now.
So you ought to direct the 21 team to sweep all the gravel into the AF Corsa garage and leave them to sort it out. Race leader is in.
Indeed.
Pipo Derani.
And Pipo will stay aboard the car. There's a windscreen tear-off, which will bless a relief for a few laps.
Now, just to explain what goes on in the pit stops, when fuel is going in, you can only do safety-related items. So you'll see windscreen cleaning, occasionally light cleaning, and occasionally things like the illuminated side panels being cleaned. Once the fuel has stopped, and it is a mandatory fuel time with the hose connected, whether fuel's going in or not, for all of the hypercars, then you can do your tyre change, your driver change, or whatever else. So it is, again, safety first, fuel only, other than cleaning the screen. Again, still saying, right now, if you put an orange stripe down the middle of that car, 917 Golf, or Golf 917. It's, you know, now that it's not red with a white noseband, it's completely changed shape. Isn't it amazing what a livery can do on a car?
It's great. I do like the
love
change to blue. Yep. It's a quick pit stop as well, and then just 53 seconds on pit lane from the Glickenhaus, and that's quicker than anybody else managed on this cycle.
Now, that's not because they have short fueled. As I said, in Hypercar, the fuel hose must be attached to the car for the same minimum, whether you're putting in a drop or a tank full, no matter how big your tank is.
Let's hope you're correct.
That's what we were told by the FIA.
Let's hope you're correct, because if they have...
Have I misremembered that?
No, just saying if you are correct and they have short fueled, then they're in trouble.
You can short fuel, you just can't short time. Here is our standings then, after 2 hours already. What? Glickenhaus, Alpine and Toyota, 1, 2, 3. One of the Peugeots still going healthily in Hypercar. LMP2, United Autosports 22. The pole sitters back at the top from Real Team and Prema. Jota and Vector Sport. Vector having a very good race in 5th place there. In the Pro-Am class, 83. Due a penalty, you would suggest, possibly, leading Pro-Am from Ultimate and Algarve Pro. In GTE Pro, it is still a Ferrari 1-2 with the Porsches and the Corvette battling for 3rd. And in TF Sport, number 33 car now is Enrique Chavez, due a penalty as well for speeding in the pit lane. It has reassumed the lead in GTE Am ahead of the 86 Iron Dames car that was on pole and the 77 Dempsey Proton car, which has got Sebastian Priaulx at the helm, who's in the Iron Dames car. Michelle Gatting now has taken it over from Sarah Bovey, but
we're going back to green flag racing now.
There we go. Some of us are going back to green flag racing quicker than others. Saw the number 1 car not as quick to respond there as the WRT car that went by him. That was a pass for position.
No, it didn't.
No, it didn't. No. It went by
her.
Was ahead of...
It's Lila Wandu. It was Lila,
indeed.
Yeah, so it's Lila Wandu and Rennie Rast. Rennie was quick on the trigger. So Glickenhaus now lead this race increasingly convincingly. The chase at the moment is between the Alpine, who is right just ahead of the first of... In fact, that's just changed. Andre de Grauw has just been taken by Mike Conway.
like in this Vector Sport Jota fight going on this entire race so far, the car 28.
Interesting that we can identify the Jota cars by who's around them, not by the colour of the car itself. So yeah, the 28 car just ahead of the number 10 Vector Sport car. Who's in 28? It is Ed Jones and Nico Müller still. And René Rast not far behind in the WRT car, but we're on board with the 36 car of Andre Negrão. Yeah, Mike Conway jumping him at the restart.
Drive-through penalties coming for 777.
Oh,
the D-Station Racing and the 44 ARC Bratislava car, both for full course yellow infringements.
So that'll be the second penalty for ARC Bratislava after jumping the start.
There were 2 other cars under investigation for those same offences. It was both of the Peugeots.
So 777 with that problem coming in, a throttle problem with damage and also now with a penalty.
So the gaps as we watch this, the 2 hypercars trying to thread their way through the battling LMP2s. Pipo Derani is 49 seconds clear now of Mike Conway. You can see the gap, I can tell you the gap from second and third, number 7 Toyota to the 36 Alpine. The number 8 Toyota is a further 26 seconds in arrears here with the James Rossiter pedalled number 94 Peugeot, 5th overall. 13 seconds back from the 4th place Toyota and 1 minute and 30 seconds from the lead.
Anthony, why is the Alpine struggling to stay with the Toyota?
Through the traffic. So I was just about to say, the Toyota makes an easy picking of the LMP2 cars. We know it's got good straight line speed. It's a track you need good straight line speed. It makes it easier to get through the cars on this racetrack. The Alpine gains its speed per lap in the corners. He's trapped behind the LMP2 cars at that stage. Look, he's like wheezing his way past the P2s compared to the Toyota in a straight line, and that's why the Toyota's pulled out a gap. So it's why you're always forced to run lower downforce at this track for raceability.
Well, that's why.
That's why he's gone behind him. Yeah. But the reason why he's falling further back is because what he's been talking about, they make their speed up in the corners rather than the straight lines on this track. Complete opposite to the Toyota. But it doesn't help when you throw the car off the track, of course, and you lose position. So Conway ahead of Negrão. And there is Negrão just coming through. He's managed to get past the Vector Sport and Jota.
Just before we part that thought, we talked about the fact that this year there is no different Le Mans spec or high downforce spec bodywork in LMP2.
Correct.
That's the same in Hypercar. You cannot have different spec bodywork.
No, you can't.
As you homologate the car, you can have one adjustable aero device. It's the rear wing on the Glickenhaus, it's the rear wing on the Toyota, it's some front vanes on the, because there is no rear wing on the Peugeot, but you are in whatever downforce spec you've got. All you can do is balance the centre of pressure.
And all you can do with it, it's even that, it's very marginal.
Yes.
I think there's bad news aplenty coming for Peugeot, by the way. Car 94, our 5th place car, reported to the stewards for crossing the white line at pit exit.
Oh dear.
And again, you know, rookie error. But again, as they said at the beginning of the weekend, we are a test team with a test hack. They've brought 2 cars that have never been raced with a team that has never raced the cars.
No, I'm not having that. I'm sorry, these are professional drivers. They know the rules.
Well,
that's not a team error.
Yeah. You're right,
a driver error.
No, absolutely.
100% agree. It's you know, he's a professional driver. Was it Rossiter at the wheel there? 94. You don't cross the white line and pit exit, and that's something you can test at a general test day as well.
Do you remember there were 17 cars were pinged at the end of free practice for red flag procedures? Eduardo told me at lunchtime afterwards, after free practice 2 yesterday, he said, I don't always talk through red flag procedures, but I did specifically in driver's briefing, and then when they all went out and some of them completed, not just, didn't bring it down to speed within 5 seconds, but within half a lap were still speeding. He said, then you really need to be slapped because you're not paying attention.
But 5 classes in this race, if you include the LMP2 Pro-Am, which I do, 3 of those at the moment, the lead gap is less than a second. This is one of them, and those are the 3 leading cars. We've also got a lead battle in GTE Pro by less than a second, and increasingly close in GT-AM with the Iron Dames catching, although she's just something's happened there on that lap. I think Michelle Gatting's just had a problem on that lap because what was 0.6 has gone up to 2.8.
Well, that may well be traffic induced as well. You know, if a P2 car comes by you in the wrong place and stands on the anchors when you're hard on the brakes, squirreling into a corner here, and he shoots inside, then suddenly you know, that's a second gone immediately.
So this LMP2.
Yeah, running board with Colombo in the number 9 Prema, catching the leading 2 cars because he's on fresher tyres, of course, at this stage. They're a little bit out of sync in terms of their pit stop strategies and driver allocation, tyre allocation. So now he's the one on the attack. They were leading this race, don't forget, quite comfortably by 11 seconds.
That's going to make the end of this race very interesting,
It will.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Because we're going to have quick cars on different tyres with quick drivers still.
It's like an old-fashioned handicap race where you only get them all together at the start and the finish. Little bit of Italianate gesturing in the Prema garage. Their number 9 car is in 3rd place, up 3 spots from the grid. Real Team in 2nd, up 1 from their grid spot. And United lead, they were the pole sitters, but problems for our overall race leader, Glickenhaus. Pipo Derani, the car being investigated for full course yellow speeds. Again, full course yellow, same as red flag. Full course yellow, you have 5 seconds from the start of full course yellow being announced to bring your speed down to 80 kilometers an hour. And that is an unforgivable error for a car that still has a 48-second lead over the next closest rival.
Yep. Imagine if he's the one to, because of that problem, imagine all it takes is a drive-through, stop and go, and you've just thrown away all of that hard work and the speed of that car as well. So that's big news there. 7:08 under investigation for full course yellow speeds. And it's like they come down on you as hard as they do with a red flag infringement.
Yes.
For a full course yellow infringement.
Correctly so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because there are marshals working and you're putting them in danger, whether you're on that part of the circuit or not.
There's still bits of carbon fibre floating around on the exit of Lesmo 2, actually, and one of the bits just hit the Alpine square on the front of the car, so hopefully that didn't do any damage. Now you can see Colombo, this 3-way fight, or that 2-way fight is now becoming a 3-way fight. Brilliant stuff. And I'd put my money on number 9, because he's got the fresher tyres. But Habsburg goes for the move to the inside.
Got him.
Well, we know what Ferdy Habsburg is listening to, don't we? It's not
Give it
team
time.
radio, it's
Yeah,
commentary.
I said
What
3-way
do you
fight,
mean?
that's one of the moves done, but the fastest car out of these 3 is in 3rd at the moment.
Yeah. Well, Lorenzo Colombo's got to be careful not to burn his tyres up in attacking these two. But
He's not giving up, is he?
Not giving it up. He's got another crack here.
But
Don't think he's
Habsburg's
in the
got
right
it covered.
place.
He's got it covered. That was really clever. He placed his car on the inside first of all, and then middle of the track afterwards.
Yep.
And Albuquerque didn't quite have the run, but also was undecided where he could then place the car. Really good defensive driving from Haswell. Aggressive driving in the beginning, and then defending the second time in the second chicane. So now Colombo's going to have good speed here on the exit of Lesmo 2 into the slipstream of the United car. Are we going to think about a move towards Ascari? Doesn't look like he's quite close enough. Albuquerque's gone to the inside anyway, just in case he's thought about it.
Just half a car width moved over towards the centre of the road and came back without too much of a drama.
But Habsburg's gapped them. And by the way, just look ahead here. You can see the GTM battle, the lead battle. That is back to... It's not 2 seconds anymore. I'm sure it's not.
No,
this is going to be interesting here, guys. Interesting to see what happens with this traffic here. Albuquerque's reaching them right at the wrong moment, and that's given Colombo the advantage. Look, you can see on a corner where usually you'd be suffering the turbulent air of the car in front, he didn't have that problem because Albuquerque was restricted to travel through there at the same speed as the GTs. He's going to have a go into turn 1.
Philippe Albuquerque will be painted to the inside line down into the first corner. And around the outside, Lorenzo Colombo trying to get a run going. He's up behind the AM Class 98 Aston Martin, that's black, blue and yellow, and the leader in AM, that's the bright blue TF Sport Aston Martin. So he survives that little moment of pressure, but you're absolutely right. Again, fast traffic, slow traffic, any traffic is going to change the balance of power in this little battle.
That means, by the way, the 98 car is a lap down in GTM now. The 33 car there behind the number 9 Prema car, with Sarabovi in clear sight behind. So these are battles in 2 of the classes.
Well, let's hear from Sebastian Buemi after his trying opening stint in the number 8 Toyota.
So, Buemi, we've heard a lot of the team radio and the issues you've got with the number 8. Now you've been back with the team. Tell us what the issue is.
Yeah, we had an issue, electric issue on the car. So basically, I couldn't brake properly. I didn't have traction control. The car was really hard to drive. I had no dashboard anymore. It was fully red. So yeah, basically I survived for a stint and a half, and then we did a power cycle in the box, and somehow it seems to be back to normal now. So hopefully we can continue and recover.
Okay, so it's a case of just checking and managing it.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's all back to normal. So hopefully it doesn't happen again.
Fingers crossed, eh?
Listen, anybody who's ever used a computer or a phone knows exactly, it won't work. Have you tried turning it off and on again? How can that possibly affect something as hugely sophisticated as the Toyota? But it does. It's electronics. What don't electronics like? Noise, oh dear, plenty of that. Vibration, lots of that. Heat, lots of that too. The three, apart from water, the three things that are worst for electronics are the three key ingredients of a racing car.
It could rain.
Well, that's why it's such a good test bed for future road car development, and Toyota specifically said that in the early days of the development of the hybrid systems, because the punishment these wiring looms and batteries and all these connectors
semiconductors
and
all the other stuff,
well, they take the punishment. I mean, don't underestimate how violent this experience is. As we were riding on board there with the number 9 Prema cars we see through Ascari, it makes it look way easier and way less violent than it actually is. What are we looking at here at the Ascari?
Just a little hypermotion. This is...
speaking of violent, that's you're going to feel stuff like that.
That's our cameraman,
Too much.
Yeah.
Too much curb for 28 there.
Oh, and again, Albuquerque makes the best use of traffic. This time squeezes through. He is properly on 11, isn't he,
And the more that he can stop this headway of the car on fresher tyres, the better.
Absolutely.
It's going to work better for the strategy. So the number 9 strategy here on the fresher tyres is to get through back into the lead of the race.
He's going to lose that bite, isn't he?
Yeah.
In fact, if he hasn't already lost that little edge of the new tyre. Yes, as the stint gets longer, Albuquerque's tyres will give him less and less, and there will be less drop-off from the number 9 car, but still, yeah, strike while the iron is hot. The iron is no longer hot for Lorenzo Colombi. He's shown what he's got. He's tried everything, and Albuquerque's gone, yeah, seen that, done that,
but
batted them all away.
But like you said, that at some point, the older tyres, like we saw with Charles Alesi, at some point they hit a cliff.
Yeah.
And that's when the car that we're riding on board with now will have a much bigger advantage. So it's not linear. It's not just like it's going to stay, you go out on the new tyres versus somebody on a stint old tyres and it just stays like that. That performance, it doesn't. At some point the car in front will hit a cliff, and that degradation will hit badly, and that's when you can make another attack. But he is faster. What I'm seeing here with, and it's not Louis Delachaz at the wheel, it's Colombo in the Prema car. I'm seeing that because he's the silver driver, a lower grade driver than the likes of Albuquerque, he's a little bit more timid, as you would expect, naturally expect from the difference in experience, and he's not seizing the opportunity to send a move down the inside.
There are two things going on. Albuquerque, by holding up, is blunting the potential speed of that number 9 car.
This is not good news for Albuquerque there behind the Porsche.
Every single lap for the last half a dozen laps, he's caught GT cars in the Parabolica, hasn't he? And we whistle past the 92 car. But Albuquerque is blunting the speed of that the potential speed of the number 9 car. He's effectively slowing it down. And at some stage, 22 will have a fresh tyre balance and will be able to accelerate away from the Prema car. So there's two things going on, and you're absolutely right. Albuquerque is a platinum, and Lorenzo Colombo is still a silver ranked driver. May well move up to gold by next year. He's been a pretty starry driver so far.
But let's not forget as well that the advantage that Prema still have in this fight is that they had an 11-second lead. relatively speaking. That 11-second lead still remains once it all balances out with the future pit stops to come.
Don't forget, United's 22 car is still in the top 3, despite having had a couple of stints from Will Owen, and we have not yet had Robert Kubica in the Prema car, so there's that balance to come in as well. Graeme, looking at the Inter-Europol battle with one of the Jota cars, this time it's the 38 machine.
It is, it's Will Stevens back aboard the 38, and Alex Brundle, who's put in some good laps in this car, but currently seems to be struggling a little bit for pace, dropping back into the clutches of Will Stevens. Bit of traffic then for those two as well, with the rejuvenated 777 back out on track. But that's a great run from the 38 car out of Curva Alboreto.
Yeah, he's got a genuine chance here into turn 1.
And again, different driver strategies. Alboreto's got in after a long opening stint from their gentleman Alboreto. Brundle has got in after a long opening stint from their gentleman driver. You said Alboreto, my brain went Alboreto. Kuba Śmiechowski started that car. Will Stevens started for Jota, got them through the traffic from the back of the grid. Then they put Roberto Gonzalez in for a stint. Now Will's back in, and he said that was probably going to be the way. He and Roberto will swap around. Antonio Felix da Costa, obviously, you know, topping up his suntan, and he'll drop in later to be the star at the end.
Brundle doing a very good defensive job there into both chicanes, first and second. A sense, an air of frustration building with Will, who's clearly got the speed at this stage in the race. He's going to have to think a bit harder and where to place that green Jota car, 38. He's flashing him. It just you usually do that for the slower GT cars.
It's for position.
You're lapping.
It's for position.
It's more for yeah, you know, you try and intimidate the driver in front.
Well,
Push him into a mistake, but I feel like that's not really going to work with relatively experienced hands of Alex Brundle. He's still young, of course, still got a long way to go in his sports car career.
Will and his teammates won last time out at Le Mans. They are the points leaders in LMP2 from the Josh Pearson, Ollie Jarvis, who are currently in second place, and Lorenzo Colombo, Louis Delatraz and Robert Kubica in third spot. So anything approaching a half-decent result here for the 38 car will keep them firmly in the championship lead.
Remember, we've got 2 races to come after this in the points battle, one of which is for more points than normal points and a half race.
Exactly
because
right.
8 hours in Bahrain to complete the season after our return to Japan.
So nothing he could do that time around. He was further away on the exit of, I'm still calling it Parabolica, I'm sorry, final corner. And he's still, although he's in the slipstream, I feel like what he lost in the final corner now, he's not going to be able to do it from
just
there.
showing his nose, isn't he? Just trying to make Brundle defend too deep. And that's all part of the art when you're behind, is distract the driver in front, try and force him into doing something he shouldn't be doing, but he feels that he has to, breaking a fraction, and it can be a tenth of a second, he's off and he's in the gravel.
I wondered why the Alpine crew looking so intently at the screens with Nico Lapierre involved as well, because they can see their car slowly starting to catch the number 7 again. So this is the corner where Negrão made the mistake before and lost all that ground, and then through the traffic I was talking about, that Alpine not as quick in a straight line, making life difficult for themselves when they come up to slower cars to lap. But he now looks like he's got the advantage, lap time-wise at least. Can he find his way by in a few laps? He arrives at the back end of that Toyota.
Well, lots of ebb and flow going on here. This is one of them. One of the others is Tommy Milner is closing fast on the number 92 Porsche at the moment, the 3rd in GT Pro, to watch this battle underway.
People thinking when we're riding on board here, what are these purple lights that come on right in front of us?
Just under the windscreen wiper.
You see them just flash on there? They tick down one by one before you approach the corner, and it's to tell the driver their lift-off point for saving fuel, the lift and coast point. So some cars you have a beep, maybe they've got an audio beep as well as the lights. Some cars just use the lights themselves for that purpose. So you'll see them come on just halfway down the straight. You've got, there they are. The purple lights come on, and then they'll just tick down. And when they go to 0, you then lift off, and then you coast for a bit before you hit the brake pedal.
Well, just ahead of them is the battle that we were following with the United Autosports Real Team and Prema. They are catching that fast. And before that, they've got to work their way through some GTE cars. And again, looking around the outside, trying to get through past the Prema car, and this is going to really hamper Lorenzo Colombo. Through goes the Alpine. Now there's a breathing space for the 22 United car, because the Alpine's not going to be able to get by until the run down to Ascari, and hopefully won't, for the 22 car, won't hold up that United car as much as it just obstructed the Prema car. So we're looking at from the number 7 Toyota. Toyota, is he going to come breezing by? Just in front of them is that Porsche Corvette battle for third place that Graeme was talking about. So that's third place in GTE Pro. In fact, that's not, that's out of the Rogia. It's behind them now, coming through Lesmo 1 and heading to Lesmo 2.
So, yeah, this has been a battle several laps in the making, but all of a sudden, Tommy Milner's been taking chunks out of this advantage. I think it's a bit of both. It's Milner getting quicker.
Wow.
Christensen falling back into this.
Yeah, some of those gaps, Christensen's lost a couple of seconds a lap. So what's the difference in tyres? Oh, 6 laps in it, not much, which means...
Do I remember correctly, before the race we were told that each of these stops that Porsche would change 2 tyres?
Had the option to change 2 tyres. What they've got there is 16-lap-old tyres, that's a stint-old, and 12-lap-old tyre, or 16 laps is the beginning of this stint plus 1 run in qualifying, and the 12-lap-old tyres on the left-hand side were new on. Tommy Milner with a fresh set at all 4 tyres on this stint, and that is going to make a little bit of a difference. It's a marginal gain, but in a battle like this, any gain is going to be marginal by definition. There are no also rounds.
Yeah, from my experience, Martin, when you changed all 4 tyres, it meant that, I know around a circuit like this is clockwise, the majority of them are right-hand corners, so therefore you'd think, oh, just changing the left-hand side would be good enough. But what a new set of all 4 does is it helps you on the traction as well as the braking.
Yep.
And those advantages really add up through your stints.
And there are left-handers as well. Only a couple of bits in the middle of the chicane, but nevertheless, you know, when you're turning left here, grip is just as important as when you're turning right on the exit.
Yeah, and it's not just in the cornering, is basically what I was trying to say. That's not just the only advantage a new tyre gives you. It's in the longitudinal as well.
Well, there into the Rogia and into Ascari, you're braking and going into the left. You need that grip. Glickenhaus leading with nearly 3.5 hours remaining in the 6 Hours of Monza. Behind them, number 7 Toyota and the number 36 Alpine. That's the battle we're watching as our LMP2 leaders start to hit the pit lane for their latest fuel stops. Real Team by WRT have gone in. So this is the battle for second. The darker blue car in the centre, the lower of the 3. That is United Autosports, our LMP2 leader. Behind him, not far back, you can just see exiting the Rettifilio for the in the back of the screen, the 4th car or 3rd car back from us. That is the Prema car that is second in LMP2. So we got 2nd and 3rd in Hypercar. I was going to say P1 there because I'm an idiot. And 1st and 2nd in LMP2, all in this little battle. And again, the Toyota kind of got a break in traffic. Yeah.
It does seem that every time they're reaching traffic, the Toyota stretches out an advantage, and I'm convinced it's because look at, that's where the Alpine's got its speed, and now he's going to get past finally the car he probably should have got by on the run through Curva Grande, and that's exactly what the Toyota could do. Look how far the Toyota is ahead of us on the road now.
Going through between the 2 Lesmos is very difficult. When you walk it takes you a couple of minutes to get from Lesmo 1 to Lesmo 2. When you're driving it, it's basically one long corner, and skating through on the inside is not easy, not against a P2 car anyway. So Glickenhaus, Toyota and Alpine, that's the 1, 2, 3. The number 8 Toyota, as we heard from Sebastian Buemi, with those electronic problems, seems to be back to normal. And the 94 Peugeot running 5th on the road, still on the lead lap, and still running reasonably well. Let's hear from Porsche GT Racing's Alexander Stehlig.
Alex Stehlig, the Porsches are not performing right now as we would expect them to, so can you explain what's going on?
Yeah, it's a very tough race. Sadly, we see the same performance like yesterday in the qualifying. I mean, we can only say the drivers are quite happy with the balance. We have the tires under control. So from our side, the car is good. So everything is performing fine, but we have some kind of performance gap to our colleagues in the class. So yeah, it's a tough race for us, but it's not that I can say we need to improve this and that. It's a performance gap what we see in the moment.
And you obviously experience Ferraris being your competitors, so do you expect them to drop off as we get further in, or I don't know?
I mean, we have seen the competitors quite strong since 2 days, so I do not expect that they lose any performance. I think it will stay like that. I mean, to come on the podium, honestly, we have to wait for problems of the others.
Thank you.
It's a big penalty that has just been dealt the way of the car 33, TF Sports leading car in the GTM class. There he is, just in front of the battling P2s. It's going to be 50 seconds for the spinning in pit lane. There's the two LMP2 cars in this battle as well, and swap positions.
Yeah, they've had a swap of positions. We could see that number 9 car hunting down, trying to find his way past 22, and they've done it in the pit stop.
They have done it in the pit stop. So what was the difference then? Because they're very close together. That's not enough of a difference for a tyre change.
No, it's not.
That's not enough of a difference from a driver change. That is just somebody has really made the best of their in-lap and their pit stop.
It's a 1:05 on pit lane for the United Autosports crew. It's 1:02 for the Prema crew.
There you go then.
And that's what's made that difference.
I wonder what happened in the pit stop. So the only place you can really find time now in the pits, like Martin said, is first of all, it's the way you stop the car onto the pit lane speed limiter at the line, and then obviously stopping into the actual box. But it's the tyres. The fuel stop now is at exactly the same time.
So Prema back up into 4th position in what is increasingly a hotly contested LMP2 class. But to complete the point about GTM, that is going to be 50 seconds at a stop for the 33 car after what must have been a significant speeding
that must have been, yeah. That's more than just a slap on the wrist, isn't it? Wow.
Watch the
and the way you throw away a race, you know, TF Sport really took the fight to Iron Dames today, and to receive a penalty like that of 50 seconds.
Well, is that from early in the race in the full course yellows, or is that from...
I think it might have been the most recent one
I think it came up when we had the pit stop to change from Ben Keating to Chavez.
Chavez not hit the pit lane speed limiter on the way out of the pits then?
They've immediately taken that. Iron Dames take the lead. Chavez will come back out here, I suspect, in 4th place.
A few traffic-free laps and the fight resumes with Alpine and Toyota. So Negrão seeing where he can place that car to gain advantage on the car in front of Mike Conway. Mike Conway's thinking, right, where's the next load of traffic? I know I can get them in a straight line.
For the 33 car, Ben Keating and Marco Sorensen are the championship leaders in GTE. But again, if they can somehow finish in the top 4 or 5, it's not all lost.
No.
This car has been very quick all year long.
Right, so in terms of GTM, we now see the car rolling and reach others back into the race. Iron Dames in the hands of Michel Gatting take the lead. Seb Prio, 34 seconds back, but is carving chunks out of that lead in the 77 car. This is the 93 Peugeot. Good news, by the way, for the sister car, the 94. There is no further action on that reported crossing of the white line at pit exit for the 94. 93, of course, is running last, but...
Dollies are ready to go under the car, so it looks like they may be suffering more issues. Fuel goes in first. Everybody says, well, why do they bother fueling it first? Because it's always going to need fuel.
Yeah, the car is going to go in the garage, isn't it?
Yeah, I was watching the lap times, though, of Di Resta, and the laps were fast. He was lapping consistently similar lap times to the Alpine and the Toyotas, and faster than the sister car as well of 94.
Well, everything they're doing now is part of being ready for Le Mans next year, isn't it? Contacts between the
51
AF
and the
Corsa,
56.
that is the leader in GTE Pro, and the 56 Inception Racing car. So no dramas done. That car, of course, started from the pit lane because Brendan Iri put it in the gravel at the Roggia on his way to the grid, that red and white Porsche. Here's the Glickenhaus. Oh, A bit of a shave going on. I'm not sure I'd be trusting that knife to be sharp enough, to be honest.
Yeah, don't try this at home, kids.
Yeah, that's not the full Turkish arm massage, are they? Glickenhaus lead from Toyota and Alpine. 3 different brands in the top 3 on the grid, and they remain in their grid positions with 2.5 hours of the race completed.
In terms of the stewards' to-do list, though, the one that we're worried about at the moment, about a decision, is the leader.
Oh, so look at that. All out of shape there for 22, who is at the wheel. Still Albuquerque, isn't it? So he's pushing on. You can see number 9 making a break for it in front of Colombo.
So he's not, now he's, that's 2 now of the 22 drivers that have had a 4-wheel trip across the gravel exiting the Rogia. Driver change in the 28 Jota car. This is their better placed car. There is no better placed LMP2 car as they come into the pits. They are the leaders. Ed Jones handing over the car. Vector Sports' Nico Muller followed him straight down pit road. So they will sort of rejoin their battle in about 5th place, which is where they were before all the pit stop cycles started again.
No, and 708 has a drive-through penalty for the full course yellow infringement just popped up. Yeah, you can see at the top of your screen there.
It shouldn't cost it the lead.
No, but
it will be
52 seconds in the lead.
Yeah.
Oh, but that's a big one.
Oh, it's a huge crash.
That's Christian Reed. Oh, no, it's not. That's 33.
That's Henrik Chavez.
That's Henrique Chavez.
What's happened there?
Right, that is exiting the Rogia.
I think he's spun the car and got launched over the sausage curb.
Agreed.
I've seen some
in
single-seated. Yeah, so watch it. There we go.
Oh, big impact.
That's why I don't like these sausage curbs here. The cars are travelling too fast to
Same
go
as
sideways over
Silverstone
them.
last week, isn't it?
Safety car straight away.
Yes, no question at all. The car's inverted. The driver clearly has had a big shake-up, and that is the end of the road for the 33 car. Again, all I said was they needed a half-decent result to retain the championship lead, and within minutes, the car is on its roof and out of the race.
I don't care about anything else right now, apart from is the driver okay? That's what I always think when I see a crash like that one. But I have seen similar crashes because of those very curbs at the second chicane before.
This is going to cost Glickenhaus the lead.
It's going to cost Glickenhaus the race.
Yes. Unless something else odd happens, it is going to cost Glickenhaus the race, because previously with a 50-second advantage they could have served their drive-through penalty without losing the lead. Now Toyota will close up in the queue, but all eyes will be on the car from TF Sport, and they will be hoping...
He's out of the car.
He's out of the car. Yes, that's him.
Fantastic news.
Okay, well, winded enormously and will be brutally sore tomorrow.
I mean, look, did something fail, or has he just lost the car? No, I think he just lost the car,
but
it's that
curb.
But
look at the way that it explodes. The curb has just ripped the floor off the car, ripped the door off the car.
I've said it a million times. I don't like those curbs at this track. I've seen it happen in the first chicane and this very chicane as well. You get a car go, usually they're going forwards when they go over those, and the car gets launched in the air but lands back on its all 4 wheels. I've seen cars go sideways over them before, but this is the most horrific example I've seen of just how dangerous they can be.
Yeah, and I think with
bring back gravel.
Silverstone last week.
Gravel back.
Silverstone last week and this one this week. I think the FIA are going to have to really take a very serious look. You know, track limits, whatever.
Well, no, just used to have gravel there. When I raced here in Formula 1, there was gravel. And you really respected the braking zone in that corner. The whole thing was different. And you would never have seen that kind of moment through gravel.
I think the point here is, whatever happened, failure or mistake, it was not a deliberate act. He was not looking to take advantage. You cannot have a part of the circuit architecture
that shouldn't be the end result.
That does that.
Yeah,
you
shouldn't be the end result.
Exactly right. You can't have takeoff ramps on a motor racing circuit. So, well, where is the Toyota in the queue? It may be a long way back. Where is in the queue? Can't see, but it is in the queue.
And it's damaged curb as well, so that's going to need repairing.
Yeah, so this will be, what's the time now? This will be a good 20-minute safety car, I would think.
Could even be a red flag.
It could be.
I think it might be. I wouldn't be surprised if a red flag comes out.
No, that's a valid point. Again, Eduardo, although he knows the track and he knows the marshals and everything, he will take advice from the local guys on site, but...
He came in so fast.
I think something's failed. I
think the
you wouldn't come in that fast otherwise.
He was on his way out after a 50-second stop and hold. That was where we were.
Was that the outlap?
I think it was.
I think he'd already done a lap by that point. No,
no, he hasn't. It was on his outlap.
That was the outlap.
That is at real speed.
Was he just
That
rattled?
is not speeded up.
What was that?
Was it cold brakes, sitting in the pits for so long?
Or cold tyres, or just the pedal went to the floor? Well, there's only one way we'll know, and that's...
Poor thing. Honestly,
yeah.
poor guy, because that is frightening.
You don't want to have much bigger accidents than that in your career, do you? Well, there we go. Safety car is out here at Monza. Well, looking down at the parabolica here at Monza, that is the Curva Alboreto with a beautiful, very 1980s kind of livery graphic there of Michele Alboreto in the number 27 Ferrari, and the race is under safety car. 3 hours, 22 minutes, the clock continues to count down. There's Ben Keating, and with his back to us, John Gore, head of Aston Martin Racing. And although this is not an AMR car that has been involved, the 33 4-horseman car, Ben Keating, that is why we have a safety car. Big accident at the Roggia, the second chicane here at Monza, and we are likely to be under safety car for a while, as there will need to be recovery of an inverted car, attention to its driver paramount, and also some work on curbing as well. It's been a fascinating race so far. Anne Davidson, you were down on the grid before the start, and boy, it was packed, wasn't it? I mean, loads and loads of fans in the paddock, you know,
yeah,
in the pit lane, driver autograph session. Haven't had a driver autograph session for 2 years. I mean, that's brilliant.
Yeah, incredible atmosphere for a growing championship. You know, always good. See, look at the curbs there and the replay. That's what usually happens. That's why the curbs are in place. But you can only learn through experience. And I think what we've all experienced today, what we've witnessed there, that most recent crash in the number 33 TF Sport car, changes will be made. But yeah, it's been an interesting race. The Glickenhaus up front has been dominating in terms of pace, but now handed that critical penalty of a drive-through just at the wrong time.
Yep.
I don't know how long they can delay that penalty when they need to serve it, but
well, the pit entry is closed.
Yeah, so they physically can't do it now.
You have
that's a race-changing penalty, basically.
In standard, you have 3 laps in which to do it. Now, actually, you can do it under full course yellow if that falls your way.
No, this is John Gore at the rear.
Marco Sorensen in the cap with his back towards us.
Ben Keating through the middle of the two, and you can see the expressions on their face. That's not about the damage to the car. That's not the concern.
So you should probably at this point explain who John Gore is. We all know for new fans.
John is the head of Aston Martin Racing and at ProDrive. He's the MD there and looks after the programs for these cars. His organisation is responsible for building these cars, and we can thank our lucky stars that car has been built as well as it has.
So does it say a lot that he's in the garage there with that?
He would normally be in the 98 tier car, because that's the MR team, but he's probably gone there to support at that moment.
But like you said, somebody that's in charge of the build of these cars, and he's in the garage speaking to them
now. I mean, I think you would, wouldn't you?
They want to find out what went wrong. I feel like something went wrong with the car. I don't feel like that was just driver error. The speed carried into that corner was too great.
So cars are still being taken through that escape road, away from the broken curb and away from, obviously, the recovery operation for the 33 car.
And away from the debris as well, because you don't want people picking up bits of debris in the tyres and leading to more high-speed accidents. So we are nearly down at the midway point of this 6 hours of Monza. Great crowd here at Monza, enjoying the pre-race build-up on the grid, in the grandstands, in the pit lane, driver autograph sessions, a chance to meet the great and the good, and a chance to see the brand new Peugeot team bringing their 9X8 Hypercar to the grid for the very first time. Big history made as Sarah Bove, who became the first female driver ever to start from pole in an FIA Championship. At the getaway, quite a few cars look to have jumped the start. Mira Konopka in the RCL Bratislava car ahead of the LMP2 pole sitter away from the first corner. But a lock-up and Roman Dumas putting the pole-sitting Glickenhaus into the lead. In the GTE Pro fields, the Corvette trying to get in front of the Ferraris, didn't manage to do so. In GTE AM, Mike Wainwright turned around from behind. Peugeot from the back of the grid working its way quickly up the order, following through a couple of the LMP2 cars. Then the first full course yellow, as Thomas Floor was just dinked offline by Paul Dall'Alana. Cars making early fuel stops, taking opportunity to top up, and they would do again under a second full course yellow. In LMP2, United Autosports, Will Owen started the race and gravel trapped his way out of the lead. 93 Peugeot stopped in the first stint and struggled to get back into the pit lane as the number 7 Toyota moved ahead of the number 8 car. Sebastian Buemi struggling with an electronics issue, dropping from second down to fourth. The Alpine moving up to third place and then having a huge ding-dong battle with the number 7 car for second place. By this stage, the Glickenhaus was well over half a minute away up the road. Prema and United Autosports, two powerhouse teams battling for supremacy behind the race leaders in LMP2 and in GTE Pro. Ferrari just hanging on ahead of the Corvette as he moved up to make it a Ferrari 1-2. First routine race pit stop and driver change for the number 94 Peugeot clicked off. And contact in the Lesmos. The AF Corsa Pro-Am car putting a Ferrari into the gravel for a second full course yellow, a third full course yellow in fact. Three-way battle for second in LMP2. United, real team by WRT, Ferdi Habsburg slipping in front and the Prema car right behind. Long hold, 50 seconds in the pits for the 33. And then on release from the pits, a big accident for Enrique Chavez, coming in, it seems, at unmitigated speed into the Roggia. Luckily, the driver is out of the car uninjured, although probably won't be wanting to watch the video of that for a while. We remain under safety car here with 3¼ hours to go of the 6 hours of Monza. Cars behind the safety car. Nick Nielsen for AF Corsa has pitted, so the pit lane entry is now open, and that means the clock is now ticking for Glickenhaus. They must now serve their penalty, not necessarily this lap, but as soon as that pit lane is open within 3 laps. It's not going green in time to save their bacon. The one... I was going to say that there is no upside of this for Glickenhaus. They had a handy lead. If they stop behind the safety car, as they must, they will have to rejoin at the back of the safety car queue, which means behind every single moving car in the field. That is their chance of winning here, very likely disappeared. Work continues on the damaged curving here at the Roggia, the second chicane on the circuit. And
car getting winched.
Sorry remains, yeah, and David said, I mean, the car stood up, you know, the whole integral rollover, you know, it looks a mess because it's barrel rolled and doors have flown off and stuff, but yeah, it has protected the driver.
So you can see as soon as the door flies off on impact, you can see there the roll cage doing its job. And despite the fact he was just sliding along the ground at that stage, it's frightening when you're inside the car and it's scraping the ground upside down. So lucky to get away with that one unscathed, but I feel like...
And look at these guys from behind. They're coming through the Roggia and there's a car flying in the air.
They wouldn't believe their eyes.
I know.
I mean, just from a relatively innocent-looking curb, what it can do when a car's going the wrong direction of travel. And the arms up in the air suggest to me, like,
what happened?
Like, that wasn't my fault. Something went wrong. So be very interesting to see what's happened there.
I agree. Well, let's hear from the car that is in third place, the number 36 Alpine.
Andre, do you think triple stint with tire is possible? I think it's possible. I think it's possible. And one more stint with you, Andre? What do you think? One more stint with you? Okay, it's okay.
All right. Yeah, so 3 stints with tyres, yes. 1 more stint with you, yes.
Tyre-wise, it can do it. Driver fitness-wise, he can do it, and
they're trying to find a way. They're trying to find a way to beat Toyota, aren't they?
They are, and not just beat Toyota now. This could be for the winner, for the win, the outright win, because with the Glickenhaus is.
Well, they've already assumed that Glickenhaus will not win now. as I think Graeme was spot on. I mean, it's hugely unlikely you're going to get an entire field back. Because don't forget, Glickenhaus must go into the pits. It will be behind the safety car. They can't just blend back in. Right. They will be last.
Yes.
Okay, copy, James. Let us monitor all the temperatures here. It's the first time we have such a long safety car. Okay, you keep an eye on tire pressures. We are monitoring all temperatures here.
Well, it's when you're developing a new car, and I'm assuming now from what we're hearing, it's something they've not simulated. They've not gone round Aragon for 20 minutes on the pit speed limiter. So
it's
this
a good
is,
thing.
Yeah.
From that perspective, it's a good thing. It's something else you need to build into the development of that car.
Which you need to learn about.
I mean, yeah, it's a good time to learn. You're going to have to learn it at some point. I was just say again, it's something you could have learned in testing.
Yeah. Maybe they just weren't in a position where the car was that ready, and maybe the number 93 car is showing us that.
So in terms of where this stands for the Glickenhaus, I'm checking, because there has been some uncertainty here. I'm pretty certain they cannot serve a drive-through under a safety car. We're checking that point right now.
Now, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to, because you will lose.
Well, the only thing I would say is...
Unless you come in from the back of the queue, which is highly unlikely.
Well, other than the fact that once you're released, you then catch up the queue.
I mean, it would be amazing to serve a penalty, but it's not much of a penalty, is it? The whole point of a penalty, in my eyes, is that it is a penalty.
No,
and I know you just dropped to the back of the queue.
Yeah, but you come in 38 cars behind the leader.
Yeah,
if you did it under green flag, you might come in at a dozen cars behind the leader.
Yeah, of course. It's it's less of a penalty if you do it under the safety car. That's why they want to try and do it under a safety car, but I'm not sure. I'm with you, Graeme. I don't think they should be allowed to do it under a safety car, because then it's half of the penalty it should be.
Yeah, well, as I say, I'm checking now with the powers that be exactly that point as to what the options are.
Pit entry is now open, so we're going to find out whether if it dives into the pits to serve its penalty, then we know you can stop and serve a penalty under a safety car.
Looks as if those curbs have already been replaced, by the way. Then.
They're just bolted in. They're plastic curbs, those ones. I've seen them up close, and they just bolt them in.
The real danger is that something shears the bolt in the Hilti anchor. Other anchors are available in the concrete, and then you have to try and extract a broken bolt. Let's catch up with the Dempsey Proton Porsche.
Harry Tinknell, you've seen the incident, we all have, as silence through the pit lane. What's your reaction to that, seeing that footage?
Yeah, it's pretty terrifying, obviously. I don't know exactly what happened. He either stuck throttle or lost the brakes. I guess lost either front or rear brakes. Maybe front's looking at the way he sort of slid into the corner, but pretty terrifying the way that it took off over the ramps. Obviously, it's kind of complete passenger at that point, so I think everyone took a big sigh of relief when to see him get out of the car. Obviously, fantastic that Aston Martin built the car so strong, but yeah, not nice to see at all from anyone.
Are those curbs an issue?
I think they've got to look at it. I mean, at Silverstone last weekend, I think without the halo, you're looking at another death there because of the car launching over the curb into another driver. Luckily, the halo was there to stop them, and luckily we have, roof over our heads. Otherwise, that would have been sort of his head going across the curbs as well. So definitely something to look at, because they're just there for sporting reasons. But I think we've got to look at it from a safety point of view going forward.
I'm going to let you go because I know your car's coming in. Thank you.
Cheers.
I think that's spot on. And we shouldn't have... Oh, what's happened here?
What's going on here? The AF Corsa LMP2 car stopped in pit lane. Has he missed his pit box, do you think? No? He's just...
That was weird.
I feel maybe he didn't feel like there was enough room for him to actually nose the car in. We've talked about this all the way through this week so far. How busy, how tightly packed this pit lane is. I don't know why he felt like he couldn't get in there.
708 has lost the lead. It's lost the lead. 708 has come out of pit lane after taking fuel and is behind one of the Toyotas. Is behind the 7 Toyota. Has lost the lead in the pits. Oh, they've taken tyres, haven't they?
They've done no, they haven't done a driver change. Durrani's still at the wheel.
121 on pit lane for the Glickenhaus, 104 for the number 7. The number 7 has taken the lead in the pits. So that is not the drive-through that's been served. That is a service pit stop.
So that'll be no tyres for the Toyota.
Yeah, I reckon the Glickenhaus has had tyres, and obviously still yet to serve its penalty. Will that be next time around? A drive-through, that's what they have to do. Can they do it under the safety car? I doubt they can.
I'm pretty certain.
But you know what? With, what have we got? 3 hours, 7 minutes of this race remaining, coming up to halfway through. So halfway through this race...
Are you saying there might be a bit more racing going on?
Well, just sound me out here.
Yep.
Halfway through this race, they had a 50-second lead.
Yep.
All, you know, even Stevens. It was a 50-second lead. They'd built that up gradually over halfway through this race. There's still 3 hours, 7 minutes to go.
Yep.
If they've got that speed through to the end of this race, despite it being served under racing conditions, a drive-through penalty around this track, you're probably going to lose around 30 seconds.
Correct.
Right? See where I'm going with this?
I've got one.
They can win this race potentially by 10 seconds.
On pace, but
on pace.
The balancing comment is they balanced what they know is an issue for them here, which is braking, to get the lead and to extend that lead. What they were then into is maintaining that lead.
But so they can carry on the same pace they had and still get 50 seconds on the competition in 3 hours.
On the car. If the brakes are still there on the car, that's the thing I'm worried
Let's
about.
think positive. Come on, of course they will.
Fascinating, isn't it?
Roman Dumas, he's got it. It's under control. This race isn't over. And actually, I think this penalty is a good thing because it's going to make the race better.
If the number 8 Toyota can have a problem, so potentially could the number 7. I mean, electronics don't always go wrong on the same car. Just about 3 hours in and 3 hours to go in the 6 Hours of Monza, round 4 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. And there is a driver change at Alpine. Andre Negrão has handed over to Nico Lapierre. Glickenhaus losing the lead in the pits, taking on tyres and changing to Olivier Plas. So there was a driver change there as well. Mike Conway took over the number 7 Toyota. That is now the race leader. Glickenhaus have a drive-through penalty to serve. We are under safety car, but the pit lane window is open. The safety car for a, frankly, quite frightening accident for TF Sports' Enrique Chavez. The car flying, it seemed, completely unretarded by the driver's brake pedal into the Roggia, over the curbs, and barrel rolling itself into destruction. Chavez is out of the car, is okay. I'm sure he'll be taken to the medical centre for a checkup. The doctors were there on site very quickly. But as we remain behind the safety car, everybody now, and yet, hang on a minute, why are they doing this speed? They are catching up the queue after their stops. You see Brendan Hartley there, like everybody else, closing up the queue. So the number 8 Toyota is back ahead of the number 36 Alpine. So that is a change as well. Toyota have gone from 2nd and 4th to 1st and 3rd in this round of pit stops. Suddenly, they have used a safety car pit window to change their fortunes. At some stage, possibly, that will come back and haunt them if they have not taken tyres now. Don't forget that their rivals will be very close. You can see the dark blue, French blue Alpine right behind the number 8 Toyota. And the Glickenhaus is not far behind the number 7 Toyota either. But in the queue, the Glickenhaus, which still has a penalty to serve, maybe a long way back. Lots of gouges in the track. Not sure we can do anything about that at the moment from the barrel roll of the Aston Martin. Martin Haven, Graeme Goodwin, Anthony Davidson in the pit lane is Louise Beckett. And you know,
there's 2 racetracks in a row now,
yeah. 2
very different races. It's huge gouges as a result of cars going upside down.
Doesn't get any better looking no matter how many times you see it. It's still the shock of that impact.
Something's failed.
It's the shock. It's difficult to watch it without getting cross, actually.
You know what I think it was? The car sat so long, I think the front discs were too cold, and he only had, majority was rear braking.
Well, let's hear from Jim Glickenhaus with Louise Beckett.
Jim Glickenhaus, we've seen how strong the Glickenhaus is running. Obviously, this safety car hasn't helped the situation at all for you guys, but how are you feeling at this point, midway through the race?
Oh, we feel fine. I mean, we were speeding in the full course yellow, so we have a drive-through penalty. If the safety car and the crash hadn't have happened, and you always say if, when, could have, should have, never, but it did, we lost the gap. So the setback will be real. However, the car is running real well. The drivers are good. I think we'll make it back. I think it'll be a real exciting last 3 hours of the race, and that's racing, and that's what it's about.
Can you take that drive-through during this safety car?
You know, the rules are so complex that I'm personally not sure, but I don't think you can. I think we have to wait, but when the things gap up and we have a little more room to maneuver, we'll take the penalty and go flat out and try to get it back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think he's right. Looked at... I think he's completely correct. I don't think we're allowed to take penalties under a full course yellow or behind the safety car. What does that mean? It means at the moment we've got behind the safety car, the top 4 cars separated by under 5 seconds. So there will be, as Davidson correctly said, something like 30 seconds of a penalty and time terms with the Glickenhaus, but it led by 50 seconds. So Ant's getting quite excited.
Well, I mean, Jim said it himself, didn't he? That look, I think we're going to have an exciting race with these 3 hours remaining. We've just got to get racing, because the more this time ticks on, and erodes towards that to a lesser part of the race to go, we know, factually speaking, that car pulled a 50-second gap in 3 hours.
Indeed we do.
So, I mean, if you do the same thing again, it's just sorry-looking Aston Martin gets towed away. We can get racing again, and with 3 hours remaining, it's game on. I mean, they've got to set a penalty. What Glickenhaus said was that, I think, and it's right, they need the separation of all these cars that have been bunched up under the safety car to happen, so that you're not stuck behind multiple cars in a row, losing too much time. You want to open up a bit of a gap, then serve your penalty.
Safety car is coming in this lap. We've had a bit of a shake-up in a couple of the class orders with the odd pit stop towards the end of this safety car period. So, about to get back underway with the number 7 leading the race after that switch of positions in the pit stop.
Lights off on the safety car, getting ready to come back to green flag racing. Right on board in the Alpine that currently lies in 4th place in Hypercar. And just in front of him is the number 8 Toyota that is 3rd. Safety car will come out of the Parabolica, and the green flag has been shown at the start line. We're back to green flag racing with exactly 3 of the 6 hours still on the clock. Number 7 Toyota leads from the 708 Glickenhaus. There's the battle for 3rd in Hypercar and overall. The red and white number 8 Toyota pulls out from behind the 60 Ferrari, and the Alpine cannot get close enough. But look at that, that is 2nd, 3rd and 4th. There's the Glickenhaus in 2nd, number 8 Toyota right behind him at Davidson. They're not just going to lose the lead they have already in the pit stops, Glickenhaus, but
Olivier Pla was very careful on the brakes there, wasn't he, towards the first chicane. And we know that that's a brand new set of tyres on that car. But number 8 looking very racy. Brendan Hartley trying to make his way through. There's the number 7 Toyota. Mike Conway leads this race. And there's the Glickenhaus, followed by Hartley. All 4 cars almost nose to tail here, thanks to the safety car.
Real change in fortune for the number 8 car, which was running at the front of the field and suddenly slowed right down because it had electronic issues. Now it's up in 3rd place.
Was that Porsche overtaking the Corvette as well?
Into the most aggressive of the lot, I think so. Did he get through? He did get through, yes.
Corvette down to 5th.
So all sorts of changes on cold tyres. And Hartley looking to make this a Toyota 1-2. Sebastian Buemi could never probably have thought that that was going to be happening an hour after he had electronic problems.
Oh, and he's had to slam on the brakes there because of the jostling positions of different categories of cars. The Bratislava wanted to move out to the right, but could see 2 cars coming through the inside, and that was very close for Hartley on the inside there of the final corner.
Glickenhaus will take the penalty now.
Yep. got a bit of, he will come back out into clear air. And I was going to make the point, actually, that when they were building their lead early on, he was in clear air. And clear air, Ant, means marginally less hot brakes.
Exactly.
And if he's in clear air now for a few more laps, that will help them close this disadvantage. But the clock will start. We've got 3 hours to go. How many seconds behind will they be? Drive through for 7:08.
Oh, that feels like an eternity. Feels like an eternity. It feels like you're going.
You've never had a drive-through, have you?
Oh, moi? No, of course
there
not.
you go. But you understand it feels like an eternity.
To explain what happened, by the way, in those pit stops, we saw the varying lap time, pit stop times. The number 8 Toyota took all 4 tyres. Number 7 took 2 left-hand tyres. That explains the difference in the pit stop time for Toyota. So the 708 has rejoined at the back of this entire train.
So yeah, the race starts here for Glickenhaus, doesn't it? Forget everything from where we were with 2 hours 57 minutes to go.
And forget what I said about them being in fresh air. He comes out right behind the AM class tail enders. So yeah, effectively stopping behind the safety car would have cost them less because nobody would have stretched out in front of them.
So this is heads down for Toyota, Alpine. If they want to win this race today, either one of those teams, they've almost got to work together and not trip each other over at this stage in the race, because that Glickenhaus is coming.
Yeah, that'll definitely happen. Alpine and Toyota will definitely not work together under any circumstances. Toyota want to 1-2. That's what they've got now, halfway through the race.
As the car rejoined, it is 30 seconds, the Glickenhaus, from the lead. But, of course, the entire field's in between it and the leader.
Well, that was a lock-up there, sorry, for Brendan Hartley. Turn 1, this might give the Alpine of Nicolas Lapierre, I would say, their most feisty driver that they have in that trio of driver lineup.
And he's got no axe to grind at all with Toyota.
Yeah, it's a drive-through penalty for the number 83 AF Corsa car.
That reverts back to an incident about 2 hours ago that brought out another full-course yellow where he nudged the 21 Ferrari off into the gravel at the Lesmos.
Christoph Ulrich, and that is going to lose that car. No, it won't lose that car position because the 4th place car behind is a lap down.
That's 4th place in Pro-Am as opposed to 4th place overall in LMP2. So that's still the battle for second. Lapierre now sort of... the Alpine does take longer to bring its tyres in, I think, than the Toyota does. It seems to be that when we go away from a slow period, the Alpine never is able to quite respond in the same way.
I just think it looks like it's the car. You need to wind it up, don't you? It needs to. It makes its lap time, like I said before, makes it in the corners, makes it on the braking, and they just find it very hard to try and get their way past a car that's so fast on the straight, like the Toyota is. And let's not forget that the Alpine, as it stands at the moment, is still leading the championship.
Yes.
In Hypercar.
Ooh, change of position again. Yeah.
64.
Is Tommy Milner still at the wheel?
Yeah.
Yeah. Goes past Michael Christensen into Loreto Filio.
Couldn't have taken that any further over that orange curve on the exit there. Look for the apex of turn 2. It's all crossed up.
And when you park it there in between the 2nd and the 3rd elements of the chicane, the car you've just dive-bombed can't get past you. There's not enough traction. You can't go the long way around the outside. You have to build your speed up through Curva Grande and try and attack down here under braking. There's a lot of that going on as well.
First lap with these cars in full traffic under the green flag running. Glickenhaus actually closed on the leader by just over half a second. However, and that's going to be because, of course, the leader is still in quite quick traffic. It's going to get trickier as they get further through this traffic train.
Aston on Aston, 98 versus 777, and that is the 88 Dempsey Proton car, the yellow and blue car. So this is 6th and 7th, the 2 Astons that are nose to tail, and then 8th, 9th and 10th, Dempsey Proton ahead of 54 and 21 Ferraris, both of which, 54 and 21, have been nerfed off track, by the way. 54 by the 98 AMR, and 21 by the 83 AF Corsa LMP2 car.
Yeah, Charlie Fagg just unlapping himself for 98.
And in fact, the Triple D, the D station line, the 777 car has also been off track. That was hit by the 22 United Autosport car. Wasn't off track, actually, had a very slow run back into the pits with damage.
The 83 car is getting a second stop-and-go penalty. 5 seconds stop-and-hold, in fact, for the 83. And the 71 is as well for technical infringements. I wonder if that was in relation to that pit stop.
94 in the pit lane. This is a driver change for the Peugeot. That lies in 5th spot. Peugeot TE, by the way, stands for Peugeot Total Energy, who are the fuel supplier, the title sponsor for Peugeot, and the fuel supplier for the championship as well. They supply 100% renewable fuel to every car on this grid. So it all comes from the byproducts of the wine-making industry. So double hurrah for that.
Yep, and
because that means more wine for us and more green fuel for our cars.
And less landfill.
No landfill, because the wine goes in my stomach and the byproducts go in the cars.
There you go.
So that is a beautiful harmony. Here's the Glickenhaus then. Holy cow, that
and that's
thing
how you want to overtake your traffic.
Ship, isn't it?
No hindrance whatsoever.
Has now cleared the GTE Pro train. What's the gap now? Gone up a little, but only a little. In fact, no, he's taken another couple of tenths out of the leader.
It's a third of a lap. The leader is in a Ascari, and he is turning into the first of the Lesmos, second of the Lesmos, even as I say it. So it's about a third of a lap.
But the 7 cars now cleared traffic and is in clear air.
And so is the Glickenhaus, because he's now not got anything ahead of him until he gets down to the Parabolica.
So far, Olivier Pla has done a stellar job in losing nothing to the lead cars, and in fact gaining tenths on the 3 cars ahead of him. He does, however, now have the not inconsiderable problem of the entire LMP2 field ahead of him.
I think Olivier Pla has his sleeves firmly rolled up.
Oh,
He's
yes.
in hunter-killer mode, isn't he?
But there's less of a problem for that car. I'm not concerned for that car to make its way. If this was the Alpine we were talking about, and it had the same lap time, you know, it had the same speed in lap time as the Glickenhaus, but the way it makes its lap time, I'd be more concerned of its finding its way through the LMP2s. You saw once again riding on board with Lapierre last time around Curva Grande, is just gently working his way by the Jota, I think it was at the time. And in comparison, we saw that Glickenhaus just flying around that corner.
Well, he's got one fewer problems because the 83 car has just gone down pit lane for the first of its 2 penalties.
Porsche lead in GTE Pro. Say what now?
That Glickenhaus has dropped behind the GTs.
Yeah, that's not good. What happened there with
Something's
the
happened to the Glickenhaus.
He was ahead of, we were talking about the Glickenhaus just hunting down the next load of LMP2s. He's lost a hell of a lot of time.
Is he
and I think he's got a problem. Unfortunately, he's got a problem. He's falling back. This is not good news yet. Look, limping round now.
He's being passed by the second of the Ferraris. Yeah, no, he's really lost speed.
Oh, there's smoke coming out there.
Rear right.
Yeah, puncture.
Oh, this is all they needed.
It is. It looks like tyre smoke, doesn't it? It's tyre rub.
No,
it's
more than that.
No, that's more than that.
Because he lifted off, the smoke stopped. This is on power. This is one bank of the engine.
And is that the first engine failure we've seen from Pipo Moteur in this car?
I've not seen a problem with the engine of this car.
I don't remember it. They had transmission and brake problems early in its career. Oh, that is heartbreaking. Glickenhaus with pole position here for the 2nd time in this season, and with a chance maybe to fight back into the lead. That does have the look of a terminal engine problem, I'm afraid. And that means that we've got a Toyota 1-2 with Alpine in 3rd place and Peugeot in 4th. It only takes one little incident and Peugeot could be dreaming of a podium on their return to top-flight sports car racing.
Ah, what a shame. That was, I mean, it was bad enough they had that penalty, and I thought this could make the race more exciting. I mean, it's still going to be an exciting race anyway with the speed of the Alpine, but that was going to be really interesting. He was just starting to chip away, wasn't he, at the tenths of seconds?
Yes, he was.
And on the leading cars.
921 Porsche team are race winners in GT Pro at Le Mans, holding up the Ferraris. And into the pit lane in the inset comes the Glickenhaus. And I'm not sure that we're going to see that car coming back out, I'm afraid.
Straight on the jacks, look.
When it's burning as much oil as that, or when as much oil of that is coming out of the exhaust, it's never a good sign.
There's nothing Lapierre can do. It's just, I mean, how do you overtake a car around Monza This is still the smoke remaining, by the way, of the Glickenhaus that has just made its way through Parabolica. How do you overtake a car around Monza that's faster than you on the straight? Yeah, look.
Well, anybody who watched Formula One in the turbo era or watched Group C in the turbo era knows what that amount of oil smoke means. They haven't elected a new pope. That is the end of the road, I think, for the Glickenhaus.
After 96 hours of mechanical trouble-free running at Le Mans across the 2 cars in the 2 years, and 3 hours into a race, that's the heartbreaking part of it, isn't it?
Well, especially when you've got potentially such a good race still going. Talking of good races,
absolutely.
Here's United Autosports and Prema, and Jota and WRT and Vector. Interior Paul Alex Brundle at the back of the queue there. No, he's not, because behind him you can just see the real team by WRT car, Ferdy Habsburg. So this is just the top 7 then in LMP2. Oh, and right behind him is the ultimate car that's leading in Pro-Am and it is 8th. So line of sight. The guy in 8th in LMP2 can still see the leader. We've got 3 hours still to go. Fantastic racing in all 4 classes.
So Porsche have found their way into the lead of GTE Pro.
Now, they have out-fumbled Ferrari in the pit lane somehow there by taking fewer tyres, and that's why it's so important to defend that spot.
Yeah, they were quicker, but quicker only by a second or 2, but that's all it took.
All it takes.
Because they were behind the safety car.
Listen, when you've got a
So
slower
close.
car, if you can get in front and hold him up, where can he pass here?
Absolutely.
At the end of the front straight, if he hasn't got a speed advantage, you know, you are blunting his speed. You are deliberately slowing him down. I mean, it's racing and you're allowed to, but that's the way that works.
Because we've got these cars released after that safety car, we've got groups of cars like this. These are all fighting for position.
That's
This
6th,
is for
7th, 8th.
It is indeed. That LMP2 battles, we've got the number 7 or 8 in the garage and the number 93, this is, about to rejoin the race.
Yeah.
But those top 6 in LMP2, not one of them, it's 0.538, 0.087, 0.529, 0.631, 0.590, and then 1.012 are the gaps for the top 7.
On board in 4th, there's the leader. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. All as quick flying by the fence, as quick as you can almost identify them. United Autosport. Jota, the real stopper in the bottle here, Jonathan Aberdeen, Lorenzo Colombo and Robin Frines will be really frustrated in 4th, trying to get by these guys to attack Felipe Albuquerque. Those are the 2 platinum drivers in this lead group.
And of course, the number 31 car would have benefited as well from that safety car. It brought them back into play because of that earlier. Was it a drive-through that they had? Do you remember there was an infringement for Sean Galale? I think under a full-course yellow infringement.
I will check back.
I think they had a penalty in this race, so that's taken that penalty away by having the safety car now. And Robin Frines in a very powerful position in one of the fastest cars on the grid in P2.
Top 10, by the way, in that class, separated by under 9 seconds. This is Rahel Fry. Is it Rahel Fry now?
Yeah, lead battle in GT Pro.
But that's
it has just changed hands.
That's Seb Priaulx is catching. This is the battle now. Rahel Fry being caught by Seb Priaulx.
Now, I thought that had just changed hands. I thought as we saw Seb Priaulx, it still had the number 1 spot from the start-finish line. I thought she might have just got by him.
I remember seeing under the safety car line, I remember thinking, because Priaulx was gradually catching, wasn't he? He was a long way back, but he was gradually catching. And now, of course, that race is on with after the safety car period's ended. That's a big old lock-up for Brendan Hartley. Does this give the Alpine of Lapierre a chance on the exit? No, he's got a car in the way.
Yeah. Got to go by Thomas Floor, got to go by the Inception Racing Porsche. He is much closer to Brendan Hartley than he was.
No, can't do anything about it there, but that's the kind of luck you're looking for in traffic. That's what Lapierre needs. Oh, no!
93, straight on at the chicane.
Chicane. Or was that a result of a problem?
And that's Jev, Jean-Eric Verne. Oh, it looks like he is parking it.
Yeah, that was a result of a problem, wasn't it? So not driver error there.
Well, this battle for the lead of LMP2 rages. A 7-car train. Look how close it is.
Also, while we're watching this, by the way, the 83 car with its 2nd drive-through penalty being taken.
3 hours into the 6 Hours of Monza. Plenty of action out on track. Louise Beckett down in the pit lane. Louise, it's been a busy time there. What's going on? Okay.
Ollie Plar's gone out of the car. The team did have the back of the car off. They've put it back on now, and they're all stepping away from the 708. It's a massive shame. I haven't been able to speak to Jim Glickenhaus at the moment because he's been very involved in everything and speaking to the team. But as soon as I can, I will. But it obviously looks like this is over for them.
All right, that's kind of what we thought. Meanwhile, for United Autosports in the dark blue car, Philippe Albuquerque ahead of the green car, Jonathan Aberdeen. Blue and white, red and white rather, Robin Freins up to third now ahead of number 9 Prema car. And the Vector Sport car behind with Sebastian Bourdais at the wheel. So we are looking at some heavy hitters in all sorts of racing actually. Prototype racing, perhaps Sebastian not quite so well known for, but in the Vector Sport car, he is. So, oh, and trouble for the United car, getting held up by behind the very slow Peugeot. Everybody in those GT cars just sort of breathing off the throttle a little to give themselves space. And actually, that was, look how busy the racetrack is.
They've got to be careful here in both categories, GT and the LMP2 drivers. I mean, you're desperate to not lose ground and to actually make ground on the drivers you're racing against in both respective classes. But it's moments like that around this circuit as well, such high speed, where you move the wrong way or you make a move and it's unsighted. That's the end of your race. Right, Here we go then. Finally, Lapierre's close enough on the run down towards turn 1. How's this happen? We don't care because he's on the brakes.
It's traffic.
He's going to try. Does he cross the line here to get a good run out of the S's? That's exactly what he's trying. Even a little bit of curb taken for Lapierre, but he's going to lose this ground now through Curva Grande, and that's the advantage that the Toyota's got. It's going to give them that safety blanket they're looking for the next braking zone coming up right now. And Lapierre's thinking, no, I had a bit of a chance. I was on the wrong side of the track, and now he's gone straight on for good measure. He's going to have to work at this to try and gain that ground again. But you can see the example right there, how the car is good. It's got the grip, it's got the braking, hasn't got the straight line speed, and that's a real deficit for him around this circuit.
Something wrong with the position indicator lights on the Alpine. When he went off there were 2 red lights. When he came back on, there was only 1 red light. Now, there should have been 3 at all times, because he was third. Yeah, here's the battle, Inception, Project 1. That's Brendan Iribe versus Francesco Castellacci in the silver Ferrari. And the LMP2 cars, a lap later, are still trying to figure their way through here. The 88 car behind, the yellow and blue Porsche, that's in the battle with the white Porsche and the silver Ferrari as well. That's the 88 car of Patrick Lindsay. Simon Mann, the 21 car, they've dropped behind. He's further back down that queue. But again, one thing that a safety car does is bunch all the battles right up. Sometimes when we have 3 at Le Mans, they break up the battles. But here, look at this. United, Jota, Vector Sport, up to third, Sebastian Bourdais.
And into Europol as well.
Yeah, Alex Brundle and Sebastian, it's Gutierrez now. They have out-fumbled all the guys that were in front of them and really shot up the order.
Bourdais will be absolutely loving this. That Vector Sport cars look really quick the whole way through as the United.
So Bourdais now in the white car for the lead.
Yeah.
And the man in front of him, Jonathan Aberdeen, going to do well to hold on here, isn't he?
And it looks like the Vector Sport's got good straight line speed.
He
picked up a good run on the exit there of Parabolica, but yeah, Bourdais, the experienced pair of hands there. Funny, Bourdais and Peugeot's back, and it's like I've rewound 10 years.
Don't you? Have you? Oh, you have. You look so young. And don't forget,
I know you like the past.
Vector Sport, a brand new team, have never raced anything anywhere before. This is only their 4th ever race of any kind of cars. So, I mean, a huge thing.
This is the end, I'm afraid, of the 708 in the garage. But Vector Sport, we should say, by the way, so Roman Dimmel looking on. But Vector Sport also, another team who've had some concerns with team members unable to travel because of positive COVID cases. They've been rattling around the pit lane to get extra help, and there's been people coming from all over the place to help this. Yeah. It really is a team that's been put together last minute. Look at that means.
Yeah. Well, you know, they knew they had a chance to win this race, and despite that penalty and the safety car falling at precisely the wrong time, they still had a chance. And those don't come around very often. It doesn't matter what car you're in, chances to win have to be precious, don't they?
Yeah, not when you're fighting these red, white and black Toyota machines out in front. It just, they're always there, aren't they? I mean...
And for half the team at Glickenhaus, podium engineering, you know, most of the people that work on the car are Italian. They're based here. They've always built Jim Glickenhaus's cars, his race cars. So it is a home race. You know, it's not by accident the car looks like a classic Ferrari. That's exactly where that inspiration comes from. And yeah, it is tough. And you know,
well, there's another aspect to this. You know, we know that we're not going to see the Glickenhaus at Fuji for the next round.
Oh, United in trouble on the outlap.
It's the lead car. Was the lead car.
He went into the pit lane. Have they had a driver change? Yes, it's Phil Hansen. He's still on the speed limiter. No, now he gets up to speed. Has he been hitting something very hard? That is his outlap. He is out of the pits. That's down into the Roggia.
Oh, it looks like he's back up to normal speed now, but...
That had all the hallmarks of the pit lane speed limiter not releasing.
Oh, no, he would have, that was a long way through Curva Grande. He would have been, if his reactions are that slow, so
well, no,
he needs to ask himself questions.
Yeah, but if you release the button and it doesn't release, then what do you do? Do you know what I mean? If you release the button and it doesn't disengage the speed limiter, then you're just hitting things on the steering wheel or going through the menus. Or
you get lights on as well, lights flashing when you're on the pit lane speed. From the outside, we would have seen it.
Yeah.
That was something else. I don't know what was going on there, but I couldn't have been pit lane speeder because the lights come on.
Up to speed now.
To complete the point about the Glickenhaus, there was a question about whether or not we'll see the car at Bahrain. A win for that car at Monza would certainly have given a big commercial boost to that team in that battle.
But also possibly it meant that they've now won in WEC. Maybe there's no need to go to Bahrain. So it sort of depends. You know, now they got halfway there. They were close. I don't know. Depends on what they think their chances might be in Bahrain. We'll wait and see. Hopefully they will return before the end of the season, because it is just a bit of colour and excitement in the paddock that we don't really want to lose. You know, they're a great team.
And it can't end like that, can it, this season for them? No. They'll be back.
So this train of LMP2 cars is on board with the Alpine. It's gradually making its way.
They are.
The latest is the 34 car of Esteban Gutierrez.
They are pushing so hard, these two. I can see the way they're attacking the racetrack. All the curbs being used. Everything to play for here, especially for the Alpine. They've got the speed. I can see it. It's the faster car. It's just frustrating that he can't seem to find his way by, and I can sense that frustration. Brendan's driving for his life, and Lapierre is driving with absolute frustration. Can see the potential of his car, but he's got this Toyota in his way, and he can see the other car in front as well, of Mike Conway, who's not that far in front.
4 seconds.
4 seconds.
There you go, there's the top three.
And it's Brendan. Actually, I think Brendan is catching the leader as well. This will be...
Not quite, no. It's within 10. So quickest of the three last time around was Lapierre, but it is a tenth and a tenth in it. There's nothing really in it here, but Lapierre putting everything on the table here in this battle.
Right, will the Toyota in front of our... we just changed camera. I was just wondering if he could get that... What was it? There's the LMP2 car into the second chicane. Actually, would have... That's... looking at the circuit map now. That's Alex Brundle that they're catching through that second chicane into Lesmo 1 and 2.
Gutierrez aboard that car now, but yes, the 34 car. This was the change for position in GTM with the 88 car. Patrick Lindsay making his way by Brendan Arieb in the 56 Team Project 1 car.
Here we go then. Alpine versus Toyota once again, but this time down towards the Ascari chicane. I spoke about the traffic before. And it didn't quite help him there. We know that Alpine's faster anyway through this part of the track, and there's nothing he can do on this straight coming up before the final corner. He's going to have to get the job done. Under the braking.
Into Ascari.
Either into Ascari or one of the chicanes. Ideally for him into the second chicane. If he can get the move done into the second chicane, he's got the run through the more twisty part of the track where he can make an advantage. 94 in the pits there, down at Peugeot.
Gustavo
P4.
Menezes in the car. And the battle for second place continues in Hypercar. Toyota 1-2 here in Monza. We are 2.5 hours. We have 2.5 hours left. We're 3.5 hours into the 6 hours. Toyota 1-2, but from this viewpoint of the Alpine, it is still a very close battle, and the top three are covered by under 6 seconds after a mid-race pit stop. In pit lane, Louise Beckett; in the booth, Graeme Goodwin, Martin Haven and Ant Davidson, and it is just as tight for second place in GTE Pro.
Oh, it's been great racing up and down the grids today. The Glickenhaus, of course, who are out of this race now. That was the only boring part, watching them just stretch into a 50-second lead. They're gone, unfortunately, for their sake. But what it's left us with in the hypercar category is this that we see on screen now. This fight between Alpine and Toyota rages on. There's a Jota in the way. You can't tell which car that is at this stage, probably the 38.
It's Jonathan Aberdeen, I think. Oh, no, you're right, it is 38. Well, no, it is Aberdeen, yeah. Oh. It is Aberdeen. He's just out of the pit lane, actually.
As always with those two cars. But anyway, they work their way past that. And one thing I was going to say about this battle with the Alpine and Toyota, I just think, look, it can't overtake it on track. So can they do something strategically? Pit the car earlier, get it out of the way strategically to run in free air. They've got the speed over the Toyota.
Remember the question that we heard during the safety car? Do you think we can triple stint the tyres? That's what they're looking at. You're right, you know.
They need to run out in free air.
They're better into the midpoint of the corner. Toyota is better off the corner and seems to have a fraction of top-end speed.
I fear the number 94 car has been on pit lane for too long.
Oh dear.
It seems like a long stop.
More trouble for D Station as well. They've been given a warning flag for track limits. That would be Charlie Fagg in the green and black car. And Nico Lapierre, well, we heard Andre Negrão saying that he was up for another stint after the safety car and to triple stint the tyres, but in fact they put Nico Lapierre in, and Lapierre closing in the Lesmos, but you'll see Brendan Hartley start to stretch away just enough to be out of fingertip reach.
He won't overtake him in free air with the two cars in free air.
And the Peugeot is now in free fall. The 94 car is following Glickenhaus down the order.
Oh no, there's a problem with the 31 WRT. This is Robin Freins at the wheel.
Left front puncture? No.
What's happened there?
Is he having a bit of a control-alt-delete moment?
Coming out of the pits here, it just doesn't gain speed.
Pit lane speed limiter. So
it's not accelerating.
So that couldn't have been what happened to the 22 United car, you think?
It's pretty reminiscent.
That was
but we didn't hear the onboard of that car.
Thing, yeah. Again, the battle for second gets down into the braking area, and the Rettifilio no way through for the Alpine, driven by Nico Lapierre. Brendan Hartley doing a great job here, not only in defending, but also in losing no time to Mike Conway, who is on his own and can pick and choose the lines he wants in traffic. Brendan has to have one eye on where the gap is going to be in front of him, and one eye on where the idiot in the blue car is going to be behind him. No disrespect to Nico Lapierre, not suggesting he's an idiot, but that's the problem for Hartley, is when he catches traffic, he's got to not lose any time and also not get overtaken.
The most important thing for Brendan is not to be overtaken under a braking zone. That, you know, he knows he's safe in a straight line like this one coming up here. Nothing that Lapierre can do there. The car is too fast in a straight line for the Alpine. But he's got to make sure, Brendan's got to make sure he overtakes the likes of the Ferrari GT car before the corner, because he can't afford
trouble for the 22 again.
22 United, so that's...
Has that been back in the pits again? Or has it happened on track this time?
No, I think it's happened on track this time. I think that is more than a pit lane speed limiter. Oh no, hang on. No, it was shown as
23 had been in the pits. So
he's just come to a grinding. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Well, he had to take avoiding action because you're expecting the car in front to accelerate out of the corner.
I'm blaming Antonio Felix da Costa there.
Yeah,
He
a
is
wild
actually,
move from Da Costa. Was it actually him?
Actually in one of the Jotas. Don't know which Jota car that was. Here we go.
Right,
no,
on the brakes,
no.
on the brakes. You can do it on the brakes,
But
and he's given it a go. He's got a
there's
Porsche around the
on way.
outside. Yes, I think he's done it. He's done
now,
it.
Look at the lights on the side.
But
it still says he's the
I tell you
leader.
what, it's not going to work because here comes the faster Toyota in a straight line. He's even worse. He's going to box him in as well.
No.
They've showed the graphic too soon because I knew that was coming.
Big move from Lapierre, though.
Overtaking a car that's faster on the straight in Monza, very difficult. This is the chicane he has to do it at, the second one, but... Oh, curse that long straight before the next chicane, he's thinking. I mean, you do a brilliant move like that, it's all for nothing.
Yeah. But you've got to keep pushing.
What can he do?
You've got to keep pushing. Never give up. You have to keep attacking. You have to keep attacking.
Because at some point, he will be able to overtake him at the right part of the track. He now knows that it's worth doing anyway. Brendan might have not been, but I think Lapierre could have possibly been a bit more aggressive in his defensive driving there because he had the other GT car in front of him. He could have used that Porsche to box in Brendan, and actually how it turned out was Brendan had the room on the left-hand side after this corner to put the nose of the Toyota. I feel like Nico could have been more aggressive to block him in his tracks. Brilliant move, though, for what it's worth, around the outside. Amazing, amazing job there. He should have just known it was coming, like we all did. At this point here, eyes in the mirror, like, look, he let him go around the outside. He could have just put his car on the white line and made Brendan decide where to go. He's going to get another run at it here, though.
Here we go again, action.
He's clearly had a good run on the exit of Parabolico. Right, inside. Can you send it to the inside? No, he's going to go for the outside again, but without any car in front of him.
Oh, and he's lost it.
Yeah, he's had to go straight on in desperation.
White flags waving in front. A very slow United Autosports car still crawling. This is going to have to go full course yellow, isn't it? You can't have a car going that slowly.
Look at this. Was he squeezed? No, he just wasn't alongside.
Oh, big lock up there. Just he
wasn't alongside.
He was trying to get his nose out of the hole there, wasn't he?
I'll tell you what, that's the fastest car we've seen thread its way through those chicane barrier, though.
31 in the pit box.
That was the other car that went crawling, isn't it?
For a moment, by the way, we did have the Jota cars 1-2. 38 now is pitted for
fluid there.
Costa. Yeah.
Okay, so is that hydraulic fluid or is that coolant? I don't. It looks too watery, if you know what I mean.
It's Gibson. That's Gibson. It's the Gibson engine
so it's
on the right-hand
coolant.
side.
It looks not viscous enough to be hydraulic, except it didn't come off. It didn't come off the speed limiter, or there was no throttle response, or something.
Yeah, I don't think the engine was allowing it to rev. I mean,
and 22 had the same problem. We saw it in the Roger in the second chicane.
Might be a temperature thing.
And then we saw it, and 22 is still crawling around. We just saw it 2 minutes ago, turning into Curva Grande. It's only just getting to the first Lesmo. There's Renault Rast.
22 in what should be a 32-second sector 1 has just taken 95 seconds to do it.
Yeah, because he's on the speed limiter.
So all of a sudden, we're getting cars seemingly melting down.
Yeah.
Well, talking of cars that have been in trouble, we're going to go down to Louise now, who's got Jim Glickenhaus after the apparent retirement of the 708.
Jim Glickenhaus, we can see the team packing up behind you. Talk us through what happened, what went wrong on the car.
Yeah, we were monitoring the car. It was totally fine. The temperatures, the pressures, everything was good. And we just had a very quick catastrophic failure of a turbo. A brand new part, no reason. You know, normally you would have a warning it was going to happen. You would see you had maybe an oil leak or you had an intercooler that had failed or something. And then you could have brought it in, fixed it, and hopefully gone back out. But the part failed catastrophically. It probably dumped a lot of metal shavings into the system. And there would really be no reason to try to fix it and go out, because once the metal particles get into the oil, you could just destroy the car for nothing. So, you know, it's one problem with a small team like ours. You know, we don't have two cars. We really would do much better if we had two cars, because if you had one go down, you have another keep going, which kind of happened to us in Le Mans, where 708 ran into problems and 709 didn't, and 709 finished on the podium. I think that if we had 2 cars, we would have had a much better chance. But that goes into who we are, what our company is, and what we're trying to do. I mean, we build a very small number of road cars and Baja race trucks for the road that are road legal. We spend a disproportionate amount of money racing, which we really can't just do now that we have shareholders and things. So we are trying to raise more capital with a view to expand our business also into hydrogen, zero emission trucks and pickup trucks. And if we do that, the publicity from this could have a very positive effect. But you know, I don't want to be one of these people that says, oh yeah, we'll definitely be back, because I don't know. You know, we're going through some fundraising things. I'm very optimistic about them. And if they come through, we'll have one company. If we don't, we'll still have a wonderful little company.
Well, we hope to see you again. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I love it.
An optimist, a dreamer, and a realist all in one man. I mean, he created this idea of the Glickenhaus from absolutely nothing. Very disappointing, and you know, he's just said we've got 2 cars, and everyone's there going, well, why aren't you racing them both? Well, the almighty dollar doesn't stretch as far as it used to, and so the greenbacks are just not there to be running 2 cars. Don't think for a moment that Jim Glickenhaus would not want to run 2 cars. Of course, he would love to, but there are realities in life. 2 hours and 21 minutes remain of the 6 hours of Monza. Looking at the battle in LMP2, the car you're looking at, the white car, that is the car of Sebastian Bourdais, Vector Sport car. Now, they've just recently stopped, Graham, and dropped back a little further down the order.
They have, but should mark, by the way, because we didn't, that they did lead a lap in this race.
No points for that, unfortunately.
No, but this brand new team, it's certainly worth mentioning that. They've been competitive throughout this race. Ryan Cullen had a really good spell at the start of this race. Nico Muller was the quickest on track when he was in the car, and Seb Bourdais is just being Seb Bourdais.
And very good news for the Jota car 38 that is working its way up that field slowly but surely, that the 31 car that was very much in this championship fight looks like it's not going to score any points today, but it's just been wheeled back into pit box. But they have slipped well down the field now up to 32nd position.
Yeah, but it's where they are in class that defines whether or not they score points. And at the moment, they are 14th in class. Here is our GTE AM pole sitter and race leader Rahul Fry at the wheel here. And she's not the only one who's been gravel trapping. Look at that, the number 7 Toyota in 2nd place.
And Rahul, by the way, doing a great job of fending off what's been a spirited attack from Seb Prio. 3.8 seconds back in the 77 car, but that gap has been pretty static. So
listen, that driver lineup in the Iron Dames car, I think, is as strong as anything else in the GTE AM class.
You know what, I'm very pleased to see Rahul seems to be back on form. I was a little concerned at the start of this season that her form wasn't what it had been, but she's right back there.
And that's the Inception Racing Porsche,
that's a horrible place to stop.
He's not going to make it round on that steering lock.
That's a horrible place to stop.
And he hasn't got the confidence to gas it up and hope that the tyres are going to break free. Let's go, yellow flags at turn 6.
Stalled it in reverse. Because it's slightly uphill there, so he stalled it in reverse.
There'll have to be vigorously waved white flags. Let's hope nobody's trying to make a move down to the second Lesmo curve. Here comes the battle for 2nd place. The leader has just gone through. That's why yellow flags are so critical. If you start to pull out and make a move and you see yellow flags out, you absolutely have to tuck back in and not just take it as read that everything's okay-ish.
That was close.
That was
too close.
The mouth.
I mean, yeah, that's. I feel like he reversed too far. He didn't need to go that far back onto the racing line, but.
Ooh, well, he got away with it. Luckily, no damage done.
They both got away with it, but that was well avoided there from the Aston Martin.
Again, the Porsche driver is on the left-hand side, cannot see behind him on the right-hand side window, can barely see parallel to his head on the right-hand side window, would not have seen that the Aston Martin was there as it popped at speed around the corner.
But there's no need to reverse that far back. That's what I was saying. You know, you know full well you're reversing right onto the racing line, and more so. And that's the line where cars will be coming at you, so very lucky to avoid that.
Number 8 Toyota into the pit lane from second in the race. Now, how does this span out with Alpine versus Toyota? Last time in, number 8 took 4 tyres. It will take none. Last time in, number 7 did left sides only. It may take none. Alpine move up to second.
And this is the point at which, if he has got the quicker car we think he's got, now not bottled up behind the Toyota.
Exactly.
Now we should see 5 seconds back. Conway is 5 seconds ahead of Nico Lapierre. And last time around, the Alpine was more than a second quicker.
Now, another factor in that battle we were watching as Brendan Hartley held off Nico Lapierre is that Hartley had 4 new tyres. I don't know what Lapierre had, but we heard them asking Andre Negrão whether he thought they could triple stint the tyres. Were they on really old tyres compared to a brand new set on the on the Toyota? If they were on new tyres as well, then we revert back to the fact that the Toyota's speed advantage at the top end of the speed range is still helping keep them just out of that grip.
I think they put Lapierre on brand new tyres as well, and they had asked Negrão if he can physically do 3 stints himself as well as the tyres.
They're asking if they could triple the tyres, and whether he could do another stint was a separate question.
But then he got out the car.
Yes.
That's why I'm thinking, why did that happen? Why did he get out the car? Well, maybe it's because they were just asking, and would you be okay to do one more stint?
Don't forget,
physically.
Don't forget that they will have stopped a lap after one of the Toyotas at least, so they will have had some advantage in knowledge of what Toyota.
So Lapierre's in the pit lane now, as is car 7.
Yep.
So they're out of sync compared to car 8. So this is Lapierre's, well, was his in-lap of his life. If he's to get the Toyota on pit exit this time round, all eyes will be on that. Where is car 8 now? He's just exited Lesmo 2. Lapierre takes on a much needed drink. Right, this is the pit stop they need.
He looks like he's been working hard, doesn't he?
Yeah. Oh boy, has he though.
Car 8 is in the Ascari chicane. I'm watching the circuit map.
Don't forget all these hypercars, the fuel hose remains attached the same time. Is he going to beat the number 7? Yes.
He might, well.
Left
Lapierre,
right sides only.
I think is the race I'm interested in is...
him versus 8.
Him versus 8. 8's in Parabolica now.
He's taken the lead.
All 4 tyres for the number 7?
I think it was. I can see 2 old ones there at least. Side. Where is that number 8 Toyota? There he is.
Alpine to the lead of the race.
Wow.
And 7 is going to come back right beside 8, just behind. So that is your top 3. There's 8, was the leader now in second. 7 was second now in third.
Hartley.
Yeah, because he's pushing on like Billio to try and catch the Alpine and stay ahead of number 7.
Wow, this has just thrown everything up in the air, isn't it?
And we're going to expect this on every pit stop, because and in GTE, and in LMP2, and in GTE AM, because all the tyre strategies are muddled up. Nobody is on the same tyre strategy, and only in AM can they throw a whole new set of tyres at the car in every stop.
But the most important thing is that the Alpine now is in free air. So regardless of strategies, whatever, he can now utilise the speed of that car, where it's strong, every lap without being bottlenecked behind a slower Toyota in the corners.
It was all 4 fresh tyres for number 7, left sides only for number 8, which had fresh tyres all round last time. So the number 7 car held the lead on less fresh tyres than the number 8 car, but the number 8 car held up the Alpine. And you're right, being clear of the Toyota means that he's no longer having his fastest bits of the track blocked by a slower car.
So the Alpine remained on older tyres, and that's why they've gained so much time on the car 8, who just changed the one side. They've decided one set, put new tyres on one side of the car, and so that's how he's jumped ahead so comprehensively compared to the number 8. Car 7 changed all 4 tyres. That's why they've dropped right back to third in that fight. And so now they'll be on the attack. They'll be catching Lapierre with their fresher tyres. But even if they overtake him, at least he's he's out of sync with everything, and he can run in free air.
Watching the Iron Dames Ferrari that leads in GTE AM. Sarabova became the first female driver ever to take a pole position in an FIA World Championship. Only one female driver has ever finished on an FIA World Endurance Championship podium, and that a couple of times was Keiko Ihara. So she has been on a podium, I'm reliably informed by the sniffer, who had better be right, because I've now
100%
right, there you go. So I've now committed myself to that. Desiree Wilson finished on the podium here in a Lola back in 1980 in a World Championship sports car race, or in a possibly may not have been World Championship at that stage, sharing a Lola with Alain de Cadenet. But if the Iron Dames win this, it will actually be richly deserved and long overdue, because they've been very competitive in the World Endurance Championship and also in the European Le Mans Series, and it beggars belief that they haven't had even a remote shred of good luck that they've needed to back up their speed, and you sort of need that too.
But the Ferrari, like we said at the top of the programmes, that they haven't had the speeds this year in general. Whether it's the car we're looking at now in GT Pro or the GTM, the Ferrari just has lacked the speed in the dry, especially in the dry conditions. So we've come here to Monza, and not just this car, the car leading the race,
but actually all the Ferraris.
All of the Ferraris seem to be working better on this track, and I think that's allowed them to show what they can really do as well.
And again, you talked about how the Alpine is making its speed on the lap compared to how the Toyota is making it, and maybe that is working with the Ferraris as well. Their overall lap time is within a few hundreds of someone else. Is that
35.
Ultimate?
It's Ultimate.
That is our Pro-Am leader still, is it? It was, yeah. So Mathieu, come on. The most experienced of the drivers. And here he is, all way too hot into the rod here.
And he clattered those curbs as well. Let's hope there's no damage. Well, that, by the way, just behind is the second place car in the Algarve Pro racing car, the second place car in LMP2 Pro. This is the battle, though.
Yeah, lead battle closed right up again. Just one car between Nico Lapierre and Brendan Hartley. And Lapierre has not been able to escape in traffic. Hartley now with fresh tyres on the left-hand side.
Yeah, like we said, the Toyotas now will be the ones hunting down the Alpine. It's roles reversed because of the tyre age. Lapierre had that advantage before, and now it's at least half the set of tyres are brand new on the Toyota number 8, so they will be closing up. The difference this time, of course, is that as soon as that Toyota gets anywhere near the Alpine, they'll just breeze past on the straight.
Three-car battle for fourth in LMP2 Vector Sports with Sebastian Bourdais. That's the white car. Robert Kubica in the middle of the sandwich, and behind him is Norman Nato in the Real Team by WRT car. That crew finished third on the podium at Le Mans last time out. Well, WRT way down the order in 13th place, ahead of the number 22 United Autosports cars. Two regular front runners way off the pace, both with what seemed like a similar problem, that the throttle no longer had much to do with what the engine was doing, and the engine just sort of really was ignoring any commands. I'm sure the drivers were leaping up and down on the button and yelling on the radio and jumping up and down on the throttle, but neither car seemed to respond. 22 United car remains in the pit lane.
It's a change.
Well, that was getting a bit dicey there, wasn't it?
Ooh, around the outside. This is Robert Kubica, by the way, passing Sebastian Bourdais. Those are big, big names in this battle, and Norman Nato is right there with Bourdais as well. Bourdais in a second stint, Kubica in freshly this time, so I wonder if he had a fresh set of tyres. Nato taking over from Ferdy Habsburg, so I wonder if his tyres are fresher there as well. Having a little look, maybe not just there.
Porsche 92 had to take away, as Michael Christensen had to really take avoiding action on the run down towards Parabolica, as those cars were fighting it out.
They're all coming steaming through, and they are now up behind the bright red car of Paul-Luc Chatin. He's in third place, and that is the number 1. There he is, Richard Mille Racing Team. Here comes Kubica. Kubica's got the...
Just fresh tyres.
We were saying Bordeaux's got his tail up, but yeah, that's what's making
makes that
a difference. Yeah, good stuff.
But that car's been fast the entire race, the Bremer car.
Well, and the entire season, and again, they raced here last week.
They did indeed.
But in Le Mans, they were kind of second best to Jota, weren't they?
First time ever for the team at Le Mans. So second best to Jota, not bad. I'm not sure what Prema has raced at Le Mans, but they will only have raced on the Bugatti circuit, which gives you not very much information about the whole circuit.
No, so, a completely different track.
Yeah, very slightly.
But yeah, I mean, John Aberdeen still in the lead of this race. Let's not forget in car 28.
Yep.
But I feel like Kubica, they've got the momentum at this stage in the race.
Aberdeen still 6 seconds ahead of Esteban Gutierrez, so he's not exactly.
Oh, and they touched there. That was a mistake. Kubica, he should have known better than that. Moving over to the left-hand side. It's not the first time we've seen this happen in this race today. We've seen the AF Corsa make a similar mistake as well into second Lesmo, but that could have ended badly. And there was definite contact between the Corvette. Not his fault at all. That's Tommy Milner still at the wheel there.
Milner, by the way, working back up to second.
It seemed like it was going to end that way, didn't it? From what happened in the Parabolica and
sort of telegraphing that all the way, wasn't it?
Too aggressive. It just looked too aggressive. I think he was actually caught out by the fact that Chatin braked a little bit too early, but maybe just on older tyres, and left Kubica nowhere to go. But it's always the fault of the car behind, you'd have to say.
Well, Kubica looks for the open channel, and by the time the door closes, can't get out. Remember how close the Alpine was to the back of the Toyota? Locked up under braking.
The gap was never really there, but it still surprised him when it closed, and I think he had so much extra potential. But let's see what it's like on board then. Let's see what we would do. Yeah, you see a gap on the left. Yeah, but then.
He's on the brakes almost within fractions of the car in front.
Quite really there. He was never alongside, basically. So number one had every right to move back onto the racing line.
The irony there is if he'd stayed slightly offline, Kubica would still have shot straight up the escape road, but without tagging the back of the number one car.
I don't think he would have shot up the escape road because he had that potential to brake that late. It's just that when the car in front braked earlier than he knew he could, he then ran into the back of it.
Is this the most important pit stop?
And that is under investigation.
One of the most important pit stops in the Ardennes history.
Here we go. Right behind them is the yellow car, car number 60. Now that's not in the fray. No. It won on the road a week ago, that number 60 Ferrari in ELMS. It was then disqualified. That is up for lots more arguing. But here,
good stop.
Is a good stop. Well, let's catch up with WRT, find out what on earth happened with that. And that might shed some light on what happened to the United car as well. Louise is with René Rast.
René Rast, is not the situation you want the WRT to be in, but tell us, we saw the car in the garage, tell us what happened.
Yeah, we had a leak in the system, in the cooling system. So our engine temperature went quite high, and we had to basically bring the car back in the garage, repair the leakage. Now we're back on track, but obviously quite far back.
So frustrating when you had that run.
Yeah, definitely. We needed some good points for the championship. We were fighting for the lead in LLP2, so quite disappointed, obviously, but sometimes that's racing.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So weird problems there, overheating, causing the engine to, well, and again, who hasn't had that in a road car? Going to limp home mode, big moment for the second place car of Brendan Hartley. Wow, got out of jail free with that one.
That was Conway still, wasn't it? No, Kobayashi actually taken the wheel now.
Oh, he stopped wandering around outside our commentary box and actually gone to do some work, and then nearly binned it. By the way, receive official confirmation from the FIA that Enrique Chavez has been released from the medical centre. He is all okay, which is extremely good news for anybody who saw that accident for the TF Sport Aston Martin.
Alpine hangs on to it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
gap is not exactly big, is it? Just a smidge over 2 seconds. Just over 2 hours remain here in Monza as we whistle under the historic 1930s timing towers down into the Rettifilo, the first of 3 chicanes that dot this super fast track Round 4 of the FIA World Endurance Championship and the last race in Europe this season. The last race in Europe ever for the FIA's GTE, or for GTE LM, the ACO's GT Pro class. We'll have GTE AM cars next year, and it will be the final race in Europe for an Alpine in the Hypercar class. Into the pit lane comes the #1 Richard Mille Racing Team car that was in the top 3 in LMP2 until it got turned round in the first chicane by Robert Kubica. No fault to Paul-Luc Chatin, just one of those traffic incidents, but he is in. And whether that was scheduled to be now or not, or whether he's felt something from that rear contact, we will wait and see what the team do. Fuel first, and the top up of the driver's drink.
Yeah, here is
where
that
it
moment.
happened.
So back onto the racing line, just minding his own business, and got rear-ended by the #9 Prema car in desperation to get by, and the car gets wheeled back into the garage, so too much damage was done there.
I think that's because what was taken out in that incident was the rear light. It's got to be shown.
Yeah, perhaps. So here is the race leader in LMP2, Jonathan Aberdeen. And a pretty trouble-free race so far, and was in the mix a few stops ago, and I feel like they're a bit out of sync with the rest of the P2 cars. Yeah, so you've got the Inter-Europol, Esteban Gutierrez. He is 5.5 seconds behind.
It's catching, but only slowly at the moment. So Jota, Inter-Europol, Vector Sport, a very different-looking top three, and it's been like that for a little wee while now, with the problems the 22 United Autosports car, which, by the way, has pitted and come back out, is back up to speed. Wouldn't be remotely surprised. It did look a similar sort of issue to Robin Freins. There was no pace in either of those cars. They made their way back.
Of course, yeah. So I think that safety car really helped the Inter-Europol.
They did,
because they had their lowest grade driver in that
he started,
lineup,
didn't he, Kubish Makowski?
Yeah, and
I think he's still got time to do.
He lacks the pace compared to the lowest grade driver in the car 28. So if he has to get back into the car, I'm not sure he does.
Yeah, I think he does, because I think he only did a double at the start. So it's normally 2.5 stints getting on for 3.
So that's not really a genuine gap that we're looking at between the Jota and Inter-Europol. It's going to be bigger than that.
There is Inter-Europol, yeah. Coming out ahead of the 2 Ferraris that lead in GTE Pro.
What it is, though, is a good news for Vector Sport, because I'm pretty certain Ryan Cullen did at least 2 stints at the start of this race.
Yeah, I think
he may have done 3.
I think he did. Roberto Gonzalez, I think, has only done 1 in the 38 Jota car. Jonathan Aberdeen's done 2. Currently leading the class for Jota. Iron Dames with the Iron Lynx car right behind them. Iron Dames leading in GTE AM from, Team Project 1. Mikkel Pedersen leading currently in the 46 car.
That's because they're out of sequence.
Because they haven't stopped yet.
94 car back out on track after lengthy attention in the pits.
Yeah, Luis is going to pop down to Peugeot and try and figure out what that was and what is up with the 93 car, which is still in the garage and sort of rather fear probably will not reappear.
I think that may well be the case, but this, as it turns, as is often the case with a brand new race car, it's an extended test session for Peugeot.
It's Gustavo Menezes. Again, you can watch his onboard camera thanks to their YouTube channel.
They have pace, not quite enough yet. They don't yet have the reliability.
That was to be expected, wasn't it?
Completely.
First race for them. And they denied, I think, whether they were going to actually race here in Monza and whether it would actually be this race or Fuji. But I'm really glad they turned up. I'm sure all the fans are as well. They knew they weren't completely ready as a fully fledged race team, but here they are racing, and it's the best way to learn.
Well, the best time to start was always last year. Since they couldn't do that, the best time to start is today. So,
and they were never going to start at Le Mans. I mean, that would have been way too early.
That was just asking to be crucified by the media, wasn't it?
24 hours of pure pain, that would have been.
By the way, as we go to talk to Charles Milesi in the #1 car, the #9 Prema car has been penalised with a drive-through for turning the #1 car around.
Alessi, I saw you watching on as the team are trying to fix the #1, Richard Milcard. Tell us the situation. What's wrong?
Actually, we don't know what is the problem with the car. For sure, it's a gearbox problem. Because of the hit we got previously with car 9. So I think we got an issue with the gearbox because of the contact we had. So, I mean, Lopez was quite strong. And yeah, that's a bit of a shame. But, I mean, yeah, we need to try to fix this and yeah, try to go back on track.
Yeah, you've been putting in such a good drive.
Yeah, I think everybody was pushing hard. Lilou did a pretty good job, and the same for Paulu. So I think, yeah, that's a bit of a shame for the contact, but you know, sometimes it happens, and yeah, some people don't know where to drive, or so yeah, that's part of the game.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think to be fair to him, he was on the racing line, but I just feel like he didn't anticipate the difference in speed of the cars under the braking. He had so much extra potential with that brand new set of tyres on. But it was two very messy corners in succession for him. This corner here with the Corvette in the run into Parabolica, and then again into turn 1. But
and so easy to miscalculate that. When you've got all the grip, you sort of don't underestimate or do underestimate what everybody else has. Change for third. This happened just earlier in the lap. 64 Corvette came through.
Can confirm, by the way, and with thanks to the non-spec components at Vector Sport, Fiona Miller, that Ryan Cullen has fulfilled his minimum driver time. So that's excellent news for them.
Well, luckily, they haven't got any drivers who can't drive.
They now lead the race.
Alessi hasn't said so yet.
But Ryan Cullen had speed anyway in the race, didn't he?
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
he's been
doing a very good job.
Very impressive, not just here today as well. He's had a very impressive season so far. Here's your overall race leader. There's your overall second place car. The blue Alpine is Nico Lapierre. The red and white Toyota in second place is Brendan Hartley, and the gap is gradually creeping down, isn't it? We sort of thought that in fresh air the Alpine might be able to peel away, but he's got older tyres. Will they triple stint? We'll find out at the next stop. Remember to remind us to look, everybody.
The thing of that, though, you're right, that gap first to second is coming down. The gap first to third is going up.
Well, that's because second is quicker than third.
It's 10 seconds now. No, the actual physical gap. Kobayashi is dropping back compared to the other two cars.
I think Kobayashi might be struggling in that car. We saw him fighting it through the second chicane, off the track, almost spun there.
I wonder if he has got a bit of a repeat of what happened to the number 8 car when it started having harvesting problems, and as a result the brakes. The reason that the brakes don't work as well is because the hybrid is
there's someone off in the second chicane as well, but that looked like it's a shame he pulled away from that shot, because Lapierre was very compromised just then with the Ferrari GT car. I feel like that's going to give Hartley the run towards the second chicane.
I tend to agree. He was massively compromised, wasn't he?
That was not good for Nico's exit.
So they are just a couple of corners back.
He hung on to it. Look,
yeah,
there they are. Pick them back up now. We've got to stay with this battle, because Hartley's just about got the speed. And if he can get anywhere close to the Alpine, he is coming past.
Lost a full second in the first sector. A full second was lost in effectively turn 1, 2.
What Lapierre needs is a clean run through this part of the track here, where we know he's got the speed, through Ascari, and this is where he's got to do the business. And Hartley will be just looking down the road. Where's that next bit of traffic? Who can hold him up?
See the way the gap has come down 2 seconds in 4 laps. Hartley's rear, and that little mistake in traffic by Lapierre doesn't help. He's just got to keep away from Hartley.
Very exciting stuff.
It is. On board with Brendan Hartley, and you can see that he has dropped back in that second half of the lap, away from the tail of Nico Lapierre in the Alpine that leads this race. Who's that coming out of the pits on the hard? It is Kubica, the number 9 Prema car.
That was the drive-through for the contact on 1.
As soon as possible. Fastest race lap still back to Romain Dumas on lap 4, by the way. So the Alpine and Toyotas, the Peugeots, are not as quick as the Glickenhaus was on nearly full tanks.
So Vector Sport are, we're hearing from Louise in my ears, that Vector Sport are in the pits with Sebastian Bourdais.
United still lead in LMP2, by the way, with the 23 car of Alex Lynn. Antonio Felix Costa second for Jota. Vector in from third with Sebastian Bourdais now. Is that the end of a double stint for Bourdais? I think it is, judging by the way.
Yeah, he's been in a while, hasn't he now?
So he may well be subbed out. Esteban Gutierrez and interior pole up to 4th place. Oh, yes.
Oh, all right.
That's,
for some,
that's
isn't
a
it?
very fine idea.
Absolutely.
Alex Lynn, by the way, leading the race for United. His last race here was in GP2 back in 2016. Very different era, Alex Lynn now. The maturity that he currently has is definitely a whole different ball game from a young, excited...
Alex Lynn's last race here was what?
2016, GP2, according to Martin Pass.
Surely he raced here for Aston Martin.
That's what Martin told me. I shall go and double-check my bits and pieces.
Last lap around for Nico Lapierre, 38.7. This lap is 38.3 compared to 38.8 this lap around for Brendan Hartley. So despite being on older tyres, he's starting to pull a gap on car number 8. How long can he keep that going? How long are they going to keep that set of tyres on that car? Already done one stint.
Martin Pass told me, and I believe him because he's good at his job, Alex Lynn made his Monza debut the same year as teammate Ollie Jarvis, which was 2013. Alex's last race here, GP2 2016, finishing 5th.
Yeah, just checking, and actually, we didn't come to Monza the years we was with Aston Martin. So.
Ah, there you go. Iron Dames leading in GTE AM. I wonder at which stage they start to really chew their fingernails. Still 2 hours to go, still a whole Le Mans Cup race. We've done a European Le Mans Series race, distance 4 hours. We've got a Michelin Le Mans Cup distance, 1 hour 50 minutes, and they are still leading from pole position. What a great place if they could claim their first win in a Ferrari here in Monza. Sure, that would feel very good indeed for the team. A real justification and validation actually of their pace. They've been very quick for the last couple of seasons. They have been singularly unlucky. Into the final 2 hours of the 6 hours of Monza here, round 4 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. In the pit lane is Louise Beckett. In the commentary booth, Martin Haven, Graeme Goodwin and Anthony Davidson. We're watching the action at the head of the GTE Pro field with all 5 classes very tightly poised at the moment. In GTE Pro, it is a Ferrari 1-2. The number 51 and the number 52 cars run by AF Corsa leading from the Corvette, which itself has managed to outpace its Porsche rivals. The balance of power changes a little as the various different tyre option strategies get worked out. There's trouble for the number 1 car, only just back out of the pit lane after repairs, and it is not going well at the side of the circuit. Paul-Luc Chatin. Now, has he made a mistake there in the second Lesmo curve?
Well, they had problems with the car, didn't they? The gearbox. We were hearing from Charles Milesi earlier on after that hit up the rear from Robert Kubica, who served his drive-through penalty now. I suspect, listen to this, I suspect there's a gearbox problem still remaining.
Not exactly doing many revs.
not exactly changing many gears either.
No, he's not, is he? I think he's bringing that back. Okay, just bring it back. We're out.
It has been a remarkably attritional race. It's not something we're used to seeing anymore.
No. We have pretty much definitely lost one Peugeot. We've absolutely certainly lost the number 33 Aston Martin, which was rolled into a ball of nothingness.
Oh, they're zooming in on just a bit of pickup on the tyres.
We've lost the Glickenhaus.
Yes.
And that is 3 cars. And actually, you're right, in a field of nearly 40 cars, that is a very high attrition rate for a World Endurance race.
But then beyond that, we've had other cars with troubles. We've had 31 in trouble, we've had 22 in trouble, both leading cars, LMP2, and the 1 car that's been right there all afternoon until that incident into turn 1. That car is well in trouble. The 94 car in trouble as well.
There is a Jota car on the pit lane. Luckily, timing and scoring can tell the difference, and so that's Antonio Felix da Costa. He stays in. He was topping up his tan in the first 2 or 3 hours of the race, so he'll be doing much of the heavy lifting now. Meanwhile,
we've had Vector Sport in the leaders race. Now we've got Inter-Europol competition in the leaders race, and Esteban Gutierrez leads for the first time in his WEC career.
Now, if Ryan Cullen has done his minimum driving time, I wonder if Kuba Schmitkowski did as well, what with full course yellows and stuff. I'm not
if he has,
sure.
Then number 34 are very much in the game to win this today.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
They're fighting car 28, the Jota, who runs in 2nd place at the moment with Ed Jones.
Although 38 has popped to or had popped to the top of the tile before its pit stop, it's not really been a factor having qualified or not qualified and being sent to the back of the grid.
It's Will Stevens back in, by the way, so he's been a busy boy today. Roberto Gonzalez clearly done his driving time.
Will did that short stint at the start, didn't he?
But then he did a 2nd stint as well.
He did
a short stint at the start to get through all the detritus, sorry GT drivers, and then handed over to Roberto Gonzalez. Has Roberto done only 1 stint? Unfortunately, our strategy laptop gave up the ghost before the green flag, so we can't really tell.
I'm afraid we can't.
I think he needs to drive again.
I'm absolutely certain he needs to drive again.
Every time I've looked at the lap board, I've seen mostly Will Stevens and Antonio Felix da Costa's name up there.
I think Roberto needs 1 more stint, and there are 2 hours in which to do it. So if Antonio stayed in that time, no, he handed over to Will. I think this will probably be Will's last stint. Then I think we'll do Roberto, then we'll do Ant.
This is the 2 factory Porsches together for
Normo Nato, by the way, in the real team by WRT, number 41. They've been strong this entire race. And they're closing in on Esteban Gutierrez. So there's a bit of a change in tyres there as well, a tyre life going on between those
and don't
2.
forget, although the 38 Jota car was almost a lap ahead of everybody at Le Mans, it's because they rode their luck superbly. Everybody else was in a knockdown, drag-out knife fight for second. You know, like we had after the safety car here, many times at Le Mans, we had 4, 5, 6, 7 cars battling for second. We do here, but that actually might be for victory. And real team by WRT, 1 at Le Mans, they are easily capable of being on the podium and winning here as well.
So these are the 2 Porsches that we're looking at, GTE Pro. They are running in 4th and 5th, respectively, in their category, but there's only a 1 second difference between the 2 Ferraris out in front.
Realistically, that's felt a little parade-like through this race. There hasn't really been what I would regard as a challenge from 52 and 51 at any point.
Right, sorry, I'm completely wrong about Real Team. They didn't finish in 3rd at Le Mans at all.
They were in trouble at turn 1.
They were absolutely, no, you're right. Completely getting my Spa and my Le Mans mixed up.
There they are.
There's an idiot.
There's the 34 car working its way past the last of the 2 Porsches, and then behind him we've got the Jota car 28, Ed Jones.
And another warning flag for the 777 Aston Martin for abusing track limits. Nico Lapierre, the race leader for Alpine from the 2 Toyotas of Brendan Hartley and Kamui Kobayashi. Esteban Gutierrez, 4th overall in the lead LMP2 car. There is your GTE AM leading car. It is still the Iron Dames. It is still the Swiss driver, Rahel Frey. Let's catch up with the team.
Sarah, baby, say, first of all, I can't believe we're only just speaking to you, but first of all, congratulations on a monumental moment, really, in motorsport for females in motorsport, getting the first FIA Championship pole.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, as I said yesterday, it was definitely a teamwork. We've been working very hard to have a fast car for the quali, a fast car for the race, and I'm just very happy that in this championship I have the opportunity to close the quali lap, and that I did good enough for pole position yesterday. But as I said, also what is important is what's happening today, and so far so good, would say.
Absolutely, Michelle. You know, we're having a great race. Lots is going out on track right now. How are you taking this day, this race so far?
Yeah, I mean, the race is still long. We try to keep cool. It's a bit difficult, more difficult for me than it is for Sarah, because I'm stressing myself a bit much, but no, it looks very good. It's very close. It's going to be close till the end. We keep pushing. Rahel have been doing absolutely amazing. Sarah did as well the first 2 hours, and honestly, we just try to enjoy, and if we can finish where we are now, it would be amazing. If not, then we take it as well. We will fight till the very end.
I don't want to say too much to you then, because I totally understand where you're at. But for the Iron Dames, you know, you've really come through the ranks with the LMS as well, and always had that steady pace. Like, and it's now paying off.
Yeah, well, you know, if you want long-term results, there's only hard work that works for it. And sometimes you can be a bit lucky, sometimes a bit unlucky. I mean, definitely since the beginning of the season, we showed that we had the pace to be at the front. I've been a little bit unlucky, but we knew that at some point it will pay, you know. So right now we hope that it's going to be here. We cross finger, because anything can happen. It's a very tough race for the car and for the drivers. So we really hope that we can bring it home. But we know that whatever happens next, we are here together. We have a strong team, we have a strong car, and we will never stop fighting for it.
That's what we like to hear. Thank you.
A great combination, those three. Fun, fast, and, well, they have been unlucky up until now. You saw Sarah over there, the bronze-graded driver. Silver, Michelle Gatting. She had the full double Christian Horner leg twitch going, because she's not yet been in the car.
The nerves.
And their gold driver, the Swiss Rahel Frey, is currently at the wheel. They are leading. They did start from pole. They have got a lot of very good teams around them that would like to take that win, not least of which second place Dempsey Proton with Harry Ticknell, third Project One with the Italian Porsche factory driver Matteo Cairolo, Giancarlo Fisichella in a 60 Iron Lynx car, the yellow car, in fourth. Lots of racing still to go, as there is here in LMP2. Esteban Gutierrez inches ahead of Ed Jones in the 28 car. The 28 Jota car here, really, this weekend, has been the leading light. 38, for some reason, has been sort of there, but not quite able to put everything together. And so it seems to be a little bit in the race as well. Ed Jones back in the 28 car. I could see this car winning here. I don't know what their tyre or what their driver times remaining strategy mean, but they've got pace here.
It's been a blinding LMP2 battle all the way from the beginning. The great thing about it, Martin, is it's not always been the same 2 or 3 cars. There's 5, 6, 7 cars been involved in these battles. Yes, we've lost in terms of a competitive proposition the 31, the 22 from that pack, and the 1. But the 34, the 28, the 31, the 23 is not a million miles away. The number 10 Vector Sport car is still there, battling away in 5th place. Okay, there's a bit of a gap to make up, but then we've got the 38 and the 9.
And again, you know, the Vector Sport car is in 5th now, was in the lead earlier on, because as the pit stops cycle around, reflecting the fact that we've had several oddly timed full course yellows, not oddly timed how they happened, but just how they happened in the fuel cycles. So some teams have topped off more often than others, some have got fuel to spare and others don't, and so on. So we're going to end up with a sort of straggly mess of strategies, all trying to reach out and touch the wall at the end of the final lap of the pool.
That's exactly right.
And it's whoever's fingers stretch furthest and for longest. And also, United Autosports, again, I'm now gonna write an email and send it over to them. Guys, stay out of that gravel. I don't care how many times they go in there and get away with it. They're still doing it. Was that 22 again?
It was 22. It was Phil Hansen. He must be very frustrated.
Wow. Well, that car is a long way back. And Louise has been down at United trying to garner a little bit, as well as giving support to the Iron Dames. Louise Beckett, what do you know about the number 22 United car's problems? It went very slowly. You know nothing. OK, she's going to go and find stuff.
So at the moment, the Iron Dames still leading that race with Rahel Fry, but Harry Tinknell is now closing pretty rapidly, a second and a half, which was nearly 4 seconds, I'd say 3 laps ago. Next threat after that is Matteo Caroli, quicker than both the cars ahead, but he's just over a minute back, but he is clawing back time.
Well, Harry Tinknell is a platinum-graded driver compared to the gold-graded driver, Rahel Fry. And she is the best graded in their team. Harry is the best in the 77 Dempsey Proton team as well. Seprio still a silver. That can't last for long. His dad will soon be a silver. He's so elderly. I mean experienced. And... sorry, Andy. Christian Reed, again, despite his experience, is very much still a gentleman driver, a bronze driver. So, in terms of balance, the sort of top-tier balance between those first and second cars is that Harry Tinknell is a platinum, Rahel is a gold. But I tell you what, she won't care. If she's fighting to hold the lead, she'll be driving like a platinum.
Can we repeat this simply lovely story about Andy Preo?
Yes, Andy Preo has avoided being motor racing dad and has not rocked up at any of the races so far this season to watch Seb Preo. He said, I just don't want to be that dad in the corner of the garage giving advice to everybody and just generally getting in the way. However, unknown to Sebastian, Andy and Joe got the ferry across from Guernsey and drove down to Le Mans.
Test day.
Just so he could see his son driving at Le Mans. Didn't say hello, didn't do anything, completely unknown.
Isn't that cool?
Yes, it absolutely is, and I expect nothing less actually of Andy Preo. He probably does not want to be karting dad, and he's doing a very good job at not being karting dad. And but yeah, you know, your son's only going to make his Le Mans debut once.
How are these kind of ebbs and flows going? The ebb and flow in LMP1, Hypercar.
That's a pound from you, because I didn't actually say it yet.
So Nico Lapierre is gradually just edging away here. Not there with the traffic. He's lost a few tenths in this current crop of traffic, which is the LMP2 lead battle. But he is gradually kind of pulling away. Kamui Kobayashi is definitely dropping off the back of that pair. Now 15 seconds back from the leader. This is the GR Racing number 86 car.
Yeah, driver change going on there. Who got out of it? It was Ricardo Pera. I don't think that looked anywhere near tall enough to be a Ben Barker, so I'm assuming this is Mike Wainwright doing his final stint.
Meantime, this is the battle for GTM lead, because Harry Tinknell
is
closing in.
Yeah.
Fans of female racing drivers and very pink Ferraris will be cursing him.
I was going to say, hang on a minute, Harry Tinknell, where are we going with this one?
For his talent. But this is...
Well, no, because if it was easy, they'd have won loads of races. You want to win a tough one.
You heard what Michelle Gatting said.
Yep.
You know, we're leading. There's a big fight ahead of us.
Yep.
Whatever this race gives us, we'll take.
Yep.
Absolutely fantastic stuff from...
Yeah, and as Sarah Bovey said, you know, it's a long-term project. Endurance racing always is. Building any racing program is, and the Iron Lynx team, you know, creating this all-female crew have brought a lot of attention towards these three drivers, and they have not always had the best of luck. They have got plenty of pace, and where's the gap? Harry Tinknell just bringing that margin down a fraction with the laps. It's down to 1.2 seconds. Last time round, a 48.32 from him, a 48.67 from Rahel Frey. And she, of course, is always going to be the one that catches the traffic first. Martin Haven, Graeme Goodwin, Anthony Davidson watching the action with 94 minutes remaining at the 6 Hours of Monza. Louise Beckett beavering away in the pit lane trying to find out what happened to various different cars that we have lost. We've lost the 93 Peugeot that stopped to crash for the 33 TF Sport Aston Martin. The Glickenhaus blew up, and our race leader in GTM, Pro rather, has just been handed a 5-second stop-and-go penalty for a technical infringement. That will drop them to 4th. They will be dropped to 4th. Using somebody else's tyres, doing... It didn't say pit stop infringement, so it's not having the earth lead, not having visors down, not having a fire extinguisher. It's not a personal fumble. Oh, blimey, did you see Nico Lapierre in traffic right behind?
I did see that. It's sometimes very frustrating when you're in the faster car.
Pit lane. Information to the pit lane. Car 51 has a 5-second stop-and-go penalty for not transferring the data after the pit stop. Car 51, 5-second stop-and-go penalty for a non-transfer of data after the pit stop.
Well, that saves me having to finish off that WhatsApp message to, to our friends at the FIA. That's what the technical infringement was. So you download the data. In fact, all the data is monitored in real time from every car in the race in the FIA bus here. But you also download the data at the pit stop, so there's a hard copy, if you like.
You change the driver ID, you change there's many things that happen in the pit stop, of course, but yeah, the data card is one of them. What an elementary mistake. Well, honestly, that is just protocol for a pit stop in any team, and Harry Tingle closing on in the back there of the Iron James car. But
Battler's engaged.
Oh, that is absolutely just throwing the race away from that technical infringement. Really good though of the FIA, I must say. We love messages like that because it just clarifies everything and it clears it up. Well, we now know exactly what's gone on.
That will please a lot of people on Twitter.
Can we just add, I love the FIA too. I think it's plenty of people.
I mean, I don't like their curves they put in, but I love that. So I give with one hand, I take with the other.
It will please a lot of people who do like a bit of #Radio Eduardo, because he comes on and explains things.
And it's calm, indeed.
Charlie Fagg in the black and green Aston Martin, right in front of the GTM lead battle, has just been reported to the stewards for constant abuse of track limits. That will incur a penalty. He had a final warning. He chose to ignore it. Here comes Esteban Gutierrez, and behind him comes the dark green car of Ed Jones. Norman Nato is there as well. That's breaking up the battle. Breathing space for Rahel Frey, because Harry Tinknell in that black and blue Porsche got held up, and suddenly the gap's gone from nothing to about a second. Rahel Frey in the pink car that leads in GTM. That gap went out to over a second in the chicane as the LMP2 battle for the lead. The top 3 cars came sweeping through. And whether you're in the P2 cars trying to engage with the leader, or whether you're in the GTM cars trying to engage with the leader, you know, traffic always has a massive impact on how the race plays out. Number 22 United Autosports car had a problem about 40 minutes ago where it was running very slowly, seemed to be going around an entire lap at barely moving pace. They're running on track at the moment. Into the pit lane for this stop and hold, or stop and go, is the 5-second penalty. And start the watch. Stop the start watch, in the words of the late great Murray Walker.
It was like 5 minutes rather than 5 seconds when everyone's sitting in the car, but wow, I mean, look, the only saving grace you can say is that they've got the fastest car.
Yeah, but he's lost the lead to his teammate.
Yeah, I know, but they seem to just have the edge on them, but 5 seconds is a lot to give up. Yeah. Well, more than 5 seconds, isn't it? Because you've got the drive-through as well.
So 35 seconds, so look, 51 has gone from first to fourth.
You're out of it. It's, head down, though. I mean, you never know what's going to happen in a world endurance race. Now we've seen all the way through this race so far. Car 22.
Back in the pits.
Now that looks like a bit of a delayed stop.
They're having a pretty luckless season, it seems. without checking the stats. You know, from being in a purple patch where they won everything. I mean, almost literally every race they entered. They won Le Mans, they won the championship in WEC, they won in European Le Mans Series, they just won everything.
Leader in the pits.
Leader. Oh yes, no, that's not the leader, that's a Peugeot. You're a year early potentially for that, but here is the leader and a driver change. Mathieu Vassilière taking over again from Nicolas Lapierre. Now, was that a triple for Lapierre?
It wasn't,
the stints are so short. The stints are so short in LMP2. They barely go more than half an hour, don't they?
Apart from that wasn't LMP2.
No, I know, no. No, you're right.
For the lead at the moment goes Kamui Kobayashi in the number 7 car, but he will owe us a stop.
And that's Ryo Hirakawa now into the number 8 Toyota.
Yeah.
It's a big job for him coming up. He's got to carry on that fight with the Alpine now. Are they both changing yet? So all 4 tyres on the Alpine and tyre change going on. Is that just the right-hand side for the Toyota? Because remember, they changed that's the left side before. No, it's all 4. So, a level playing field once again. Change of drivers, change of all 4 tyres. Away we go, and that's the gap.
Tiny, tiny, tiny.
Game on, here we go. Of course, you get that natural separation because the car in front can push that pit lane speed limit button before the car behind.
It was 1.3 seconds. That doesn't look like 1.3 seconds. Looks more like 0.3 seconds.
2 seconds.
Now he's got to be careful here. He's got to get a good exit because he's in threat of that threat behind the faster car in a straight line. Here he comes. Here comes Hirakawa. You've got to place the car in the right point here. He's letting him go through on the inside. He defended to the outside with no cars around to aid this fight.
He's going to
I think it's going to be the Toyota that makes it through. It is. Yeah, it is. Look at that. Nothing he could have done there for Vaxivière. A slightly slower stop perhaps with the Alpine.
Yeah, 2 seconds slower.
He ducks out, but we've seen this before with Lapierre at the wheel. Slightly better warm-up on those tyres, it looks, for the Alpine, but nothing he can do there either.
Hirakawa's going to have to cling on here.
Now, the advantage that Vaxivier's got, he's been in the car already. He's up to speed faster than Rio is, so this will be interesting, this outlap for both of them. We look at car 7, Kobayashi in the pits.
In from the lead, but he gave away or lost a lot of time. I've asked Toyota what might have been the reason for that. Here's the replay from the outside. The Toyota with the shorter run round, Curva Grande via Biasone. Curva Biasone.
Nothing that he could have done, like I said at the time. Vaxivière just, he got to choose which way the car's going to go, and with that extra straight line speed advantage, there's nothing he could have done. But he's back there on the exit of Parabolica.
Here we go.
And is he going to get boxed in behind the Ferrari?
He's going to go either side of the poor Ferrari driver.
Here comes the other Toyota.
He's boxing in, he's trying to box him in. He's pushing him out. Great start, very good. But the Ferrari's good on the brakes, look at this.
Yep, go around the outside, take both
Is that the number 51? I think he's driving with a bit of aggression, isn't he?
Bump the Toyota out of the way. Get out of my way. And that didn't help. Oh, again, Mathieu Vaxivière held up into Curva Grande. So Kamui Kobayashi, number 7, comes out in front. Now, they will have taken...
Fuel only.
Fuel only. It's on the old tyres. And he was struggling to pace already, don't forget. This is that moment.
That is Ryo Hirakawa being a single-seat driver there, isn't it? And is that 51?
I would say with the way he was driving, it has to be. I mean, if you're leading the race and you're driving as aggressive like that in the GT, that's...
Either that or it's Tony Vilander in the 21 car. Let's take a look. No, I think it has the rainbow stripes.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I think it is 51.
I could just, you pick up the body language of the car. I'm assuming, just based on the fact how frustrated Pierre Guidi must be right now where's he dropped down to P4 in the GTE Pro fight. That was their race, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, we are told that there's no drama for the number 7 car, just managing fuel and tyres. Kamui Kobayashi and has cycled through into the lead, courtesy of not taking fresher tyres. Not
this
that
will be good.
Had the option.
This will be good. I mean, both these cars
will
catch. Yeah, that's what he did last lap around as well. But I'm not sure it's going to quite be enough. You know,
Toyota will be parallel at the line, coming back.
Look at that. It's so frustrating for Vaxivière, but he's close enough to have a go on the brakes this time. There is another Ferrari GT around, but it's nothing he can do that time.
not close. The leader's gone
Kobayashi
through.
straight on.
Yeah.
He's going to have to not give up the places, but at least monitor his throttle application on the exit, because you can't gain an advantage by leaving the circuit.
Yeah. Looking back for number 8 at the 36 Alpine. This is first, second and third in the race with 84 minutes remaining. Another couple of full stints for the hypercars at least. Yeah, on the big bumps, more bumpy on the drivers right there, it seems, coming into the braking area.
Kobayashi was, obviously locked up from trying to send it down the inside of the GT car. This is what it looked like on board, looking back in the car. Just goes to show, doesn't it, how big and heavy these hypercars are these days. And the GTs, as we saw a few laps before, are more than a match on many occasions to the hypercars under the braking zones.
So the lead gap, lead to third, 1.47 seconds overall in the hypercar class. It's 0.195 in P2. In P2 AM, it's 0.447. 5.4 seconds in GTE Pro, and it's 1.2 seconds in GTE AM. It is absolutely everything to play for.
So Harry Tincknell has not been able to close that gap on Rahel Frey that we saw opened up when the P2 lead battle came through 3 or 4 laps ago. So has he started to lose, or has he now lost any tyre advantage he might have had? That's very interesting.
Well, they were both almost identical times on pit lane, those two cars. The likelihood is same kind of position on tyres, I'd have thought.
In between the Porsches, there's the 92 car that is currently in third place with Kevin Est. Behind Jimmy Bruni in 91, without regular partner Richard Leitz, because Richard tested positive for COVID after racing successfully last weekend in European Le Mans Series here. Kamui Kobayashi given a warning for jumping the chicane and taking advantage of that. As into the pit lane comes the LMP2 leader, Esteban Gutierrez. Not sure I've said that sentence before in his WEC career.
You haven't, and what a stellar spell for that team.
Yeah. Well, that means Jota's Ed Jones moves temporarily into the lead. Sebastian Bourdais up to second. Alexander Lynn up to third for United. Let's catch up with Louise and Philippe Albuquerque at United.
Philippe Albuquerque, you've been watching the hypercar battle and loving it, but it's not so great news for the 22 United.
No, not at all. I mean, at this stage, I don't know anymore what to say. With this, it makes 4 races that we are promising, starting, this time was from pole, leading most of the race. We were looking really good on strategy to the end, because we did the most time now with the qualifying tires, so we only had new tires until the end with double. So, and we managed to hold on the lead, and it would be between me and Phil. But we had a throttle sensor issue, just simply got disaligned, and Phil lost completely throttle, so the car couldn't go on. And that's it. I mean, to be honest, there is nothing we can say about it. It's just no fault of anybody, not the team. In 6 years, it's the first time that it happened to us on these spec cars. Well, we keep going.
Just not getting the breaks this season, are you?
We will keep fighting. You know, this switch that is around us, it will, you know, she will go away, and you know, never give up. And again, we go to Fuji to put on pole and lead again. And if it happens again, we keep going for Bahrain.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the spirit. And you know, it doesn't always go your way in racing, and you've got to keep your head up and realise that it's better to have the speed in the car. And they once again, they had the car to do the job here. They had the team to do the job, and the driver crew, but luck really just did go against them. And it's like you said, it's a spec car, that Orica, and it's no fault of the teams. It's just, you know, a spec part has failed.
And they've had a shocking season. They really have had a shocking season, you know, and that's especially in stark contrast to the fabulous purple patch season that they did have, you know.
2 years ago, amazing.
Where they couldn't do anything wrong.
It is, however, the first time I've ever heard in 20-plus years of writing about and talking about motorsport, I've ever heard that the problem is a witch. So it's a witch. That's what he said, wasn't it? It's
a witch. Switch. Yeah, okay, yeah, makes more sense now. Yeah, a witch, yeah.
So a witch it is. Yeah.
Must be a Portuguese phrase. But he's right. You know, it doesn't. that bad luck, in effect, it doesn't last forever, and you've just got to ride it out and be there, come back stronger at the next race.
Well, nothing is constant, and when you're winning and winning and winning and winning, you know nothing is constant. You push it and push it and push it and ride your luck as long as you can. And it's harder to remember when you're on the end of a kicking.
What's Hypercar was saying?
It would be the clear answer, Rio. Are you faster than Kamui? Yes or no? No, yes. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that he's on the fresher tyres. We knew that. We knew that he'd be catching up, and I don't think it took a genius to work out that, looking at the cars, how closely they're all bunched up, that, of course, Rio's got the speed at this point.
But they've got to be so careful the way they manage this switch around, because the Alpine is so close. Presumably they're going to allow them to switch around.
That's a good point. Yeah,
well,
they do.
That's what the conversation is about. You get on the radio, you say, I am faster, let me through. Question is, how? How is he going to open the gap enough to allow one car through, but not two? Look, he's got to get in that gap between the two. And don't forget that those guys can hear the team radio as well.
Correct. They got him on the inside. And this time there's traffic kicking around here. That could be a factor.
Yeah,
oh my goodness, look how busy it is. Where do you pick the brains out of this? Oh, and he's leaning on him. Hirakawa again, elbowing his way through, trying to make space. Away. Yeah, that's Harry Tinknell in the blue and black Porsche, and he's on the inside, and Hirakawa again elbows out. That's why he's been so successful in what is massive cut and thrust Japanese racing.
He took that right to the limit, didn't he? But yeah, I'm impressed so far. It's getting very rough out there. What's Max Sivier saying about it?
You push me, you push me.
I mean, yeah, I do agree that I think there was a bit of contact, and that for me is a little bit over the line. You don't want to be making contact at that kind of speed on these cars too often. But look, it's great racing at this stage, and the frustration's starting to build. There's the 94.
Yes, it will be.
Yeah. Now, could this be a safety car, or we're just going to get
quite possibly, yeah.
Will Eduardo wait longer this time? Because he's been stung by this in the past with that same car stuck on track. Right, Toyota speed, compromised on exit of Ascari chicane.
Oh, here he comes.
Good speed for the Alpine.
I think how Kamui is going to let him by becomes rather redundant as Kamui's cleared off. Kamui's now turned it back up to 11 and off he's going.
It's just the traffic. It's just the way it ebbs and flows in the traffic. Kamui's had a good run through it. You know, it's impossible that these two cars haven't got the legs on the car in front because of the tyre advantage. Yep. But how frustrating. I mean, they've got to do something. If you can't overtake on track, Alpine have to be imaginative, creative with the strategy.
Well, they overtook on track and then they're giving it away in the pit lane. They're 2 seconds slow in the pit lane, and that doesn't sound like a lot. And it's not a lot. But it is when it drops you behind.
But they didn't do what they set or planned to do with the three-stint tyres with triple stint with the driver either. Maybe that was definitely a double stint with Lapierre and that set of tyres, but maybe they're just asking for later in the race.
Again, maybe Nico is just going, now unfortunately, later in the race, the track temperature is even higher than it was earlier. Maybe Nico is now going, they're just not going to hold on for another lap.
Perhaps.
There's the Peugeot on the right.
We get past that part.
What Eduardo has that we don't have is he has radio contact with the marshals down there going, what can you hear? Can you hear an engine? Is the engine running? Or whatever. So we might be able to see from the cameras it's going through power cycles as the lights go on and off. They can hear whether there's any motive power or not. So he's got extra information and the circuit cameras that will be watching the car. But I do think we can't be far away from some intervention. Let's hear again from Rio Hirakawa.
Close the gap, close the gap. Take the right of the car. Take the right of the car. I don't feel forward. Copy, close the gap to car 7. Close the gap to car 7.
Yeah. Around the outside goes the Alpine. What an indication of where the cars have got differing performance.
I think the Alpine might be able to do it this time around. If he can hold his ground in the chicane here,
he's got it.
He needs
He's
a very,
got him.
but where we've seen it before, he needs that run on the exit of this corner here, because then
may not be enough.
Close still, but can he be clever this time? Where does he place car? I can see he's looking in the mirrors. He's looking to the right. Stay to the right, stay to the right. He's letting him go. He's got a free run at it again on the outside into the chicane.
Twice.
Then he's late on the brakes, come on. This time he holds on to the position, and that's the part that he needed to. There's a yellow flag coming up next corner. You're safe here, we know that. Get back on the racing line. You don't need to defend, there's a yellow flag. Right, now we can start hunting down the car in front. That was a pivotal part of this race. That's what he needed to do. And I don't know what Hypercar was actually saying there on the run through Parabolica and run into it when we heard the radio. But it was this bit here where he just was so late on the brakes, he wasn't going to give that one up. And now he's got that free run to utilise the speed of the Alpine through Ascari chicane. He's in the clear, away from the attack, the threat of the car 8.
And look at the way that suddenly Vaxivier has jumped away from Hypercar.
Of course, they're super quick. They've got the speed to win this race, but they've got the speed in the wrong place. And that's why, like I said before, this track for a single-seater, so like F1, for example, it pushes you to run as little downforce as possible, because you can't be a sitting duck on a straight line around this track.
To the lead.
Yeah, this is for the lead, but
Whoa,
now
how quickly has that come about? Hang on a minute,
But
he was 3
Kobayashi's
seconds back.
Oh, no, see? This
Kobayashi shuts the door too early, and that is a major blow for Toyota's chances. He's lost the right rear tyre. Does he make it back to the pits?
I think as dangerous it was, I think Vaxivier was right there to hold his ground, because enough was enough. Enough was enough. You can't be squeezed in a straight line like that. This isn't Formula Ford racing. This is top professional drivers, and I wouldn't expect to be squeezed like that in a straight line.
We've seen what VMAX is for these cars. It's 300 kilometres an hour. They're doing 195 miles an hour.
As a pro driver, you can't be the one to be taking the mickey out of every single time. Look, he's exactly side by side, and you just get the squeeze. Why?
He's coming straight down the grid marks on the right-hand side, and Kobayashi just tries to close the door and misjudges that overlap.
Yeah. They're long old cars these days as well, and I think he might have felt he was ahead.
Instant deflation. Look, you saw immediately there was the contact. The plank was being burned away from underneath. The tyre goes instantly. It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it. Well, now the Peugeot is moving, but the Toyota is going to be creeping around.
This is the rear view camera, so
tiniest of touches.
Too desperate to try and get in front, physically in front of the car. He was trying to repass, and we saw it with the sister car of Toyota. And yeah, it's just, you can't play games like that in a straight line. Such a high
now we're going to get a full course yellow. The Toyota is moving very slowly.
The problem with the track as well to be aware of is the fact it is not dead straight.
Yes.
The track narrows after the pit lane exit, so Vaxivier is effectively getting ran out of road, getting squeezed. So yeah, all very silly, very unnecessary.
Yeah.
If he had waited a little bit longer, he would have had the speed advantage, get back in front, but
depending on the damage here, a P2 car is going to finish on the podium.
Could well be. Could well be.
So what are we looking at? Rear-end bodywork.
We might have started with the most hypercars in the field ever. We might end up with the least hypercars in the field ever. How bizarre would that be?
Wow.
Because we started 6, we only had 5 at Le Mans.
I'll say this much right away. Despite the fact that we've had the misfortune for the Toyota, misfortune for Alpine, and misfortune for Glickenhaus, this has been by far the best hypercar race so far.
Yep.
It's been an amazing race.
And you talked about this actually, you know, as a broadcaster, Ant. The problem is that there is an equally good race in GTE AM, an equally good race in LMP2, an equally good race in GTE Pro, and in Pro-Am in LMP2. And you can't have 5 eyes watching everything. So sometimes we miss a bit of the drama, but we didn't miss that bit.
The thing you've got to realise before we go to Louise is that they were in the pit lane exit when the 2 cars made contact.
Yeah. Well, they have bodywork ready, but is it just the tyre? I mean, the carcass came off, that's the good news. Has it damaged the suspension? The car will go back in the garage, almost certainly, I think. It depends what they're getting on the monitors, what they're getting on their live telemetry. Oh, goodness me. So the stewards will look at that incident. Yeah, okay, so the rim is still...
I think suspension's fine.
Rear
Points the right way.
Rear deck, rear clip.
Yeah. Yeah, should just be rear bodywork. And at Alpine, well, in comes number 7, the car that probably should have won this race. It's unlikely to now, with 69 minutes on the clock and a full course yellow. And of course, they will have rehearsed this countless times. And again, that's sort of all part of where Peugeot are not yet, that they haven't done all these things. I'm sure they will have done some in their testing, but they won't have done all these things. And they won't have done it when everything is mangled and red hot, because they won't have shunted cars into each other to simulate accidents.
Where's the other rear end? I couldn't see it. Usually they've got it all
They've got to
lined
get the
up.
body off first and then put the... Yeah, so it's deck first and then rear end goes on afterwards, because that's what it has to be attached to, and all the rear deck wasn't quite there. And again,
there we go.
The speed that these cars are doing, 300 kilometers an hour, in several places on this track, you can't have it not perfect. You can, but it's going to take off.
I mean, we were talking inches there, weren't we?
Yeah.
Really, between the car,
literally
the car getting
completely
in front or just touching like they did. And
well, now number 7 comes back out, still in 3rd. We're under full course yellow here in Monza as we approach the final hour of the race. The blue number 36 Alpine is our race leader after contact from the number 7 Toyota, which lost a tyre, and that carcass has brought out the full course yellow, which meant that they have effectively lost no time whatsoever as they crept back to the pits to the 2 cars in front, Toyota number 8 and the 36 Alpine, because they come out in the background just behind that Porsche. And that is extremely lucky. If the carcass had not come off and been left in a track, we wouldn't have had a full course yellow to remove it. Number 8 would have been a lap down, maybe 2 by the time it got into the pits, had the bodywork changed and came back out. Number 7 rather. So it could still be in the hunt for this race.
It's a lap down.
It is a lap down. It just came out to lap down.
Just a lap down.
Of course, yes.
Just a lap down.
Okay, so the LMP2 leader behind is 4 laps behind, so it's unlikely that it's impossible that on pace they're going to pass the number 7 Toyota.
Yeah.
However,
had there been more damage,
accidents are never isolated events.
So top 3 in LMP2, by the way. Well, the 38 in and out, then the 41, the 28 now on pit lane. Into Europol now with Alex Brundle back aboard the car.
It's a shame, isn't it? Because it was such a fantastic fight up until that moment. He had just got the job done through this part of the track. Had Vaxivier in a great fight. Yes, there was a little bit of contact already, which I didn't like seeing, I must say. But they got away with it. And how quickly did he catch Kobayashi on the
was shocking. He was, I think, as we saw them clearing Ascari, second and a half to 2 seconds.
There was significant airspace between the two of them.
So here's the thing, either that was Pace or Kobayashi made a mistake in Curva Alboreto.
Now, don't forget, the contact before was Ryo Hirakawa leaning on the Alpine, trying to defend second.
And that's when they were exactly alongside.
Yeah, and Hirakawa is now up the exhaust pipes of the Alpine. In GT Pro, it is Ferrari, Corvette, Porsche.
52 from the lead in and out of the pits, 64 follows. 9 seconds back into this full course.
So here is the replay. So no, I don't think Kobayashi made a mistake.
It was just lightning quick.
Yeah, the Alpine's been quick through Parabolica all day. I mean, look, he's right there. He's he's already trying to move a bit to the right. Yes, he could have moved a little bit more to the right, but how much further can you go? Yeah. You know, you're getting squeezed all the time. And it's happened to you the lap before as well, and I just think it was a slight misjudgment from Kobayashi. He didn't realise the back end of the car was still overhanging.
That incident at that speed in that place could have been so much worse.
Yeah.
I'm surprised the car didn't go completely sideways.
Well, think
and into a wall.
Think if, as so often happens, there'd been half a dozen GT cars there. Kamui going with 3 wheels and therefore, incidentally, no brakes, straight on.
I think I'm just trying to, you know, as a driver, I'm always trying to analyse this and think, right, I've got to put myself in both positions here. I would be feeling pretty bad with myself if I was the one in Kobayashi's position trying to squeeze the other car and there was contact, even though you could be thinking, why didn't you move over more? Yeah, you had space on the right, why didn't you? But the other voice would be saying, yeah, but they didn't really have to move over more. I was the one doing the squeezing. So therefore, it is my fault. I feel bad for having caused a situation.
He thought he was clear.
I think he thought he was clear.
He thought he was clear.
I mean, of course, he didn't want contact. He wanted to squeeze in the beginning. But what he was trying to play, the game was to try and get in front. Oh, yeah. So then you can dictate where you put your car under the braking zone. And it was just, it's so hard to judge. To give him some leeway here, it is difficult to judge when you've got such a long rear end overhanging the back axle. And you're trying to look in the mirror and they're shaking around like crazy and you're thinking, right, shall I move in now? We do it all the time when you're overtaking slower lapped cars before the braking zones.
I would say, though, it wasn't a matter of a small number of inches wrong. He hit the wheel. He didn't hit the rear deck, he hit the wheel. So it was a pretty major mistake. And that kind of...
or misjudgment. I would still say it's misjudgment.
Fair enough. No, that's a better word.
Yeah.
I'd agree with that. I mean, I was looking at that, and the incident that was springing back to mind was Stefano Ortelli, when he lost the rear wing on the car.
Yeah, that's going back some way, isn't
it? That car went to the inside and somersaulted over Alan McNish. And McNish didn't know what had happened until he saw the car appear and disintegrate against the barrier in front of it.
Yeah, they were 2 lucky drivers that
day.
Very
very lucky
get away with that one.
We're going back to green flag running in just about 10 seconds' time.
And that's good news for the position of where they are.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed. Thank you very much.
See, because now he's got 1 corner to get through to make a bit of a gap on Hirakawa to save himself from the attack before Ascari. Imagine if that happened on the exit of Parabolica. Could have been a very different story.
Indeed.
Before the braking zone there.
Needs to get by the of course, a 54 Ferrari of...
Does that?
Mick Cassidy.
They're desperately weaving around, trying to get a bit of tyre temperature in.
There's another GT car ahead still here, and Hirakawa's pretty close.
The ultimate car is an LMP2 car. That is our LMP2 Pro. No, it's their second in Pro-Am now. James Allen and Algarve Pro Racing leads Pro-Am in LMP2.
And don't forget, this isn't just this battle here for the race win today. This is for the championship. Alpine will narrowly lead the championship over Toyota.
I was about to say it before we went back to green, which is, if Alpine win this, it sets up one hell of an end to this season. Even if we only have 3 competitive cars at that point.
Yeah, Alpine with the points lead after Le Mans. And if they turn this into victory,
it's a big old
then they will have a handy advantage. Rahel Fry, now then, there is, not Rahel Fry, it's now Michelle Gatting. She has taken over. She is second in GTE AM in the Pink Iron Dames Ferrari. Harry Tincknell stayed out in the Dempsey Proton car, or at least did not change.
He's on an outlap. So what's happened there?
No, he's not. She is. Michelle Gatting's on an outlap. Harry Tincknell is not. He might have been the previous lap. He might have stopped a lap earlier.
Yes, he did.
But that has been a change, and it's a 120 in the pits for Harry Tincknell. 115. 115, including driver change for the Iron Dames.
Let's wait till the next timing sector is to the real-world gap between the two. But at the moment being shown as 30 seconds, that can't be correct.
Well, it might be correct. Depends on where they were when they were released in traffic, I suppose, potentially. Can't see him in shot. The 88 car is the blue and yellow one in front, but that is a lap down. That's Jan Hayden.
It is 28 seconds is the gap.
Wow. How have they done that? No tyres? No, they can't have done that because they were 5 seconds longer in the pits. How have they gained 30 seconds with 5 seconds longer in the pits? Can Harry Tingle go all the way? So they have to do another driver change. Does Seb Prio need to do more? Has he done his minimum driver time? Because there are minima and maxima for all graded drivers. However, Harry Tingle, the pro, the platinum driver, stays in at Dempsey Proton. They lead the 77 car, and Iron Dame's Michelle Gatting in second place in their Ferrari. Here's our race leader, the Alpine of Mathieu Vassivière, pulling away quickly from the number 8 Toyota.
Will Stevens leads the LMP2 category. Now, what has happened? I mean, we were so focused on
from last on the grid.
Yes.
Yeah.
We were so focused on the hypercar category, what had happened, and trying to decipher who was to blame and what it was going to mean for car 7, that there's been a lot of change in the order.
Loads of cars in and out of the pits.
Yeah, GTM particularly, and LMP2.
Well, I mean, the LMP2 battle, we should say, Jota from Inter Europol competition, Vector Sport, then the second Jota car, Real Team by WRT.
Well, there is Harry Tingle, our leader in GTEM from the Iron Dames and Team Project 1 cars. And Tingle with a handy advantage. But let's catch up with Toyota in the pit lane.
Kazuki Nakajima, what can I say? I was waiting to speak to you to react on how great the battle was, and then look what happened.
Well, from my point of view, I think Kamui did nothing wrong. It's a bit difficult to say, but yeah. So I think he was leaving enough space to Alpine. So from our side, we could have done nothing, and it's a shame that they ended up like this from a great battle. But anyway, the car 7 is still P3, so we are, still in a fight, and we still have nearly 1 hour. So let's see what we can do. It has been a difficult race for us with some technical issue on car 8, which we got over. So as a team, we are fighting hard and doing a great job. But yeah, not easy. But I guess it's exciting for the fans, right?
It is exciting, and also what can you say about that battle that was happening between them, how the Alpine was coming back and then the 8 was back and forward? It was really showing the difference in power.
Yeah, I mean, the car is totally different. They have so much lighter car with more downforce but less power, and our car is totally opposite. So I understand it's difficult to balance the two cars. But the performance-wise, we were so close to each other, so it made good excitement for the fans. So as one of the fans, I was really enjoying it up until the moment. So I mean, it's in the end racing, and we need to get over it. But yeah, not easy to take.
Thank you.
I'd offer the counterpoint to that, and all of those reasonably fair points, by the way, for Kaz. But then you've got to look at what happened at Le Mans. And yes, Alpine had some troubles, but in performance terms, what they were dealt at Le Mans was completely uncompetitive.
Yeah.
And in that context, Alpine are leading the World Championship. They're going to fight. They're going to give it their very, very best shot here. And I accept every single point that Kaz Nakajima made there, but I would refer the viewing audience to what happened with these two teams at Le Mans.
And actually, what he was saying about the Toyota is much heavier and makes its lap times in a different way. That's exactly what Hypercar is all about. That's exactly what Hypercar is all about. Yes, the Alpine was not designed for Hypercar, but it is balanced with the other Hypercars. The Toyota will make its pace in a totally different way to the Peugeot, and in a totally different way, as we saw here, to the Glickenhaus. We heard from Glickenhaus. They're faster in a straight line, but they're the heaviest car, and they don't have any more tyres or any more brakes than anybody else, and they don't have a hybrid to help them with fuel economy. So the end result is the same, it's just how you slice it. is a personal preference. It depends on your marketing, or depends on where you start from, or how you want to go about it. If you want a sonorous V12 that outdoes the Matra engines of yore for noise, you're going to pay for it somewhere.
Yes.
You know, and if you want something that's hybrid and road-based, you're going to pay for that somewhere else. And so, actually, what he's highlighting is what fans love as well, which is not just close racing, but that different cars have different strengths and weaknesses, and that's what allows close racing. It's not GP2.
Yeah, I mean, it was, in terms of just pure lap time, they were lapping in a very similar pace.
Yep.
But like we've talked about, and Kazuki mentioned it there as well, they were just making it in different areas. But I think watching the Peugeot on track with the Toyota at the beginning of the race, you know, they're similar cars, they're both hybrid cars.
Oh, Fisichella full send, wasn't it? That was, I'm a Grand Prix driver coming through, that was a full send.
Fourth place changes hands.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a very nice move. Speaking of which, the gap at the front now up to 4 seconds between Vaxivier and Ryo Hirakawa.
And in GTE Am, which is the battle we're looking at here for 4th place, Harry Tincknell now leading by 25.9 seconds from the Iron Dame's Michel Gatting. So we'll wait to see how that one works. This is the 60 car that won on the road here last week in the European Le Mans Series. Now looking to try and work its way onto the podium. It is now in 4th place, chasing down Project One's Matteo Cairoli. Here is the Inter-Europol car in 2nd in LMP2. That is Alex Brundle ahead of Nico Muller. Still the leader in LMP2 is the car that started last in the hands of Will Stevens. It is in the hands of Will Stevens, the number 38 Jota car. And their 28 sister car is in 4th ahead of Ferdy Habsburg for Real Team by WRT. And Ollie Jarvis, 23 United Autosports car, which seems to have gone a little bit off the boil. Well, pit stop for the 60 car that has just so dramatically moved up to 4th in GTE Am is under investigation, so there may be a bit of a problem with that.
So just under 53 minutes remain of the race. The lead gap, Mathieu Vaxivier to Ryo Hirakawa going out a little. 3.5 seconds. There's another pit stop to come for all those 3 cars.
Now, don't forget, Graham, as we got towards the end of hour 5, we had the full course yellow. Lots of teams were coming in for fuel. In LMP2, that won't get them through to the end. In Hypercar, that won't get them through to the end. In GT,
it's tight
might.
for some.
There's Sebastian Bourdais at Vector Sports. But different fuel strategies that had been developing throughout, particularly LMP2, I think, through the race so far, have been fully reset by a full course yellow, because everybody's coming and topped off. Now then, back out on track comes the 94 car. That whistle, by the way, is their electric power steering. That's where we get the odd noises off the car. Final hour of the race in Monza, the debut in the World Endurance Championship of Peugeot's 9X8, or 9x8 as it seems to be written. It's not an 8-wheeler with 9-wheel drive. This is their hypercar entrant with its first race. Not going particularly well for the 93 car, which retired very early. 94 back out of the garage. Gustavo Menezes will take the car back out. They'll try and get to the checkered flag, learn as much as they can as they continue to develop the brand new car. These are 2 new chassis here. Vector Sports' Nico Muller puts 2 wheels in the dirt as he tries to get by. Alex Brundle for 2nd in LMP2, doesn't manage it.
It's hotting up behind them as well, isn't it? Because you've got the car 28 there into the Lesmo 2 and car 41. Real Team by WRT.
Jonathan Aberdeen in that dark green and black number 28 Jota Sport car having a really great day here in Monza. And the Real Team by WRT car, Ferdy Habsburg, we saw how good he was earlier on in the race, didn't we?
He did indeed. So he just hit that curb, didn't he? On the inside there, did Muller. Lost some traction, lost some ground on the exit. The Jota team watching on. Will Stevens up in front, and they are slowly catching him. Down to 2.6 seconds now is Alex Brundle in the Inter-Europol competition with just 50 minutes remaining. Do they have to put in their lowest grade driver once again.
Who are we talking about here?
Into Europole.
We don't know yet.
Alex Brundle to the end, we're hearing. So they are genuinely in this fight then for the win.
Well, the question at Jota is, do we need Roberto Gonzalez back in or not?
I think you thought we did. But
I'm not sure. Again, our strategy laptop died on lap 1, so we've got no clue.
I think I can explain what's happened in GTM.
Go on then.
And I believe the Iron Dames did not pit on the full course yellow. The 77 did, which is inexplicable, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, absolutely, particularly considering that they knew they wanted to make a driver change. Unless they had only just gone past the pits under full course yellow, as it came out.
Massively unlucky.
And they lost an entire lap trying to get back in under full course yellow. And again, sometimes if the full course yellow is short, let's say the Dempsey Proton car was in the final third of the lap, they're guaranteed to get in. Yeah. And if you're just coming past the pit wall and it goes full course yellow, it may go back to green before you get round again.
That's the only available explanation. Yeah. It would lead me to that understanding. Yeah. Mazio Vazivier, by the way, is just in the fastest lap of that car's race.
Has he indeed?
1:37.760. Wow. That is a second and a half quicker last time around than Rio Hirakawa. Now, pretty clearly, what they're doing here is heading for the hills, but also whereas we are, they're losing time in the pit stops. They're trying to pull out that gap and hope.
And the other thing is they run less far on a tank of fuel than the Toyotas do. They're not still running shorter stints. We'll have to wait and see how that one works out. They cannot afford to give away time in the pits to Toyota, though. As we get into the final hour of the FIA World Endurance Championship, 6 Hours of Monza, a race that started in beautiful warm conditions, destined only to get hotter. For the first time, 6 hypercars taking to the grid with the return of Peugeot to top flight endurance racing. Big crowd on hand in the pit lane, in the paddock, on the grid and in the grandstands for the start of the race. And into turn 1, the pole-sitting Glickenhaus of Romain Dumas defending his lead ahead of the Toyotas, the Alpine and the rest of the field. Ferrari holding their nerve and their positions at the front of GTE Pro. Contact between Paul Dall'Anna and Thomas Floor, putting Floor out on the boonies and earning a penalty for Dall'Anna. Yellow flags ensued, full course yellow and fuel stops. Not everybody able to negotiate the Roger without impunity. 22 United losing the lead in LMP2 there as the Toyotas battled for position with the Alpine. All this behind the Glickenhaus that was disappearing at a frantic rate of knots into the middle distance. Huge battles for position, though, between Toyota and Alpine. Corvette trying to take the battle to the Ferraris in GTE Pro. Porsche were unable to. First full racing pit stop and driver change for the new Peugeot program. Their 93 car by that stage already had stopped. Contact for the 21 Ferrari being nerfed off by the AF Corsa LMP2 car, brought another full course yellow. 93 stopped on the track, came into the garage and did not reappear. And then safety car, huge accident for Enrique Chavez in the Roger. The 33 TF Sport Aston looked like it had no brakes. Chavez scrambled out of the wreckage unharmed and has been cleared by medical crews. Iron Dames from pole, leading 4.5 hours of the GTE AM class. Jota with their number 38 car from the back of the grid on top of the pile. Alpine still hammering away at Toyota in the battle for second place. A 5-second stop-and-go penalty for a data download infringement for the 51 Ferrari took them out of the lead of the race and dropped them back down the order. And the 94 Peugeot stopped out on track.
Copy, close the gap to car 7, close the gap.
Rio Hirakawa was on the radio trying to get Toyota to let him buy the number 7 car. Such was the pressure he was under. He was passed, and then in the battle for the lead, Kamui Kobayashi was in contact with the Alpine. He lost a tyre and dropped down the order after a full course yellow into the final hour. Dempsey Proton lead in GTE AM, Jota in LMP2, Ferrari leads in GTE Pro, and it is the Alpine that leads the race overall. So a busy 5 hours and lots more to come. More intrigue. Who stops when in all these classes may decide what the podium looks like. 10 minutes out, 15 minutes out from the checkered flag, half an hour from now, we may still have no accurate idea of how we are going to finish this race. Well, there are the Alpine team. And here is the yellow and green into Europol car of Alex Brundle ahead of Nico Muller. That's the battle for second, third, fourth and fifth. At one stage after the mid-race safety car, we had 8 cars together in LMP2. We've currently got a 4-way battle for the podium, though, and there is the race leader, only just ahead. At Davidson, this is a tough battle for all these teams.
I'm just trying to work out what the situation is with the car 38, who started this race at the back of the LMP2 field. All I know is that Roberto Gonzalez doesn't have to drive again. He's in the back of the garage in his jeans and t-shirt.
Alex Brundle in second in LMP2 for Inter Europol. The gap to the leader is just 2.8 seconds. Who has got more tyres at the end? Who is going to have pace? Who needs to stop when? Can they all get away with one more stop? They should do, because the full course yellow on the final, or the beginning of the final hour, should, Graeme, have given everybody about the same fuel strategy. That's only going to make it harder for the drivers.
In LMP2, I think that's completely correct. The gap is indeed, down to 2.6 seconds now. It's 5.7 seconds for the overall lead. The battle that sort of got ruined by that full course yellow was GT-AM, as we've got
leader there. Look, Will Stevens in the middle of 2 AM class and a pro class car,
including the AM leader.
Yeah,
always a heart-to-mouth moment there. I mean, you have to put the car down the inside, but you're just putting so much trust in the GT drivers around you that you've been seen in your little low-down prototype sports car, and that was well played by all the GTs at that point.
Battle to watch as well at the moment is Nick Tandy, in clear air, is catching the leader for GTE Pro.
Jota lead gap, over Alex Brundle has gone from 2.8 to 1.3 seconds. There is one Ferrari between the top 2, and Nico Muller's right there in the white and black Vector Sport car in third, then Aberdeen, then Habsburg.
42 minutes left. It's everything to play for in all of these classes.
And everybody in LMP2 will have to fuel again. They all fueled pretty much on the same lap under full course yellow. They can't run an hour. It's around a 40-minute stint, so they'll all have to fuel. And nobody will want to dare blink. So no driver changes, no tyres. It'll just be the bare minimum. Alpine leading from the 2 Toyotas. And AF Corsa, what's the gap? 4.2 seconds. Antonio Fuoco ahead of Nick Tandy. Could we have Corvette's first win?
The pit lane stewards decision number 57 gives a 90 second stop and go penalty on car 7 for causing a collision with car 36. 90 second stop and go penalty on car 7 for causing a collision with car 36.
Well, I know that the Toyota team and probably Kamui Kobayashi will feel a little hard done by that, but very hard indeed to place the blame on Mathieu Vassiliere. Change behind and the pig off. Jonathan Aberdeen. That's the second of the Jota cars.
Their contact with the Porsche 92.
Oh.
92 seemed to weave to one side, then go back and make contact with the Jota car.
Clearly didn't realise there was another car coming through. And that's the problem when it's a long queue of traffic. I've got to get round the corner. I have to come back online, guys. And that is Aberdeen out of the race.
That is done.
Out of the race. A car that has led on a number of occasions.
good spot there, Graeme. You just saw that, didn't you?
Just saw it.
Corner of your eyes.
Yeah. Watch here again. Watch the Porsche. Oh, it's before that.
It's before
it was
that.
before that.
Between the two Lesmos, that's the end of it.
We definitely got a shot of what happened and the contact.
Do you remember we saw a shot before of the Alpine darting out when Lapierre was driving because the GT car moved over really aggressively to try to block you overtaking in a, they feel, an unnecessary place. I feel like the same thing might have just happened there with the Porsche and car 20. You wouldn't just go off like that by yourself.
It was a very odd movement by the Porsche, and I can't explain it without seeing it again.
You pointed at the screen.
Absolutely.
And I looked at where you were pointing, and I just saw this flash, but oh, what a shame for car 28. They were in this today.
Yeah,
they had
really.
Such a quick car. They were driving so well.
Really,
I feel like my initial instinct that wasn't their fault, but I'll have to see that again from another angle, or at least a bit more footage of it.
It was Kevin Estre in the Porsche, and it looked, what I thought I saw from head on was the Porsche moved to the right and moved directly back to the left again.
Okay, well, yeah. If by that point Aberdeen was on the outside on the racing line, and then Esther's moved over to the left, then you've made contact with the car. But
there is no full course yellow, by the way. It's double yellows at turn
he's so far off the
6 and 7.
track.
Absolutely.
I think there's no danger.
This is the battle, by the way, for the lead in GTE Pro. That is coming down, and it's coming down quickly now. He's now 3.4 seconds. And Nick Tandy is fully lit here.
Nick Tandy took 6.5 tenths out of Antonio Fuoco on the last lap. Now, some of that may be traffic related, some may not.
Double yellows have been removed at turn 6-7.
Aberdeen still shown as stationary. There is our GTE AM leader, Harry Tingnell, 30 seconds ahead of Michel Gatting. The stewards will look at the incident between car 92 and 28. 28, Jonathan Aberdeen, 92, you're right in identifying Kevin Est. At turn 7. 7 is the first, well, it's between the two Lesmo turns that that incident happened. And the full course yellow appears to have dealt a fully stacked deck to Dempsey Proton. Final pit stop of the race, surely now, for Kamui Kobayashi in the number 7 Toyota.
This is 90 seconds stop and go.
90 seconds stop and go, yes.
Looking back at the log that I try to keep a look on, it looks to me like Darren Dames pitted with just 5 seconds left of the full course yellow.
Okay, so most of their stop was under green, all of the 77 stop was under yellow. And that is going to do it every time.
So when we talk about having essentially a free stop when you're under the full course yellow, that really highlights it, doesn't it? If you do stop under even a bit of racing conditions at full speed, that's how you lose 30-odd seconds, whatever it is now, the gap between them. Such a shame.
And that incident, by the way, for
hang on, some side-by-side action here. Look, you see the WRT
That's
and the
for
Vector
third,
Sport.
Fourth now.
They're liking their weaving and cutting in on each other on the straights today, aren't they?
That's for
They're all at it.
Habsburg in the blue WRT, real team by WRT car, goes by Nico Muller. On fresher tyres, possibly. Oh, into the pit lane, Alex Brundle.
From second place.
With 36 minutes to go, is this their last stop?
That'll be their last stop.
They need more than a splash for 36 minutes. This is a full stint.
Has he got tyres left? There's tyres out.
Well, that is going to, unless everybody else is in the next lap or two, that is going to take them out of the podium contention. He will stay in then to the end.
I'm just wondering, were they one of the cars that did stop?
This is a pass for third.
Yeah,
oh,
92.
Contact again.
Est.
Oh, no.
That's the 51 Ferrari that had that penalty for technical infringement. Nothing the drivers did. Est may not be making himself many fans here. And don't forget, these drivers will go head-to-head in a year's time in hypercars, one for Porsche, one for Ferrari. And there's no love lost between them after the enmity at the end of last season in Bahrain.
Yeah, I can't see that 51 did anything wrong there. I mean, it was right on the limit, braking so late. But
he's on the outside. The only thing that's going to happen is that he'll go off if he gets it wrong. Est is not making the corner where he brakes. Not even remotely close.
I mean, I think the thing that the stewards won't like from that is the contact to the left-hand side. You always got to leave a car's width when you have a car on your outside.
Yep.
And we've seen already cars penalised because of that today. Whether you're fighting for track position or if you're in a different class category, it doesn't matter. We've seen penalties come their way.
Box in this lap, gap behind 8 seconds. 8 seconds. Box in this lap for ruffling.
For ruffling?
So an 8-second gap, well, 7.6 it is, to be precise, as the car enters the pits now. Incident involving cars 51, a 9200 investigation, of course it will be. Right, this is the pit stop they need to go well. And 18 as well. Last time around, car 8 had the faster pit stop.
Yep, but they're further back.
Yeah, 7.8.
And crucially, Toyota now with just one bullet left in the gun.
So both there, we know that the fueling time is the same. The amount of fuel that goes into the car is different, but the fuel time is the same.
Yep.
That's done via the BOP, of course.
Well, the deal is that the hose has to be attached for the same time. It doesn't matter if there's fuel going in or not. That is the rule.
Rolling?
Yes.
So that was just a splash. That wasn't a full load of fuel, was it? Just 34 minutes remaining.
Minutes, it's very nearly a
well, they
full
can go
load,
longer than that, can't they, in a stint?
There's Toyota. There it is.
Not much.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds.
Well, it was 7.8 going in, 7.894. So our race leader comes out behind the Iron Dames Ferrari of Michel Gatting. I don't know what Iron Dames can do. Somehow, by the way, the gap remains at just 30-odd seconds, first to second.
It's moved out from 28 to 32. The other gap is the gap with Matteo Caroli, who's now just 18 seconds back from the Iron Dames, is closing at the rate of about a second a lap at the moment.
Andre Negrão watching with great interest from the Alpine garage. Can this be the first, or their second win of the season? I was going to say the first two-time winner this season.
Sort of grassy, or rather gravelly moment again.
They won in Sebring, of course, didn't they, Alpine? With dominance there. Let's hear from Negrão.
Andre Negrão, how are your nerves right now?
Feeling really nervous, yeah. But I mean, so far so good. We are leading now. Still half an hour to go. But yeah, the car is really nice. We make a good job in the last pit stop to make quicker than them. So yeah, but I know, you know, until the checkered flag doesn't come, we have to wait.
What's your reaction to that incident on track?
It's quite difficult to say from outside, but I mean, Matteo, he doesn't move. I think Kobayashi in the end, I think he was thinking that he's already a little bit in front, so he's moving a little bit. So for my side, it's a racing incident. Of course, for them, it's worse, but I think it's not fault for him and also for us.
We saw how close they were battling. So what have we got now?
3 seconds and a half. Yeah, it's too close, but let's see what we can do to the end of the race.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, Vassivier looking down in the cockpit. What's going on there? Interesting, actually. Andre Negrão saying, from my point of view, it's a racing incident. No fault from them, no fault for us. He did say they were a couple of seconds quicker than Toyota in the pit lane. They weren't. 39 seconds for Alpine, 37 for Toyota. But they both have enough fuel to get to the end.
I was just looking at the damage to that left front end plate of the car, the flick up, and so lucky that most of the damage, or all of the damage, was done for the Toyota when the two made contact. Here's Hirakawa in the pits, the slow-mo, and Negrão watching the pit stops.
We've had 3 different winners this season. I was sort of really hoping as a punter that we would have a 4th, i.e. the Glickenhaus, whether it was clear or not. But we're not going to. We will have a first, our first two-time winner.
Here we go again then. Look.
Alpine. Yeah.
Estra versus Pierre Guidi. What will happen this time around? Didn't end well last time.
Alessandro
he's running out of track.
Yeah, no.
But he's let him, to be fair, that time around, Estra, he saw what was going to happen. He's too late.
And he's going to let him go.
And I think he's going to have to let him go.
He didn't gain advantage he didn't make the pass by going off track.
He didn't make the pass, but he braked way too late to make the pass happen in the the first place, and I think the stewards will be looking at that.
Well, he also had to take to the
grass. Here we go, so he's lifting off.
He had to take to the grass to come up the inside, so
exactly.
he would argue that Estre didn't leave him a car's width.
Oh, and again he touched.
Yeah.
What is going on today?
I will say, I said out loud just once, I am not remotely convinced that Kevin Estre hasn't got a penalty coming for the incident for 28.
No, I have to say that's entirely possible, and they do need to kind of decide if we don't want this happening post-race.
I'd like another look at it, is the honest answer, because what I thought I saw, I didn't like, is the honest answer.
Well, when we saw in reverse, we saw an LMP2 car wipe out a GT car in that same corner. The LMP2 got the penalty.
Correct.
So yeah, I just feel like they're going to analyse it up in the stewards' room, and I'm sure a decision will be made before the end of the race. Got half an hour to do it.
Ria Hirakawa, by the way, has halved that gap.
Ooh,
2.9.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Right, what we're going to do here? Pierre Guidi, not on the inside because Estre's got it covered. Going around the outside is going to be tough. Oh, this is turning into a dodger race.
And that was unquestionably Estre moving line to make contact with the Ferrari. He didn't stay on the line and the door was closed. He moved out to the left. Now, he might say that I was ahead, it's my right. I'm not sure that many fans would agree with that. Meanwhile, back with the lead battle. This is Will Stevens and Ferdy Habsburg. So real team by WRT. Back up into the fray. Will Stevens is in the 38 Jota car, which means in the garage is Antonio Felix da Costa with Luis Beckett.
Antonio Felix da Costa, we know Will's going to stay in the car for the rest of the race, but what's your strategy at this point now?
Well, the idea was for me to go in at the end, but with the way the race turned out now, with the last full course yellow and everything, we're going to leave Will in the car and we're going to triple stint the tires to try and keep track position. Looks like the WRT, the 41, has 1 lap advantage on us, so they will probably jump us in the pits. And they have pressure tires, so it is looking... Oh no, they just boxed behind us. That's great. So we might keep this track position. I'm a little bit happier right now. But they do have pressure tires, and Ferdinand has been driving super well. But let's see if Will can keep him behind. I think we can. I mean, coming from last on the grid, literally, this will be amazing.
And triple stint in those tires. I mean, is he going to have to manage them, I guess?
Well, yeah, and the thing is, it was a last-minute call, so he hasn't been driving to triple stint them. So the tires have taken a bit of a beating, but it's our only chance to try and win the race. So we're gambling a little bit here. And Will is an expert on these cars and tires, so I have full confidence that he's going to give it all to win the race. And if we can't, I think we take P2 for sure. It's still a very strong day for us considering where we started.
Thank you.
Antonio Felix da Costa.
They've jumped him. They've jumped him.
In the commentary box.
They needed less fuel.
Yeah, was that ahead of him? Yes, it was.
Yeah, completely jumped them. So yeah, it's going to have to be P2.
Well, it doesn't.
Well, I mean, they've been starting from last.
Meanwhile, in the foreground, our protagonists, our pugilists, are back at it. Kevin Estre refusing to give ground. Estre still, by the way, in 3rd place in GT Pro.
Got the run.
Alessandro Pierre Guidi in 4th, and on the inside in Curva Grande. Now, little twitch of the steering wheel to fire Estre off into the gravel. See, I told you it was coming.
Unnecessary. This is
well, you know, he's been
very badly.
He's been lent on a lot.
Fully honest.
Oh,
that was completely intentional at the end. That's I wouldn't expect that from 2 pro drivers
They are now absolutely furious with
boiled
each other.
over.
Can you imagine what the radio traffic is like in both ears?
Look at that.
That's not acceptable.
He's going to get penalty points on his licence. I'm afraid.
Lucky that car was in the wall. That's unacceptable.
Yeah. It's boiled over, didn't it? Completely. When I saw that image, I thought he's had enough.
So,
I mean,
Estre hit him 3 times under braking.
And also, Pierre Guidi didn't need to squeeze him in Curva Grande. He tried to run him out of the road in a high-speed corner. Yeah,
the previous 5 times either.
It was like, you know, eye for an eye, and it just...
And don't forget,
it was always going to end badly.
Yeah, Es did it in the Parabolica on the way down to Curva Grande as well. So I think he's just gone, OK, in the end, that's that. There is going to be even more bad blood between the teams than there was after Bahrain. I'm afraid that's not going to settle down anytime soon. Meanwhile, the gap is opening up again a fraction. Mathieu Vazivière just creeping away again from Rio Hirakawa. And this, like the Glickenhaus, is actually where the Alpine has been best throughout the race. In clear air, on its own, able to exploit its own advantages. And the Toyota, when it's been in front, can blunt the mid-corner speed, the entry and mid-corner speed of the Alpine, and then can use its own heft off the corner to get away. So more contact between 51 and 92 will be under investigation. And we have 25 minutes on the clock. How many more dramas are to come in this 6 hours of Monza? It's been a spectacular race from start to finish. There are some cars and some categories, I'm afraid, we've barely spoken about because there is a lot of stand-up barroom brawling going on that's been drawing our attention.
Well, where are we? The gap in the overall lead is not dramatically different than it was when we last looked at it, but that marks the fact that the Alpine had pulled away a little bit. Has been reeled back in to just under, well, it was just under 3 seconds. It's now just under 4 seconds with traffic. We'll get back to LMP2 when that all calms down a little bit.
Yeah, well, that'll be at the checkered flag or afterwards, won't it?
The lead in GT Pro is going up and down a little at the moment, and we'll come back to that one.
Well, let's get down to the GTE Pro Ferrari garage and hear from Miguel Molina.
Miguel Molina, first of all, we got to say, you know, the 52 is running a great race.
Yeah, until now, I think we are doing our job. It's a difficult one. It's so hot out there, and we all know that we need to push in these conditions as maximum, but currently we are in the front. Hopefully we can finish in this way.
Now, we know there's no love lost between the Ferraris and the Porsches, but it's really getting, it's not just hot, it's getting very heated out there.
Yeah, we all know, I think we are having a tough racing all the time. And but now we are focused on our race. We are there fighting for the victory, and we hope that we can stay there.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, the battle hots up between the green car, Will Stevens, and the white car of Nico Müller. This is for second in LMP2. And as I think Antonio Felix da Costa very slightly suspected, on tyres that had not been nursed for a triple stint, Will Stevens is struggling for grip now in this triple stint. Not only is he not catching Ferdi Habsburg, the leader, but Nico Müller is poised to pounce. Meanwhile, the other Jota car, Jonathan Aberdeen,
back in the race.
He's back in the race, yeah. It went off, got fired off, quite possibly by the 92 Porsche unintentionally, but is back in the race. And so they are currently actually in, where are they? 10th place, so point-scoring position in LMP2.
That's remarkable.
I mean, it's bad news for them, of course, but it's good news for us because we can finally tell the two Jotas apart. Because one of them's got more of a brown, brown dusty splitter.
It's a thought.
I mean, it's so kind of him to have done that for us.
Yeah.
Seriously speaking, though, I'm surprised we haven't seen any further news of that incident at
They did say it was under investigation. We did see under investigation for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just caught a quick glance of our race leader. This is Ferdi Habsburg in the real team by WRT machine.
He's driven a brilliant race actually today. Every time I've seen him, he's been fighting, he's had the speed, been calm when he needed to be, and the team in the pits as well. I don't know how they did that. I just assumed that they put less fuel into the car because, no tyre change, of course. I feel like it's a shame in many ways that they did jump them in the pits because that would have been a great fight towards the end of the race with Will nursing those triple stinted tyres.
He's a firm believer, I think, in Ayrton Senna's maxim that if there is a gap and you don't go for it, you are no longer a racing driver. No half gap is left unprobed by Ferdi Habsburg. And he and Nominato and Rui Andrade, he really does, but he is such an aggressive overtaker. He really is. He knows how to wheedle a car into a gap.
They're driving away here now, 6.25 seconds, they're good.
But don't forget, look at the tyres.
Oh, yeah, completely.
They've done 10, 13 laps, a full stint less than Will Stevens.
So I can see yeah, here comes Stevens, and that is the Vector Sport of Muller behind, just 8/10 behind, in
Now,
fact.
what do you think, based on your experience of Jota, what do you think Jonathan Aberdine's role here is? Get right up behind Nico Muller and be a mixed distraction.
Well, you don't want to be... I mean, I was in this situation last year where we were completely out of place, laps down, and we had the speed in the car, and I didn't want to get involved in other people's racing and, you know, making moves on others where you could disturb their race. But, yeah, the team did tell me after a while that we want to see the speed of the true speed of the car, so if you can overtake them, then do. Luckily, then one car at least came into the pits in front, and... But yeah, you feel a bit in an awkward position. You're out of the race, you don't want to disturb anybody, but you also want to show the speed you have. And yeah, I did end up working my way by. I think actually the driver in front realized that I was just basically becoming too annoying how fast I was behind them, and this let me past in the end just so we could both get on with our race. But you do feel a bit awkward when it's in that situation.
Yeah, you're sort of damned if you do and damned if you don't, aren't you? You want to get by and get out of his way, but because the cars are so equal, it does take a long time sometimes. Michelle Gatting, second in the race for Iron Dames. The car that started on pole position because of a brilliant lap by Sarah Bovey, the first female driver ever to take an FIA World Championship pole position. She's 14 seconds, Michelle, ahead of Matteo Cairoli, the Porsche driver from Italy, but it Harry Tinknell for Dempsey Proton, who leads the race now by 39.8 seconds. That gap is gradually growing. Matteo Cairoli from Como, possibly the most local driver of the Italians in the field. Como's about a 25-minute drive from Monza, up in the lakes, just shy of the Alps that you can see in the distance there. Beautiful part of Italy. If you ever fancy a holiday in Monza, come and see a race, go to the lakes as well.
Epic stint, by the way, from Cairoli. I think he's closed that gap to the 85, forget for a moment the 77, by something like a minute. Yeah, absolutely amazing stuff. Car 92 will get a drive-through penalty. I think he's lucky to get that, I'll be blunt, for causing contacts with cars 28 and 51.
28, confirmation. It was contact that put Jonathan Aberdine off into the gravel, as we briefly glimpsed. Didn't get the replay of the full start of it, but yeah, Kevin Esch not making many friends. And you're right, actually.
Information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane, drive-through penalty car 92 for multiple contacts on track. That includes contacts with car 51 and 28. Drive-through penalty car 92 for multiple contacts on track.
But 28 and 51, this is the 51 Ferrari again, you know, eased him out wide there into the Parabolica. Contact in the Parabolica, I mean, you know. Oh.
He agreed, he said, look, what you can do, I can do, and then it ended like this, just one massive ram up the back of that Ferrari. Sent both cars wide and off the track, but the one I really want to see again is what happened to the 28. I mean, look, I can't believe it was intentional. I hope to think it wasn't intentional.
No, I'm sure he was just trying to make sure that he made it through on the corners and shut the door on the 28 car possibly, but really not great timing. So Kevin Esch will come into the pit lane, and that will leave a 2 Ferrari and Corvette podium. Whoa! That's the ultimate car.
No,
that was
31.
I know it's 31. It's back out again. Forgotten they were back out.
Those two delayed cars, by the way, are very close together on track. United's 22 and 31. But Sean Gallel just dropping back a little from below as a result of that.
Now, Jonathan Aberdine is getting a bit racy behind the Vector Sport car, and I'm sure that's quite annoying to see that, a car that's laps down, harassing the mirrors. But here is Esther for that drive-through penalty.
You know, Kamui Kobayashi got a 90-second hold, and he gets a drive-through for contact with 2 different cars.
Good point.
You know, and
I would say it was worse. I agree. What I've seen was worse.
Kobayashi was 1 bit of contact, and you could argue was a racing misjudgment. I mean, certainly the Alpine team thought it was a racing incident. The amount of door banging that was going on between the Porsche and the Ferrari was, yeah,
Yeah, I would agree.
Multiple occasions on multiple laps, and that's not even taking into account firing off the 28 car. Whether that was incident or accident is, design or accident is neither here nor there. It happened.
Shame we didn't see. Yeah, shame we haven't seen more of the Peugeot today. I mean, I had, not because I was being negative about the team, but I did have low to realistic expectations.
Well, I think they did too as well.
Yeah,
you know?
they did.
And they've shown that it's got pace. It had pace in free practice, it had pace in qualifying. And it's, you know, as Christian Horner always says, I'd rather make a fast car reliable than try and make a reliable car quick. So they've got potential in this car, definitely. And as they said again themselves, it's not a race car yet, we're not a race team yet. And that goes from the top to the bottom, from all the engineers, from the drivers, from the management, everything. You know, they're not used to making strategy calls. They're not used to fixing the car in the heat of battle. They're not used to racing the car against all this other traffic. And let's face it, it's hardly been calm.
One thing that I always found that we didn't do enough of in the general testing when it was just us on track, nobody else, was we didn't drive on the marbles enough, which is something that you always do in a racing situation. Speaking of marbles, there's John Aberdeen getting all crossed up on the exit at Lesmo 1. He's going to have to be careful there, but car 7 into the pits for Kobayashi. But yeah, I always thought that we didn't, and that's real-world racing. You have to deal with those scenarios of going off onto the marbles, the slow-down laps on safety cars, the drive-through penalties, and you have to see how your car performs in all those different areas.
But when you're testing as a driver with no traffic, you inevitably end up taking the right line.
All the time.
And you stay on the clean stuff.
It was something actually I implemented at Toyota. I don't know if they still do it today, but I did say to them, in all the tyre testing they're doing, we need to do recovery of tyres, both temperature-wise and marbles. We need to make sure we drive offline every now and again, because we were finding certain years, you know, struggling with tyre revival in many ways of both those situations. Right, here we go. Aberdeen giving him some pressure.
Trying to unlap himself, basically. He's several laps down.
This is all helping Will Stevens in front.
Yeah.
To keep that gap.
It is just relieving a bit of the pressure.
13 minutes to go.
Yeah. Real team are gone unless they have a drama, and that's not beyond the bounds of possibility of what we've seen so far. That's probably put the curse on them. Sorry, Ferdy. So Jota are trying to hang on to second, and the 28 car in a top 10 position.
You have to say Will Stevens done a remarkable job to be triple stinting these tyres. I'm not sure anyone else in LMP2's managed it successfully today.
Well, I think when he gets out of the car, he will at least have the decency to look like it's been quite hard
work.
He's
earned his money today, to be fair.
There's the Corvette in second in GTE Pro between the two Ferraris.
Any drama, by the way, for any of those top three in LMP2. Alex Brundle and Oliver Jarvis are very close behind. It's under 10 seconds across third, fourth and fifth.
See, any of those top 6 teams, Real Team by WRT, Jota, Vector, Inter Pole, United Autosports, the 23 car, particularly Prema, could easily have seen any of them winning this race. You know, just on the roll of a dice, that's how things have been decided. Same with Iron Days, you know, talked about how much pace they've got. They were on pole, they've led half the race. Talked about how much bad luck they've had. They got hamstrung by a full course yellow. Into the final dozen minutes of the 6 hours of Monza. Louise Beckett down in the pit lane at TF Sport, and with the driver that was involved in a horrible crash earlier on, Enrique Chavez.
Yes, I just wanted to give an update really on the number 33 TF Sport and Enrique Chavez, because, you know, we haven't heard back. I've seen him, he's in with the team, he's okay. He said, I'm more worried about the damage to the car now, which just goes to show. But, I mean, they're all quite shell-shocked. It was a big one.
It was a big one. I tell you what, when the alarm goes off in the morning, he won't be thinking about the car, his battered body, because that amount of deceleration and G when he was barrel rolling is going to feel pretty grim tomorrow. So here we go, Alpine into the final 11 minutes, leading the race from the two Toyotas. And right now, our championship in the World Endurance Drivers Series being led by Andre Negrão, Mathieu Vazevière, Nico Lapierre. They won in Sebring. They were in second place in Spa. They were in fourth place in Le Mans. So they've had a strong season, and they will be our first two-time winner this season if it all hangs on for another 10 minutes or so.
I think there's a couple of minutes here to decide whether or not we've got a race to the finish on track here, and that's how quickly Ryo Hirakawa can get past this group of traffic now. He has been closing, some of that's been traffic related, some of it's been pace. But if Rio has got the pace to get through the batch of traffic that's just between him now and the Alpine, we might have a chase here to the finish.
Well, we've certainly got a battle on our hands for second in LMP2. Will Stevens, who is probably running on canvas by now, trying to hang on ahead of the Vector Sport car of Nico Müller. Nico already in a podium spot. Would this be the first podium for Vector this year?
First podium for Vector, without a shadow of a doubt.
Okay,
yes.
So either way, unless it ends up in the gravel, this will be a big result. So Vector Sports, Nico Müller in third place, but you know, he's a racing driver. There's a car in front. He would love to be ahead of Will Stevens. And I think there might be a bit of a last lap lunge. They're closing fast on Michel Gatting, who's in the pink Ferrari, the Iron Dames car.
Drive-through penalty for the 54 car. That's for crossing the white line pit exit.
That's Thomas Floor. Nicky Team makes a final pit stop for Northwest AMR. Some splash and dashes coming in. 22 United car making a splash stop as well.
Quick bit of news and update from Louise down in the pits, by the way. TF Sport, and there's a few people on social media worried what's going to happen with TF Sport and Fuji. Those cars are meant to be freighted from here. They have a plan B. They will be at Fuji.
Well, there's so little of it left, they can hand carry us, can't they?
To carry it on. Ouch.
Was that not the right answer?
No. No, there is a plan. Ryo Hirakawa, by the way, 2.2 seconds now back. This is a battle.
Yeah, they've been working their way through the LMP2 cars, and as we know, that's quite a difficult challenge for the Alpine. So pretty sure they've got this covered, but Hirakawa is not going down without a fight, is he? And
no, he's not.
Quite impressed, actually, with this.
He's been very feisty all day, hasn't he, in attack and defence.
And just ahead, check it out, you've got the Alpine has got traffic still.
And the other thing, of course, is, do you remember who was in front of him when he's on the radio going, "Get this fool out of my way"? It was Kamui Kobayashi in the number 7 car. "Come on, I'm faster, let me through, let me through." In the end, that didn't work for him, and the Alpine jumped both of them within about a lap and a half. But Mathieu Vazevière, now that's what he needed. He needed a good exit out of Ascari. The Toyota looked like it was going to get held up in Ascari. So, inside 10 minutes. So what are you looking at? 4.5, 5 laps, maybe, depending on when they get to the line.
2.3 seconds is the gap before they get to the line on what will be the end of their lap 189 in just under 6 hours. In LMP2, it's looking pretty good at the moment for Real Team by WRT, but as you quite rightly say, second place is still up for grabs. In GTE Pro, Antonio Fuoco is extending the gap to Nick Tandy. And Harry Tinklew's just pitted the leading car in GTE AM.
Ooh, are we suddenly going to see a massive retrieval of fortune?
What is that about?
Well, that must be
It must be fuel.
It must have been short on fuel.
Yeah, that was the splash.
Where is the Iron Dames car on track?
The answer is it was 40 seconds back.
Well, we know a drive-through, just driving through the bit is around 30 seconds, so...
Yeah.
Where's the Iron Dames? We get a long shot here. And there's
54 comes
bright
out.
Pink in, there it is.
Game
there
on,
it is.
But not close enough to be given the lead by that splash and dash. That's why they've stretched it out as far as they can, rather than doing it early, given Harry Tincknell as empty and light a car as he can have, and as long to go as possible to try and stretch that lead. Don't forget, Michel Gatting, silver-graded driver, Harry Tincknell, bona fide platinum-graded driver. So it is not quite a battle of equals. But that was just enough. That was good work, good strategy. They held their nerves, Dempsey Proton.
But bearing in mind where and when they stopped for fuel, the Iron Dames car has got to be very marginal.
Did they stop before?
After. They stopped as the 77 stopped under the full course yellow.
Oh, yes, you're right.
The 85 car stopped as the race went back to green after what was quite a short full course yellow.
Nicolas Lapierre chewing what's left of his fingers down to the nails.
Gap still remaining, 2.1 seconds between Vaxivière and Hirakawa. And there's a bit more traffic to get through for all of them before the second chicane.
It's not quitting this race, is it?
Really not. 5 minutes to go.
Is it? So, Real Team by WRT have not had an LMP2 podium this year.
Really?
Correct? I don't think so. Were they third in Sebring?
Give me a moment.
Oh, no, hang on. No. They were second in Spa. They were second in Spa, right? So they have. So, but this would be a first win for Real Team by WRT. Jota in second, Vector in third. This will be their first podium.
They've had 2 podiums this year. They were third in Sebring. They were second at Spa.
Third in Sebring, it was.
Yes.
So Vaxivière makes his way through the number 31 WRT car before the Ascari chicane, and 94 in again.
Yeah.
The final stop for the Peugeot. Good to see them bringing the car home.
Yeah, absolutely.
This has been a real plus. It's a real boost to see the direction this championship is going very soon.
I think they wanted as a minimum to finish one car.
Yes.
Just to see the checkered flag with one car.
I think, in all honesty, if you'd said, you know, where do you want to be? Job well done. Both cars at the checkered flag. Okay, that didn't happen. But in terms of free practice and qualifying, they were there or thereabouts with a brand new unraced car that the team did not really know how to set up for this place. And they're going to get this car through to the finish. It should hopefully complete not all the laps, but all 6 hours at least. So, yeah, it's vital. You know, it's all learning. This is all grist to the mill, because when they rock up in Sebring next year, assuming there are no unfortunate phone calls, then, you know, that's then the start of a battle for the championship and a battle to win Le Mans. And those are both things that they have done in each of their 3 previous iterations. So they will be loaded and hunting for bear.
Well, what we saw in the pre-practice sessions here was the entire Hypercar field separated by less than a second.
Yep.
It wasn't quite like that, but it wasn't a million miles away from that in qualifying. As the number 8 car struggling to get by the last bit of traffic before it can hunt down again the Alpine.
Look at Loic Duval, not too far behind the Toyota. You know, final 4 or 5 minutes, last couple of laps, he's going to be giving this Peugeot everything he can. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Let's get the shot.
We're going to finish the race. There's nothing else left. I want to know how I stack up to this car. Because that's the benchmark in Hypercar, the Toyota. And Loic Duval right behind in that low grey Peugeot.
He's sticking with it.
Yeah.
In every debrief that you have after the race, it's fascinating when you hear other drivers' comments about which car they've followed, and that's a big part of a debrief these days.
Ferrari in the pits. Ferrari in the pits. The leading Ferrari's in the pits.
52.
They only had a 6.5 second lead.
And 21
64 goes to the lead. Have they got enough fuel?
Is this them rolling the dice?
Is this Nick Tandy on a super fuel save? Is this going to be a massive drama in GT Pro, or are we going to see the yellow Corvette roll down the pit lane at the very end of this?
He needs to do another lap after this, except he's got a 21-second advantage over the second-place car.
But they always stop on the same. They have the same strategy the whole time. They always stop on the same laps. You can't.
All right,
did you save a lap's worth
there's
of fuel?
1 minute 50. What's a Corvette lap time? 1 minute 48. So in theory, he has to do another lap. But if he slows down enough and doesn't have to do another lap, where's the leader?
Astonishing. No. I mean, he must need the fuel. He must need the fuel.
If the leader gets to the line in front of him and there are no seconds left.
Correct.
And the Ferraris haven't caught him, he's the winner.
If there's one team in the world he would guarantee would have done that
a fuel race crapshoot, they're the guys.
Yeah.
They are absolutely the guys.
I'll just say these words to our good friend, Ollie Gavin. You're listening, you're watching. Calm down.
He's going to have to do another lap. Vaxivière is going to get to the line before the time runs out.
Right.
Does he still have to do another lap, even if the winner hasn't crossed the line?
Right, is he going to peel off into the pits? Looks like he's carrying on, you know.
Yeah, it does.
He is.
Oh my God!
This is
it, the last lap.
This
astonishing.
is full send fuel race for Corvette.
How have they managed that?
I don't know.
Some epic amounts of fuel saving. What a turnaround!
Wow. There are some
and he was losing
faces.
he was losing ground, hand over fist, to the Ferrari 52.
It's the final lap. If he completes the race,
Is that why he was losing ground hand over fist? Louise Beckett in the pit lane.
Oh, it's very exciting down here. All of the Corvette mechanics are on their feet, not to get ready for a pit stop, may I add. They're getting ready to celebrate already.
Blimey,
They're saying the race ain't over and there's no plan for him to stop.
yeah, Anthem as well, in and out from their pit stop.
Okay, so are they going to finish second or third behind Team Project One? Could still be second.
Could still be second,
And will
I think.
that be their first World Championship podium?
Let me check.
Well,
I think it
Alpine
is.
are on the final lap. Heading down towards the Variante Ascari, named after the first Formula One World Champion who lost his life here, testing a sports car on a day off. Not even his own sports car, testing a friend's car. Left the pits, never to return. The Alpine crew are running to the pit wall. I think now they dare to believe. The number 8 Toyota, we saw Brendan Hartley, second place. They're second in the championship. They're still alive. They're closing, but it's not going to be enough. What's the margin of victory going to be? About a couple of seconds. Checkered flag is out. Victory goes to Alpine, the two-time winners this season. Number 8 Toyota right behind them in second place. Peugeot finished the race. GTE Pro win will be for Corvette. A fuel race par excellence. Look at all the yellow and black arms punching the air with delight. What a great job. What a great job as well in Hypercar for Alpine. They had to fight hard from underneath everybody to get to the top of that greasy pole. Boy, oh boy. Corvette win, Ferrari 2-3.
Algar Pro win in LMP2 Pro Am.
Ah, fantastic. From Ultimate and the 83 AF Corsa car. Here is our LMP2 winner. It is Real Team by WRT. They've had a third, they've had a second, they now have a first.
Yeah, well deserved by that car crew. Really well played today, especially Ferdinand Habsburg. Great drive, always quick when he needed to be, sensible, did the moves on track when he needed to. That's how you do it.
Second and third in GTE Am have already crossed the line. Iron Dame second, Team Project One third. We wait for the Dempsey Proton Porsche to come home as victors, but there are the top 3 cars in this race. 3 hypercars finished, and Alpine, second win of the year.
We'll wait for the 77 car, but I can tell you already what a cracking race this has been.
Oh.
Absolute stonker in every single class. Huge surprise at the end for all of us with the 64, and that after the heartbreak of Le Mans for the team.
How happy Tommy Milner looks there, and all the crews. Yeah, you're right. I mean, you know, Le Mans was an absolute gutting for the team.
I want to see what they did with that fuel. How did they? Where did it happen?
Well,
was it
here
the
is
last
Harry
full course
Tinknell
yellow?
for Dempsey Proton. Tinknell, Prio, and Christian Reed win in GTE Am. So there is your GTE Am winner, the final of our 5 class winners to come across the line. Just as well they had enough fuel on board. But again, if you're going to gamble on anybody on a fuel race, gamble on the Americans. That's how they grow up racing. Is that the 3rd generation? I've known Tommy Milner since he was probably that old in his dad's garage. Let's hear from Alpine.
Yes, super overdue. Whoa, P1. Very good job. How's the team? Amazing. Very good. Yes. Good one, guys. Amazing race. Wow, fantastic. Thank you, guys. Fantastic, budget. Everything fantastic. Very good job. Amazing race. Bravo to the guys. Bravo. P1 et la Costa Lane. P1.
The final voice there, Philippe Signot. I think Mathieu Vagevier has really come of age in that car in this race. There was not one easy lap. And he really just shone.
That had something of everything, didn't it? Real pace, fantastic wheel-to-wheel racing.
Yeah.
Some real drama, not always of the most welcome kind.
Disappointment as well.
Disappointment as well for the likes of Glickenhaus and others. You know, some controversy. There's going to be some talking points in terms of some of the discipline out there as well, without a shadow of a doubt.
Absolutely.
Some dream wins here. I'm looking at
well,
this team for starters.
They're so excited because this means so much for the championship. They were leading the championship, but the gap was getting whittled down more and more. They had a really disappointing Le Mans. It was so upsetting for them, lose all that speed before race day. And yeah, I mean, they were nowhere in Le Mans. They've come back, they've fought hard. What a day for Alpine, and what it means for the championship as well.
Absolutely brilliant stuff.
On top his teammates as Mathieu Vazivier drives them down to the podium here in Monza. There's Philippe Signot in the middle of that. And you know what? These guys, when they come back to LMP2 next year, they're going to be just as frantic fighting.
Amazing.
And they may return to LMP2 as Hypercar champions. Right now, they've extended their lead over their closest rivals, the team of the number 8 Toyota. We're going to send Ant down to greet the drivers and the teams in Victory Circle. As ever, thank you so much for all of his input, so much knowledge, information and enthusiasm. And not eating all the pies, which also helps.
But a cracker.
Oh, absolutely. An absolute humdinger. This season, last season, you know, every year seems to be getting better and better. And for the teams that are watching...
Did I just see an Into Europe podcast stopped on track? I think I did.
Maybe. But for the teams that are watching, who know they're coming, imagine being Cadillac.
Oh.
Imagine being the Ferrari guys who are running the car at Maranello right now and are watching this. And they're going, yeah, baby, bring it on. Imagine being somebody who races GT3 and doesn't have, let's say you race Mercedes or Audis and you don't have a dog in this fight. Yeah. You're looking at this now going, come on, can we not even start next year? Can we go next race? This is going to be fantastic when GT3 arrives as well with all the full fat hypercars. Wow.
Corvette Racing, take a bow.
Yeah. Take
a bow. That was astonishing.
Not sure what happened to that poor mechanic, by the way, who's got all the toilet roll tubes sticking out of his nose. We all know. In fact, funnily enough, we had a conversation at dinner last night. 3 or 4 of us in the crew have all had, you know, deviated septums fixed and stuff. We know what that is all about, so that's not great. But there you go.
Astounding stuff. Great race in Hypercar. Fantastic race in LMP2.
First Angolan to win a World Championship race?
100%.
I'm thinking.
100%.
I can't think. So that's Rui Andrade there with Norman Nato and Ferdi Habsburg. First crown head of Austria also.
Absolutely. But lest we forget...
I'm narrowing down the field there substantially.
It's the class we often forget, and we shouldn't, because it was actually a brilliant battle all the way through.
Yeah.
The 1, 2, 3, 23 out as well. 3 seconds in LMP2 Pro-Am, 34 and 23 stopping on the final lap.
Okay, in the thronging masses is our Louise.
Well, what do I say about that race? That was a tough race.
Yeah, fantastic battle. It was great. After a difficult Le Mans, it was great for us to bounce back. And this race today was just amazing. I think everybody enjoyed watching it. So that's a great news. And also good for us for the championship. You know, we know next one is going to be in Fuji on Toyota Isol. So it will be hard to beat them there. So we were happy to take this one.
I mean, yeah, let's look at the championship points. It's incredible.
It is. Was after Nico said, after Le Mans, was really tough for us. Arriving here and take the first podium for us was amazing. Now we are looking forward to arriving in Japan. It should be really tough for us. Like Nico says, it's our own soil for Toyota. But yeah, we keep fighting and to the end.
Congratulations, well done. That was great.
Well, what a big result for a small team. And with a bit more luck and a following wind, maybe Jim Glickenhaus and his crew could have been there. They had a great 3 hours. They really dominated, and then an unexperienced turbo failure put them out of the race early on. But victory went to Alpine. A beautiful sunny Sunday in Monza. The place packed with fans, pit walks, grid walks, driver autograph sessions, the whole experience back. And how wonderful. And wonderful too to be joined by the latest arrival, the first of the tsunami of hypercars from Peugeot. Well, they qualified strongly along with their hypercar rivals. At the start, the pole-sitting Glickenhaus dominated the run into turn 1 to take the lead. Alpine's battle with Toyota started on turn 1, lap 1. It would continue to the checkered flag. In the GTE Pro battle, Ferrari went 1-2 quickly ahead of the Corvette that had split them in qualifying. A tangle at the tail of Am nearly took out the second Peugeot, which along with a couple of other cars had to start from the back of the field. Behind the runaway Glickenhaus, Alpine showed that it was possible to beat the Toyotas in a straight battle if you used your advantage in the right place. But Toyota always had plenty of opportunity to come back at them. In the GT class, Ferrari went 1-2 early on, and Peugeot making its first racing driver change on its return to sports cars. In the GTE AM class, the 21 Ferrari getting nudged off by an LMP2 car, bringing out a full course yellow, a number in the early stages. 93 Peugeot had problems, and then the safety car for a huge accident from Enrique Chavez. Looked like the car, fresh out of a pit stop, had lost its brakes going into the chicane. He was okay. Iron Dames qualified on pole and led the race in GTE AM for much of the first part. Glickenhaus also led strongly. They were running away with the race in Hypercar. 51 AF Corsa Ferrari had a 5-second penalty that cost them the lead in GTE Pro, and the 94 Toyota stopped. Alpine moved up after the retirement of Glickenhaus with a turbo failure to pass first for second, and then after contact for the lead. Later, a 90-second penalty given to Kamui Kobayashi for that contact. A full course yellow pit stop put the 77 Dempsey Proton Porsche at the top of the GTE AM pile. A big penalty for this, the last of a series of incidents. Kevin Estre and the Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi. The 52 Ferrari taking a splash and dash within meters of the flag, handing GTE Pro win to the Corvette. LMP2 victory went to Real Team by WRT, and overall victory for the second time this year went to Alpine. Winners in Sebring, winners in Monza.
Great stuff, Martin. And the fans on track to celebrate under what I think is the second most famous podium in world motorsports.
I think it probably is, actually. It's a
fabulous thing. Yeah. I think that was, for starters, one of the best races in the last couple of years in the FIW.
Fair. What would Peugeot do? Well, in the end, 33rd and 38th, not exactly what they would have hoped for. On the other hand, they're here.
Yeah.
And the tsunami begins. Peugeot will be followed, potentially even before the end of the season, by the new Porsches. Ferrari are already testing their car. Cadillac are already testing their car. They are but the tip of the iceberg. BMW have their program firmly underway. There are more and more coming. And I'd be surprised if no more are announced within the next 12 months. I think, is going to be.
There are going to be. I can tell.
Enormous.
It's not debate. It's going to happen, and it's not just a numbers game. It's a quality game. Talking to Jota Sport about their new program that's coming, it's a sea change in a very good way for them.
It's what made Group C great, is the possibility of customers racing race-winning cars.
customers.
And that's the big deal. That's the biggest deal of the lot.
Absolutely, because it makes it more sustainable.
Yeah.
You've got customers racing for overall race wins. You've got boutique, small manufacturers coming in, using their own toolkits to build something, and then you've got the big brands as well. But for now, we're going to celebrate this podium. And that is the point situation. 10 points clear now in the World Drivers' Championship for Andre Negrão, Mathieu Vazevière, and Nicolas Pierre.
It is only a 10-point lead, though. I mean, it is slender pickings, particularly after they got so badly hammered at Le Mans.
At 30 points over the number 7 Toyota crew.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, at this point...
Well, 38 points for victory in the season finale in Bahrain. And of the remaining 2 races, we've heard them say, OK, it's going to be hard to beat Toyota in Fuji. But Fuji is more a track, perhaps, where Alpine can hang on. Full season entry, although they didn't do all the races, they paid the entry fee, which means that had they finished, they would be point scorers.
They did finish in the 94.
So the 94 is a classified finisher, so they will get points for 4th place.
There you go.
And Clickenhouse do not.
They are classified 4th. That is the 194 laps, 2.7 seconds, the gap at the end. And that's what it felt like all the way through. The 7 car dropping back, particularly with that big penalty for Kamui Kobayashi with the contact with the Alpine, that mercifully didn't cost us 2 hypercars. But that was all part of, well, a bumper bundle of dramas that's peppered this race from beginning to end.
Two real hard luck stories, aside from TF Sport and Enrique Chavez, which was a hard luck story. To my mind, Clickenhouse had the race won, but for a turbo failure they'd never suffered. And Iron Dames just got beaten up by a full course yellow, which handed the race to the Dempsey Proton car. Not that that was well driven or undeserving, but
still come home with a 2nd place in the World Championship event, and that in itself is massive.
But they still need luck. They still need that break to go for them, because that is a car, there it is in the background, the pink car, that is a car that can win races, that will win races. Just hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, and by the way, great performance from all 3 of the girls in that car. Sarah Bovey was epic. When we had mainly the bronze drivers out there, Rahel Fry right back on form, and that's a delight to see. And Michelle Gatting, a fighting finish at the end there.
Absolutely right. Well, it's a very busy group of mechanics, engineers, friends and family underneath the podium. And we are ready for our podium ceremonies to get underway. Excuse the voice, sorry, it's been a long shouty weekend. I've got a bit of a midsummer cold, because you always do, don't you? What is it? In a month from now, this will be a sea of humanity with Ferrari flags everywhere, and you never know, maybe a Ferrari driver on a top step of the Formula 1 podium. But for now, what a fuel race it'll be. I mean, that's going to be a great story, actually, to hear how close they were on fumes. You saw 2 LMP2 cars grind out dry on the slowing down lap, so I'm not quite sure what the knock-on of that will be for Inter Europol, who finished 4th, and who was it, 23? United Auto Sports car that finished 5th. We'll wait and see. Hopefully that shouldn't.
They both crossed the line, so they should be fine. They're neither of them, none of them in a podium finishing position, like before not called. That is the overall results in GT Pro. Corvette Racing bluffed out that win. 181 laps, 19 seconds clear of the 52 car that was forced to have a 77 Dempsey Proton car, 179 laps, a lap ahead at the end of the Iron Dames. That was just purely because where the leader was in the final lap, it rather flatters it. But that came down to a little bit of luck for the 77, stopping under full course yellow, where the Iron Dames, it looks as if couldn't, and lost a lead at that point. It would have been a grandstand finish in that class as well.
Definitely.
Shouldn't forget either, by the way, the 46 car from Team Project One completing that podium. Great stuff.
There's Ferdy Habsburg looking fairly busy, or like he's been fairly busy. Harry Tingnell, your winner in GTE Am, with Seb Prio and Christian Reed. How many wins is that for Christian Reed? I'm sure somebody will have the information later.
I can find that for you. Not a huge number.
No, I think 11, maybe. Is that maybe 12th? Well, hasn't got maybe 12. In third place, the team of Toyota number 7, Jose Maria Lopez, Kamui Kobayashi and Mike Conway. In second spot, Brendan Hartley, Ryo Hirakawa. What have they done with Sebastian Buemi? Oh, he's there already. Sebastian Buemi, but the winners, big rousing cheer for Alpine, for Andre Negrão, for Mathieu Vazivière, and for Nico Lapierre. I think Vazivière has definitely cemented himself among the top driving stars in this hypercar category. We know that Lapierre is a given. Andre Negrão has put himself in that category too, and now so too has Vazivière. Well, we had the Italian anthem sung on the grid, we're having the French anthem sung, and they're still going down there.
Huge amount of pride in this team. They've driven forward for the Alpine brand. It's been a long-term project. It's come to fruition this year.
And like Lamborghini, Alpine is another one of those kind of third wave, if
2024,
you like.
they'll be here in 2024, and have a look at any of the internet news sources. Of course, I prefer to use mine. But I can tell you right now, it is double figures in this class next year in the FIA World Endurance Championship. And at worst, it will graze 20 the following year.
Just amazing. I mean, the biggest class we've got here is, well, GTE AM and LMP2, both of which have 13 entries. To see the top class with more than that alone, before we consider what's happening in GT, is going to, and a revised LMP2 coming in 2025, it's going to be, you know, we've started to sort of dare to dream that we are entering a real golden era of sports car racing. And for those of us that were around for Group C, that's a pretty high bar. You're establishing that quite high. But the fact that it's not just World Championship, the fact that it's global, that from day one, from the inception, the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series in North America is going to be part of this as well. That is a massive deal, because Group C took a long while to become the dominant force in IMSA racing as IMSA GTP, by which stage it was slightly running out of puff a bit. And again, Group C was the big success it was because predominantly of Porsche's customer cars in Group C1. Group C2 was very much more the area where the teams like Spice and Tiger could build their own cars, and a whole bunch of, you know, URD and Alba and a whole bunch of other small manufacturers. But in this case, in this instance, those doors are open not in P2 or somewhere else. Those doors are open at the main table, at the top step. Those doors are open for winning outright World Championships and Le Mans.
By the way, this is where the criticism that comes the way of balance of performance turns back on itself, because it's guaranteed that the car out the box is a competitive car. GTE Pro, well, Ferrari looked at that one sewn up. We did get a little bit excited at one point that Nick Tandy was coming back at the Ferraris at the end. There was the penalty for the 51, there was the shenanigans between the 92 and the 51.
But they had it on pace.
They had it on pace.
And then in the end, they didn't have it on fuel.
They didn't, and I think Nick Tandy's going to have an amazing look at his face.
Oh, what a win. Well, third place, Alessandro Pierguidi, James Collado. They look a bit miffed. They think that was their race to win. And in second place, Antonio Fuoco and Miguel Molina. Again, they had that race. And then what was it, 3 minutes and seconds away from victory.
Staggering.
They were mugged in a back alley by the Corvette crew, who had apparently done the last half hour on fumes and shoe leather.
A first WEC win for the C8R.
Yeah.
And a first WEC win aside from the Le Mans 24 Hours for Corvette Racing.
Well, for the better part of a quarter of a century, Corvette have been racing these sports cars in the IMSA Series, in the American Le Mans Series, and occasionally in the World Endurance Championship. And yes, Le Mans aside, I was wondering whether this was, and it is, Corvette's first ever FIA WEC win.
And
because it's their first full season.
And it finished with such drama.
Oh.
And a drama of an completely, at that point, unexpected sort.
Yeah.
We hadn't realised.
A complete classic American fuel race.
Absolutely great stuff.
Just brilliant, just brilliant. And so many IMSA and ALMS races have been won in that manner over the years. There is the crew, a whole new generation really of crew from the original Pratt & Miller guys with Danny Binks and Doug Feehan, and at the back in the blue shirt applauding there, Laura Wontrop-Klauser. She is the woman who's bringing the GT3 Corvettes. She's the woman who's bringing the Cadillacs. She's the woman who is bringing all of their racing programs to the table.
And here's the thing, we talked at the top of the show about how many people are here from major OEMs in major decision-making positions, and we talk as well about the role of women in motorsport, and often that's just seen as being, let's get more drivers in cars that can win races. It's not that. It's talent at every single level.
I cannot believe the end. Yeah, let's talk about fuel, because I cannot believe the end of that race.
I can't either. I mean, we thought, based on earlier in the race, the Ferrari seemed to have a lap better than us on fuel than what we could do. And we gave Nick a number that seemed impossible to me, but he was just barely making it. And I guess at some point they thought they couldn't go, and we were sitting here thinking they had it in the bag, but obviously that wasn't the case.
It just shows how it can all turn around. Literally, I came to your garage going, he's stopping, right? He's going to stop.
Well, this was it. It was like with 2 laps to go. I saw a red car coming here, and I didn't know which one. I said, is that the 52? And they said, yeah, it was. So, like Tommy said, we basically kind of gave up with about 30 minutes to go because we had to hit stupid numbers to make it. But we did, so.
That makes up for Le Mans, doesn't it?
Some of the way. Some of the way, yes.
All right, I won't talk about that. Thank you, well done.
Nothing ever makes up for Le Mans, but that is a great feeling for the full Corvette crew.
I told you we'd get the trademark wide Nick Tandy grin, and we did. It was great to see, and the best part, yes, indeed. A little bit,
thumbs up.
But it's when it's unexpected, it's just the sweeter, isn't it? And it's great to see. It's always a true team effort in sports car racing, but it always seems that Corvette principal amongst them. There is the points situation in
enormous point spread of 2 points. Alessandro Pierguidi and James Collado, the defending champions, are now ahead of Jimmy Bruni on his own note, because unfortunately, if that Porsche does overtake the Ferrari, no Richard Leach scoring points this weekend.
Sorry, Richie.
So unfortunately, he won't be part of it.
A first WEC podium for Vector Sport, and richly deserved. Brilliant drive from all 3 drivers today.
Absolutely.
Ryan Cullen, Nico Müller and Sebastian Bourdais.
And they were looking at possibly eradicating a fuel stop from their strategy. Late full course yellow just before the final hour, reset everybody else, and that didn't help them. But they still hung on to the podium ahead of Jota. Will Stevens doing a lot of the heavy lifting in that car. He must have done 3 hours in that car at least, with Antonio Felix da Costa and Roberto Gonzalez, the Le Mans winners, beaten today by Real Team by WRT. WRT's main car, the 31, their mainstream car did not fare well, but the Real Team boys claimed their first victory. The Swiss anthem for Real Team. WRT, who run the cars, of course, based in Belgium at Spa-Francorchamps, just outside the circuit, just outside. But, they claim their first victory. First victory in an FIA World Championship race for an Angolan driver, Rui Andrade, Portuguese Angolan heritage. Norminato on the left of the trio as we look at it, and in the centre, one of very few Austrians to win in WEC. We're thinking Richard Leitz, definitely, obviously. Who else, Graham?
Matthias Lauda.
Ah, Matthias Lauda, several times. It's actually a serial offender of the top step of the podium.
We've actually got, remarkably, one more here to celebrate later.
Oh, there we go. And
but not many.
So Ferdy Habsburg, the third member of that crew, and here's the car, the guy that brought the car across the line.
Alex Wurz.
Alexander Wurz, who is here as well.
But a great race. That race had depth, and it needed it because we did see cars fall by the wayside for a variety of.
But the great thing about
reasons.
LMP2 is, you know, genuinely, any one of 8 or 10 cars could easily win this race. And of the 13, again, any one of 8 or 10 could easily be on the podium. So if you lose 1 or 2, even if they're real front runners like 22 United, 31 WRT, you've still got plenty of cream to rise to the top.
Beyond the so-called super teams, you know, the Uniteds, the Jotas, Prema, you've got to put in there as well, WRT.
Prema stumbled.
Yeah, look at the others that are coming forward now. Vector was brilliant today, and into Europe as well, after a poor run of form, back on form this time.
Absolutely. So Vector Sport third, Jota in second, and Real Team WRT are winners in LMP2.
Ferdy Habsburg, the Real Team Racing have won this race. I mean, the toughest of races here at Monza.
Yeah, it was just awesome. Just say thanks to everything that worked out. The team did so amazingly. They stayed late after our crash 2 nights ago till like 2 in the morning, came back in 6 a.m. doing pit stop practice, and that's how we won the race. We were quick, and I didn't make any mistakes, apart from in the middle of the race I had a wobble when I took the lead, but now I'm just happy. Yeah, it was strange because normally this track is not necessarily about track position, but about pace, but it turned into a track position race, and well, I got it. Like on the last safety car or something, they told me, we need to overtake 4 cars in front, and you have 2 stints to do it. I was like, oh, well, the mission is simple. And we did it, yeah, thanks.
It was awesome to watch.
Thanks.
Yep, it's LMP2, tough to win, tough to race in a pack of cars, always, but there was never not a pack of cars during that last 6 hours there, Martin, in LMP2. At no point did I see anything other than 4 or 5 cars contesting a proper position here. And then we get to GTE AM, and the 3rd place car, the 46 Team Project 1 car. Matteo Caroli bringing that car home. Iron Dames were part of this all the way through, that historic pole position for Sarah Bovey, the first ever by a female driver in any FIA World Championship event. But with a bit of fortune and a lot of pace, the number 77 Dempsey Proton Porsche, Seb Prio, Christian Reed and Harry Tinknell will take the win there. And you're entirely right, by the way, it is 11 wins for Christian Reed, spot on. Kudos to all 3 crews.
Absolutely. Again, another great race. You know, I don't care what anybody says, GTE is in no way the poor relation in the GT
grief,
category.
no.
It is as knock-down, drag-out a fight as anywhere else. Christian Reed's changed a little, hasn't he? Oh, no, that's Sebastian Priaulx, of course, at the background. That's not Sebastian Priaulx before you write in. I know, it's their engineer.
It's absolutely great to see good teams getting great results. So applause for all three teams, another great race. The Eindhoven's will be disappointed, I'm sure, but we heard from Sarah Bovey and from Rahal Fry midway through the race that they would take what it gave to them. Total Energies, one of the key partners of the FIA World Endurance Championship.
Well, look at them on the podium, and obviously they're hard to miss. Do they look disappointed?
No,
yes, they would be.
And neither should they
not
be.
even touching the podium if they were hovering above the first step, where they would be, but...
They've sent another message here. And by the way, there is not one single driver in this entire paddock that needs to hear that message, because they know how much talent and depth there is in that squad. But the world needs to know. And it's not far away before we start to see these girls on the top step of a World Championship podium.
Listen, as the drivers say, the car has no idea what sex the driver is.
But let's not get in the way of the fact that was a great drive from the 77 crew.
Absolutely.
Epic stuff from Christian Reed, from Sebastian Priaulx, who's just, he is already and will be a star in sports car racing. And Harry Tinknell, well, you know, is another one of these drivers that can and will drive anything and drive it fast and drive it well. Huge pressure exerted by him, and they were lucky at the time that full Gorse Yellow came out, but they have to take that opportunity and bring it home. Let's have Lou talking to Harry now.
Well, hello, it's you guys again, isn't it? Great win from you, well done.
Cheers, Lou. I mean, yeah, super tough race throughout. I mean, early on it was kind of carnage in the class, and Christian and Seb did a fantastic job. Just no mistakes, no track limits, no penalties, no in the gravel. Gave me the car in second place, and yeah, fantastic to bring it home.
Christian, how was that race for you? Because obviously we know it was a tough one, but how tough was it?
Hey, you know, the race was incredible. It was so, you know, strategy, pit stops, everything was really important, and the guys did so well on strategy, you know, drivers no mistake, and at the end Harry did a nice gap for the splash, and yeah, super happy.
Well done. And Seb, you've got to be pleased.
Yeah, I mean, the guys did a great job. And, you know, just the whole crew, you know, it's our second win. Harry finished off well. Christian started well, you know. Yeah, it was a tough race, but we did it. So I'm over the moon.
Good stuff. Well done.
Yes. Seb is actually older than Christian Reed's boys, but not very much.
No.
And there is definitely, you know, Christian is just such a lovely guy. He's definitely got that like father's kind of arm around his shoulder there. I think he's probably going to end up doing what the man that funds this car, actually, Francois Perraudot, has done for some of the young talent that's been through his team, which we've now seen emerge in the top class. They finished in third place after a penalty in Pro-Am. Second went to Ultimate, the LaHaye family. They very nearly held it to the end, but it was Algarve Pro that came out on top in the LMP2 Pro-Am category.
Yeah, here come the Ultimate team onto the second step of the podium. Jean-Baptiste Mathieu LaHaye with Francois Heriot, Nick Nielsen, Alessia Rivera and Francois Perraudot, of course. But Stephen Thomas going to the podium, bearded Stephen Thomas with James Allen from Australia. And Rennie Binder is the other of our Austrians on the podium today.
Ah, well spotted.
Absolutely cracking stuff. And as I said just before we got to this podium, what are they? They're separated by 3 seconds, these three cars.
Portuguese Anthem for our race director, Eduardo Freitas, but also, more importantly, for Algarve Pro, Stu and Terence Cox team from, as the name suggests, the Algarve in Portugal. And that win for the Algarve Pro trio puts them back on top of the points ahead of the crew that finished third. They came here 8 points behind the AF Corsa team. There's a 10-point spread, first to third. They now lead by 2 points.
It's getting good, isn't it? And let's not forget, by the way, the Algarve Pro Racing team, near disaster for issues that were well out of their control. Congratulations for them for rebounding from the sanctions-led issues that threatened their season, and congratulations to the powers that be at the FIA WEC for allowing this programme to come forward. And, by the way, to all the other teams who had to actually agree to that.
Indeed. And, of course, that is the second Pro-Am win in a row, because they also won in Le Mans last month, the Algarve Pro team. So they are on a roll. They've come up on the rails, they have taken the points lead, and they now have 2 races left to try and convert that into a season-long victory.
James Allen, the 45 Algarve Pro, getting the win here in Monza. I mean, you've got to be pleased with that, because it's been a really, really difficult one for everybody.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the heat, even like last week, has been crazy. A lot of people have been getting out, sweating a lot. It's been really tough, but yeah, no, I mean, the car was fantastic. We did take a risk at the end with not taking tyres, and the car was vibrating a lot. And I was wondering every right-hand corner, is this the lap it's finally going to go? But it held on for the whole race, and I can't thank the boys enough. It was a fantastic effort from everyone.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations to Algarve Pro, our Pro-Am winners. Congratulations to Dempsey Proton, who won in GTE Am, to Corvette Racing for a fuel-saving masterclass in GTE Pro. Real Team, the victors in LMP2, and Alpine, who claimed their second win of the season here in sunny Monza. And that is it for round 4 of the championship, our last European race of the season. From here, we head east to Fuji in Japan, and the season will be rounded off in the heat of Bahrain. Who will come out on top? There's only one way to find out. Join us for all the action. Until then, from the whole WC TV crew here in Monza, for all of our production crew, for Louise Beckett, for Graeme Goodwin, and for Anthony Davidson, I'm Martin Haven saying thank you for joining us. We will see you next time out. Until then, arrivederci, ciao.